I am a person who has been dependent on a wheelchair for a long time. I once thought that I would be stuck on the ground forever and would never be able to stand up again. However, one day, a mysterious system suddenly appeared in my mind. Not only did it allow me to stand up again, it also gave me the power to transform into Shura at night, holding a crescent-shaped sword in hand, and hunt down the ghosts hiding in the darkness. Originally, this secret was only known to me, until one day, my sister saw me returning covered in blood. The fear in her eyes at that moment made me realize that this secret could no longer be hidden. When the old wooden door of the ancient city community was suddenly pushed open, my heart tightened instantly. A girl in a white and blue school uniform walked in from outside the door, with brisk steps and a playful look. Her long light blue hair shone softly in the sun, and she was tall. Although the bulky school uniform tried to hide her curves, her pair of snow-white and slender legs were still hard to ignore. She was only 18 years old, and her immaturity revealed a bit of maturity, so beautiful that people could not take their eyes away. "Brother, I'm back." Her sweet voice broke the silence in the room. I quickly turned off the computer screen and forced out a smile that I thought was natural. Unfortunately, despite her quick movements, she still managed to catch a glimpse of what was on the screen. She frowned, with a hint of ridicule on her lips. "The royal dealer of the West Factory is dealing cards online? Brother, you are not gambling, are you?" She continued to ask bluntly as she changed out of her school uniform. Her long hair swayed slightly as she moved, and the loose school uniform slid to the ground, revealing her perfect curves and smooth skin. I smiled awkwardly and pretended to be calm. "No way, I just clicked the wrong link. Qianqian, can you knock on the door next time you enter?" I prayed silently in my heart that she wouldn't think too much about it, and the image of social death flashed through my mind. Every time she barged in like this, I would become nervous reflexively, especially when I was concentrating on studying something. The embarrassment would be doubly great. Qianqian quickly changed her clothes, put on her white sneakers, turned around, and prepared to go out to pick up the express delivery. Looking at her back, I felt a mixed feeling in my heart. Her name is Gu Qianqian, the daughter of Aunt Gu, and she has lived in my house for many years. My mother died early, so my father asked Aunt Gu to help take care of me. Life was not easy for the mother and daughter, so my father felt sorry for them and let them live in our house. As time went by, Aunt Gu's gentle care made me gradually dependent on them. Qianqian has been very sensible since she was young. Although life was hard, she always silently helped me find herbs to treat my leg injury. The car accident that year took the lives of my father and Aunt Gu, and also placed the responsibility of taking care of Qianqian on my shoulders. I was lost in my memories when suddenly a cold voice rang in my mind. "Ding ding. It is detected that the host meets the conditions, and the system is binding. Congratulations to the host for binding to the part-time Reaper system." For years have passed, and I didn't know how to react to this sudden change. I thought my life as a time traveler was bad enough, but I didn't expect this to happen. The novice gift pack brought by the system was filled with the God of Death's props and a top-grade meridian cleansing and marrow strengthening pill. I swallowed the pill without hesitation. In an instant, severe pain came from all over the body, as if the bones were being reorganized, the muscles were being torn, and the impurities in the body were being forced out bit by bit. When I finally stood up from the bathtub and saw my dirty self in the mirror, I realized that I had truly been reborn. I looked down at my legs. Although they were still a little weak, they could move slightly. This gave me a glimmer of hope that I had never felt before. However, at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from downstairs, shaking the entire dilapidated floor. When I heard the loud crash downstairs, I was hardly surprised. I just said to myself calmly, "Another car crash." The feng shui of our building is really bad. Almost every month there are vehicles that inexplicably lose control and crash into the walls of the building. What's even more bizarre is that these drivers are always in a panic, as if they have seen a ghost. They try to open the car doors to escape, but find that the doors seem to be welded shut and cannot be opened at all. After being rescued, some people even began to shout incoherently, "This is not the bus to the kindergarten. Let me out." I have seen these strange things many times and have long been accustomed to them. Perhaps there really is a welding ghost causing trouble here. I leaned against the bathtub, thinking back on my life over the years, and it all felt like a scene from a movie. My job is actually very simple. I make a living by typing on the internet. Although I am quite handsome, this face obviously cannot help me support my family. There is also Qianqian to take care of at home. She is Aunt Gu's daughter. Since my father and Aunt Gu passed away, I have taken on the responsibility of taking care of her. Although the school waived her tuition and miscellaneous fees, I still had to bear her daily living expenses. My novels are not very popular. Most of them are just rewrites of the war stories I have read based on my memory. However, due to my poor writing skills, I often forget the subsequent plot while writing and have to abandon it helplessly. Recently, I just wrote a book called The God of War's Wife Carries a Pig to Pay Off a Debt. But right after I started writing, I was warned by the veteran editor Hua Tailang that my writing insulted the God of War and that if I continued writing, my account would be blocked. The only loyal reader is a guy named Langmi. He often sends me messages of love. With his support, I can barely make a living. We have known each other for 4 years, but I have never seen him and I don't know what he looks like. However, he speaks boldly, so I guess he might be a big man with a beard. Lying in the bathtub, I looked at the operating interfaces that appeared out of thin air on the virtual interface, displaying various attribute panels and skill introductions. System, what does this green experience bar mean? I asked, pointing. The system's voice replied coldly. This is the experience points the host gains by exorcising demons. When the experience bar is full, you will level up and unlock more skills and functions. I nodded, but the following content left me speechless. You said virginity can be exposed? Isn't that a bit disgusting? The system explained, sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. This is real money. The previous host had an accident so suddenly that I am still using the old version of the language pack. I was silent for a while and couldn't help asking, the last host? How did he die? The system replied coldly, his story is a bit cliché. He was drugged by his fiancée and betrayed by his best brother. In desperation, he activated the system and easily defeated the two. Originally, he only needed to kill them to have peace in the future. But he suddenly became kind-hearted and decided to let the couple go. As a result, the two took advantage of his unpreparedness and pierced his heart with a sword. Hearing this, I felt a chill run down my spine. It seems I have to be more careful in the future and not let my emotions hold me back. The system suddenly interrupted coldly. You need to have a woman first? I looked at my lonely left hand and fell silent. Over the years, my life, although peaceful, has also been filled with loneliness. Maybe the system was right and I did need some changes in my life. However, before my thoughts were completely clear, a shallow voice came from outside the door. Brother, are you still taking a shower? I quickly responded, yes, still there. Qian continued, my classmate sent me some new herbs and 2 male eggs, saying they will help your legs. I feel warm in my heart. This girl always comes back with some weird things for me to try. Even though I knew these herbs were of no use to me, I couldn't refuse her wishes. I stood up from the bathtub and felt that the strength in my legs was gradually recovering. The effect of the elixir was indeed remarkable. Although my body still needs time to adapt, I can already feel the long-lost strength surging in my body. When I walked out of the bathroom, I accidentally glanced at myself in the mirror and was surprised to find that my face seemed even more handsome. System, is this appearance also considered a positive attribute? I couldn't help but mutter to myself. The system responded coldly. Of course it counts. As a qualified traverser, the system will give you this kind of buff. Just as I was admiring myself in front of the mirror, Qian walked in. She stared at me with a puzzled look on her face. Brother, your face seems to have become more handsome? I smiled and said nothing more. I just took the sausage from her and ate it quietly. While eating, Qian excitedly talked about interesting things in school. Brother, do you know? I have a classmate who can make fire with his hands. She lowered her voice, her face full of mystery. I responded vaguely, but in my heart, I was thinking about the skills and tasks that the system had just introduced. Suddenly, the noise coming from downstairs interrupted my thoughts. It was a cry mixed with despair and pain. I could vaguely hear someone trying to dissuade them, but the content of the cry was chilling. Don't jump, brother. Think about your beautiful wife. My wife ran away with someone. The man's voice was filled with heart-wrenching pain. Think about your brother. I just ran away with my brother. Think about your children. The child is also theirs. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in my heart. This is truly a human tragedy. Just as the man was about to jump off the building, a cold chain suddenly appeared from behind him and pulled him back in an instant. A cold voice came from my ears. Wang Dali, you have a lifespan of 80. You are not destined to die. If you jump down today, you will have to lie in bed for the rest of your life until you die of old age. Wang Dali looked around but couldn't see any figure. He could only hear the sound of chains echoing in the air. The voice continued, your 18th generation ancestor has done me a favor, and today I happen to save your life. From now on, we are even. You will have great luck in the future, so live well." I looked at myself in the mirror, and a chill ran down my spine. What was the origin of this system? How terrifying was the power behind it? However, more questions remain unanswered, and I can only quietly compose myself and prepare for this unknown future. After dinner, Qianqian returned to her room and continued to work on her pile of homework. With only a few months left before the college entrance examination, the amount of homework she had to do every day was a big challenge for her. I went back to my room and started slowly doing leg strength training. After recovering in the afternoon, I can already walk a few steps, but there is still some gap compared with normal people. However, this was not a big problem for me. After all, I had been in a wheelchair for many years and was tired of this kind of life. Night falls quietly, and the moonlight tonight seems a little dim. Only the pale yellow light of the street lights shines through the sparse leaves and projects onto the road surface of the community. I stood on the balcony, waiting quietly. The training during this period has enabled me to make some progress, and I can now perform some simple movements. My eyes were fixed on the ancient well in the next yard, and I was counting the time silently in my heart. At midnight, a female ghost in red arrived as expected and slowly climbed out of the well. She was thin and wore a ragged red dress that looked like it would be torn at any time. Over the years, when I had no inspiration, I would often wait until 12 o'clock at night to watch her appear in order to gain some inspiration for my creation. After all, those learning materials on the internet are not as real as what is in front of me. Tonight, my goal wasn't just to draw inspiration, but to test my new abilities. I stared at the female ghost, waiting for the right moment. The system had told me that her strength was at sea level and her weakness was fire, which was well within my ability. I slowly put on the skull mask, and the moment I felt the cold mask fit my face, my whole temperament seemed to change instantly. The black death combat suit covering my body made me look even more cold and ruthless in the night. When the red-clothed female ghost completely climbed out of the well and passed by a stone nearby, I knew the time had come. The art of instant body movement. I thought to myself, and instantly disappeared from the balcony and appeared behind the female ghost. 42 Ghostway Styles Flame. A ball of green flame flashed in my hand, swaying and emitting a terrifying aura. Without any hesitation, I slapped the flame directly on the ghost girl's back. Immediately afterwards, Ghostway 47th Style, Hellfire Seal. Another flame accurately hit her weak spot. The female ghost let out a shrill scream, the sound so piercing that it made people feel cold in their hearts. However, I was not afraid and had only one thought in my mind: to get rid of her. Although the ghost girl's appearance was acceptable from a distance, it was a little disappointing to see her up close. Her image was far less delicate than that of the female ghost from the Republic of China. With 2 moves, the weaker red-clothed ghost girl was instantly reduced to ashes in the flames. She obviously did not expect to fail here. After all, this area has always been her territory and no one has ever threatened her. The system's prompt sounded in my mind: "Congratulations to the host for the successful kill. Gained 100 experience points and 10 hunting points." I looked at the burning embers, feeling calm. However, the system's voice sounded somewhat dissatisfied. "Host, your fighting style seems a little too simple and lacks a lot of passion. You mean I should fight it 50 rounds next time?" I responded, puzzled. For me, the fastest way to solve the problem is the best way. Why drag it out? You have won a lottery once. Do you want to draw now? The system prompts again. Don't worry. I looked at the dissipating ashes and suddenly noticed that there was a stack of real money among them. I picked up the stack of money and was secretly delighted. It seems that this female ghost really has a surprise for me. This stack of money is at least 10,000 yuan. Just as I was about to return to my room, I suddenly heard light footsteps. My heart tightened, and I immediately activated the instant body technique, instantly disappearing from the spot and returning to my room. The system's voice sounded again. "Host, you are very cautious. I hope you can live longer. Why are you so pessimistic? How many hosts have had accidents before me?" I couldn't help but ask. 9. The system's voice was a little angry, as if it was extremely dissatisfied with the performance of those previous hosts. I was speechless for a while. It seems that being a part-time Grim Reaper is not an easy job. I have to be careful to survive longer in this dangerous world. After putting the money away, I returned to the balcony and continued to observe the movements outside. Sure enough, 2 figures quickly appeared in the corner of the community. Their movements were agile and professional. I immediately tried the detection ability provided by the system and obtained their information: superpowers, C level and A level. Lei, the supernatural radar just detected a strong spiritual power fluctuation nearby. How come it disappeared again? One of the figures whispered. He should have been killed. Who was it that happened so quickly? Another person answered puzzledly. Is it an awakened one? Or a monk? The man named Lei found a pile of ashes on the ground, frowned slightly, and smelled a familiar evil smell. No matter who he is, as long as he kills ghosts, he is not our enemy. I just don't know if he has registered his identity, Lei said slowly, seeming to be thinking deeply. The world is becoming less and less peaceful nowadays, with all kinds of ghosts appearing one after another. Unfortunately, there are still too few of us who have awakened special powers. His partner sighed. I heard that the higher-ups are doing a special experiment to create an artificial awakened person with special abilities. I wonder how the progress is. Haha, who knows? Maybe the number of awakened people is also related to these experiments. The two whispered a few words and soon disappeared into the darkness, continuing their patrol mission. After they left, I once again felt the complexity and danger of this world. Although I have the help of the system now, I am still far from being able to handle everything easily. I must be more careful and cautious in order to survive in this world. Novel author's background as usual. Although I have a new career now, writing is still my belief and I can't give it up easily. The book review section is still full of criticisms and insults, and the only supporter, Langme, is still defending me. After reading for a while, I quietly closed the book review area and secretly made up my mind that I must write a work that can be recognized by others. Inspiration suddenly came to my mind, and thinking of the story of the previous host mentioned by the system before, I decided to use this as the basis to create a new novel, Green God of War. I guess no one will scold me this time, I said to myself. Then I opened the software for writing novels and started a writing war. The keyboard was tapping away rapidly, and 4 hours later, the 20,000-word first draft was completed. Afterwards, I sent the manuscript to the editor Hua Tailang, hoping to get his approval this time. Late at night, Lin Feng leaned back in his chair. The screen in front of him flickered with a faint light. He knew that what was about to unfold was not just a simple lottery, but an important node in his life. For this sacred moment, Lin Feng went to the bathroom and let the cold water wash over his body, washing away the uneasiness and anxiety. He washed his hands carefully, as if to completely put aside all distracting thoughts. System, let's start the lottery. Lin Feng's voice was low, but it revealed a hint of excitement that could not be concealed. The system's voice was slightly teasing. I thought you could hold it in for a while longer. Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, smiling. Hee hee. Life always has to have a sense of ritual. As soon as he finished speaking, an illusory large turntable appeared in front of Lin Feng, on which were densely packed the names of various props. Each name seemed to carry endless mystery and unknowns, completely attracting Lin Feng's attention. The turntable slowly turned, passing by a dazzling array of names: Zanpakuto, Demon Slayer, Sharingan, Jade Maiden Kung Fu. Lin Feng was a little confused. In his previous world, these names seemed familiar, yet strange. Lin Feng didn't know much about Japanese comics, and had only heard of classic works such as Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach occasionally. Lin Feng had watched was a certain anime about daily life. He thought it was pretty good. Qianqian, the blue-haired girl, was somewhat similar to someone in his real life. The speed of the turntable gradually slowed down, and the pointer finally stopped on a name. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the passive skill, Iron Bones, and your body has been greatly strengthened. The system's voice carried an indescribable sense of satisfaction, as if this lottery was a great reward for Lin Feng. Lin Feng only felt a powerful force surging into his body in an instant. He stood up, feeling the strength of muscles all over his body, as if he could destroy everything in front of him with just one punch. Lin Feng glanced at the fruit knife in front of the computer desk and reached out to grab the blade without hesitation. With a click, the blade was crumpled into a ball in his hand like a piece of paper. This skill is quite good, Lin Feng exclaimed softly, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. However, the system poured cold water on him at an inopportune moment. Although steel bones can greatly enhance your physical strength, it may not be effective in front of the flying swords of those cultivators. You still need to keep upgrading. Lin Feng nodded. He knew the system was right. This world was far more complicated than he had imagined. Spiritual energy is revived, and people with awakened superpowers are emerging in large numbers. Rare treasures and rare elixirs are emerging one after another between heaven and earth. Ancient sects of cultivation are also born one after another to compete for the fortune between heaven and earth. Even though the country has many means to maintain order, the world is no longer the one he is familiar with. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains. While enjoying this brief tranquility, Lin Feng checked his phone. He received a message from the editor Hua Tailing, who said that his new Battle God article had a unique setting and a novel theme, and he even had the hope of becoming a god. Lin Feng looked at the message and felt a surge of joy in his heart, as if a warm current surged into his heart. He knew that although he now had a more stable job, writing was still an indispensable part of his life. He vowed to finish writing this God of War novel and never give up no matter what difficulties he encountered. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding, daily task released, kill 2 ghosts, and you will be rewarded with a mysterious lottery. Lin Feng walked gently to the wheelchair. Although his walking strength was still a little lacking, he knew that he would be able to fully recover in 2 days. Walking out of the door, Lin Feng looked at the sunlight outside the window and thought to himself, how should he explain to Qian Qian that his legs have recovered? Should he say that he has awakened his supernatural powers? The system reminded coldly, host, I suggest you try another approach and don't commit suicide like my previous host did. Lin Feng smiled, and the uneasiness in his heart gradually dissipated. He understood what the system meant. There were too many unknowns and dangers in this world, and he had to be more cautious. After breakfast, Gu Qianqian suggested pushing Lin Feng out for a walk. Lin Feng agreed for the first time, which made Qianqian look a little surprised. Along the way, Lin Feng noticed the eyes of the people around him. Some were full of pity, and some were a little gloating, but he no longer cared. He knew that as Qianqian was about to graduate, he would work hard to catch ghosts and make money, and sooner or later he would leave this dilapidated community. When they walked into a narrow alley, a group of thugs with dyed yellow hair suddenly appeared in front of them. They were surrounding a young student who was beaten black and blue. When they saw Gu Qianqian pushing Lin Feng over, the leader, Skara-san, grinned and spoke rudely. Lin Feng was furious, rage boiling in his chest. He clenched his fists and was about to teach this group of people a lesson. However, at this moment, an Inspector Ling Hao arrived in time and drove these thugs away. Ling Hao is a good friend of Qianqian's father. He knows her situation very well and advises her not to walk through this alley again. Lin Feng had mixed feelings, with both gratitude towards the system and worries about the future. He understood that although he now had great power, the world was still full of crises and challenges. He had to constantly improve himself in order to protect himself and the most important people around him in this ever-changing world. So, Lin Feng patted Gu Qianqian's shoulder and whispered to comfort her, Qianqian, don't worry, I'm here. Gu Qianqian nodded and forced a smile. Although she said she was not worried, she could not hide the worry in her heart. These hooligans have always had a bad reputation, and today's experience made Gu Qianqian even more uneasy. She just hoped that she would not run into this group of people again on the way to school tomorrow. Gu Qianqian tried hard to remain calm and finished shopping with Lin Feng, but returned home early. The joy she had when she left the house was gone, replaced by a hint of worry. Although she didn't express it, it was already written on her face. Lin Feng could see it clearly. When night fell, the moonlight sprinkled on the earth like silver yarn. Lin Feng stood in front of the window, staring coldly at the night sky. He looked down at his watch, and the hour hand pointed to 10 o'clock, which was the time for him to act. Virtualization, Lin Feng whispered, putting on a skull mask, his eyes flashing coldly in the dark. He locked the position of the instant body mark, although the distance was 5 kilometers, but this was not an obstacle for him. Lin Feng jumped down from the window. The height of the 6th floor was no problem for his enhanced body. He was wearing a black death suit and moved quickly in the night. His figure shuttled between residential buildings like a ghost, leaving almost no trace. The streetlights on both sides of the street cast mottled shadows. Lin Feng's footsteps were so light that even the surface of the pool water only had slight ripples, as if a dragonfly was passing by quickly on the water. Soon after, he arrived in front of a 2-story house. The lights in the house were dim, the curtains were half drawn, and he could faintly hear bursts of laughter. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. Through the gap in the curtains, he saw Skar-san upstairs performing some disgusting activity with a young woman. The guys downstairs were watching boring DVDs, drinking wine, and talking about obscene topics. Tomorrow, we'll go talk to Ling Yi. I'm very familiar with the route she takes to school. One of the yellow-haired men said as he drank, his tone somewhat frivolous. Haha, she is so beautiful. If we have a chance, hee. Another younger brother laughed obscenely, and the words he said were unbearable to hear. At this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a gust of cold wind swept in. The brothers in the room were stunned by this sudden change, and a deep dent was left on the security door. A man in black clothes and a skull mask stood at the door. He walked into the room step by step with steady steps, and every step seemed to step heavily on the hearts of these people. You? What do you want to do? Huang Mao looked at the newcomer in horror, picked up the iron rod next to him, and took a defensive posture. However, the fear in his eyes could not be concealed. Lin Feng looked at these people coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Without any extra words, he went straight forward. Seeing this, Huang Mao no longer hesitated and swung the iron rod towards Lin Feng's head. The iron rod made a whistling sound, as if it was going to knock down the enemy in front of him. But Lin Feng was not moved at all. He stretched out his hand and let the iron rod hit his hand, making a crisp, clang sound. The yellow-haired man's hands were instantly numbed by the shock, and the iron rod was easily snatched from Lin Feng's hand like a small wooden stick. The next second, Lin Feng turned around and smashed the iron rod hard on the yellow-haired man's shoulder blade. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed in the room. The yellow-haired man let out a shrill scream and was then kicked away by Lin Feng. He hit the wall heavily, and the pendants on the wall fell down one after another. Lin Feng did not stop and quickly scanned the room. The remaining brothers were already scared out of their wits. Usually, they relied on their numbers to bully the innocent, but now facing such a powerful enemy, they could only kowtow and beg for mercy, and they didn't even dare to think of resisting. Lin Feng had no sympathy for this. His eyes were filled with indifference and determination. He approached the gangsters. The iron rod in his hand was like the sickle of the god of death. Every swing took away a person's future. After a moment, the room was filled with rhythmic knocking sounds. It was the sound of bones breaking, shaking everyone's heart like a war drum. This group of people never thought that the students they bullied would have such revenge, and they never thought that someone would come to punish them like this today. Lin Feng did not kill them, but chose to turn them into disabled people. Their kneecaps were smashed into pieces, and they had to spend the rest of their lives in wheelchairs. Skarasen upstairs finally noticed something was wrong downstairs. He pushed open the door with his upper body naked, and saw that all his men downstairs had fallen down, covered in blood. Standing at the door was a man in black with a skull mask, holding an iron rod, staring at him coldly. Skarasen's heart suddenly sank, and he turned around and wanted to escape back to the room to get his weapon. But Lin Feng had already seen through his intention, and he jumped directly from the downstairs to the second floor. This leap frightened Scar so much that his face turned pale, especially the look in the skull mask, which was creepy, like a demon from hell. "Brother, uncle, please spare my life. I will give you whatever you want. There is also a girl in the room. You can take it." Skarasen pleaded in fear, speaking incoherently to delay time. Lin Feng snorted coldly, ignored his pleas, and swung the iron rod to hit his shin bone. Scar let out a scream, his voice hoarse, and rolled on the ground in agony. Lin Feng didn't even look at him, turned around and left the room, leaving Skarasen covered in blood lying on the ground, struggling for help, but no one paid any attention to him. The young woman in the house walked to the door tremblingly and stuck her head out, seeing the blood all over the floor and the iron rod stuck in Skarasen's body. She was horrified, but also felt a sense of relief. She knew that this might be retribution. Lin Feng returned to his room, placed the tranquilizing pendant on the desk, turned on his computer, and continued typing. He knew that everything he did tonight would leave no trace, and the fate of these hooligans was already determined. Even if Nanmo's laws were lenient to them, they could not escape the punishment of fate. Not long after, Ling Hao's cell phone rang. He answered the call, and his expression suddenly became solemn. "Captain Ling, something happened in the ancient city district. Scarface Asen and his gang were all killed. The methods were extremely cruel. Preliminary suspicion is that this person has a special hobby." The voice on the other end of the phone was nervous, as if the situation was out of their control. When Ling Hao received the news, he was a little surprised at first, but when he heard that it was Skarasen and his gang, his surprise gradually subsided. This group of people had committed many evil things, and now they were subjected to such retribution, which seemed to be expected. However, such a big thing had happened. So Ling Hao still had to go and see the situation in person. Outside the Haiteng Hospital in Jiangnan, there was silence, but Ling Hao's arrival broke the tranquility. "Xiao Zhang, what's the situation now?" Ling Hao asked as soon as he arrived at the scene. Zhang Fei frowned, his tone heavy. "Captain Ling, Skarasen is completely disabled. His 3 legs are smashed into a ball. But he is lucky, he is still alive. The same goes for his subordinates. Their legs were smashed to pieces. They can only spend the rest of their lives in a wheelchair. Ling Hao's heart sank slightly as he listened to Zhang Fei's description. Although Scarface Asan deserved his punishment, he still felt uneasy because the perpetrator's methods were so cruel. Did they reveal the identity of the attacker? Ling Hao continued to ask. Zhang Fei nodded and replied, they said the assailant was dressed in black and wearing a skull mask, and he subdued them with one move. The most amazing thing is that he was able to jump up to the second floor, which is 4 meters high. This is absolutely impossible for ordinary people. Ling Hao had a vague guess when he heard this. As the captain of the patrol team, he knew something about the supernatural beings and monks. Whenever missing cases occurred frequently, he would report to the bureau and apply for special support. Although this situation is not common, Ling Hao knows that in Nammo country, there are some special people who possess incredible powers. After they are discharged from the hospital, interrogate them again in detail to see if there are any details that have been missed. Ling Hao instructed. Yes, Captain Ling. Zhang Fei responded with a hint of relief in his tone. He had no sympathy for the evil man like Scarface Asan, but instead felt that the result this time just made the area a lot quieter. Ling Hao nodded, then turned and left, but he couldn't help but remember Scar's threat to him yesterday. He secretly sighed that the speed of reincarnation was so fast. Although Ling Hao had no idea who had done the attack, he knew that every ruthless person would be punished by his own will, and there were indeed some people in this world who could not be judged by common sense. After returning home, Lin Feng felt a little tired after typing 8,000 words. He rubbed his sore wrists, but his heart was full of satisfaction. Although he now has a new life goal, writing is still a part of his life. The next morning, when Gu Qianqian turned on her phone, she saw the class group was buzzing with excitement. It turned out that the classmates were discussing the news that Scarface and his gang had been crippled. Gu Qianqian was originally worried, afraid that she would meet them at school today, but she didn't expect to hear the news that Scar had been dealt with so soon, and she immediately felt relieved. Lu Changxi, don't post messages like this that are not related to study in the group. The head teacher's warning instantly quieted the group. After all, Gu Qianqian's class was the best graduating class in the school, and most of the classmates came from prominent families, so there were naturally some well-informed people. Gu Qianqian was about to go out when Lin Feng suddenly handed her a small star-shaped pendant. Qianqian, take this with you. Lin Feng said with a smile. Gu Qianqian took the pendant and was pleasantly surprised to find that the pendant was not only exquisitely shaped, but also emitted a faint blue light, which was very beautiful. Remember, wear it well and don't give it to others. Lin Feng reminded. Gu Qianqian carefully put on the pendant and asked happily, Brother, this pendant is so beautiful. Where did you buy it? It should be very expensive, right? I bought it online. It didn't cost much. Lin Feng answered vaguely. He didn't want Qianqian to know too much about the system. As long as she was safe, that was enough. Thank you, brother. I'm leaving now. Remember to soak your legs with herbs every day. Gu Qianqian waved goodbye with a happy smile on her face. Lin Feng watched her leave, feeling emotional. This girl is becoming more and more sensible. Now his leg has recovered 90%, and he is ready to tell Qianqian the good news when she comes home next time. At the same time, in the training base of the capital of Nammo, a slender woman with a ponytail was conducting a combat drill. She was wearing white hot pants and a tight top, and her punches were whistling, and each punch dented the alloy armored tank, echoing throughout the training ground. She is Yi Chuyin, an SS-level awakener of the power of the earth. She is only 24 years old, but she is already one of the most powerful psychics in Nammo country. Yi Chuyin's fists were like thunder, and every punch carried irresistible force that could easily destroy any obstacle. After the drill, Yi Chuyin walked back to the dormitory, turned on her mobile phone, and started listening to her favorite audio novel. Green God of War, Chapter 1. Turning green will make you stronger. A familiar voice came from the headset. Yi Chuyin couldn't help but chuckle, thinking silently in her heart. This author has cut the book again. When I have time, I must find him through the internet and teach him a lesson. Yi Chuyin took a quick shower, put on a black gown, and walked out of the room with her black hair draped over her shoulders. Her beauty was amazing. Her eyebrows were picturesque, her skin was white as snow, and her tall figure was dazzling. She walked into the living room and saw Xiang Hui, who came to visit. What do you want from me this time? Yi Chuyin asked straight to the point. Xiang Hui put down his teacup, his expression solemn. An S-level golden armored ghost appeared in Jiangnan City. I need your help, and I want to capture it alive. Yi Chuyin raised her eyebrows, somewhat surprised by Xiang Hui's request. You can't even handle an S-level golden armored ghost? Xiang Hui smiled bitterly and said, That guy is extremely powerful. My flying sword is almost ineffective against it, and it is very cunning. It just so happens that my master is in seclusion these days, and the other uncles are also busy with important matters, so no one can help. Yichuin pondered for a moment and nodded. For her, catching an S-level ghost was not a difficult task, not to mention that the location was in Jiangnan, so she could just go and see someone. Magnolia Middle School is the most prestigious high school in Jiangnan City. Every year, the number of students who take the entrance exam to Imperial Capital University accounts for more than 70% of the city's total. With such a high admission rate, the admission threshold of Magnolia Middle School is extremely high. Only two types of people can enter this school. One is the second-generation children of the powerful, and the other is students with excellent academic performance. Gu Qianqian, with her outstanding grades, successfully entered this prestigious school. The campus seemed particularly peaceful in the early morning under the sunshine. However, this tranquility was broken by warm laughter when Gu Qianqian and her good friend Lingyi met. Qianqian. Lingyi, with flowing long hair and wearing a school uniform, was as beautiful as a person in a painting. She waved and greeted Gu Qianqian. Lingyi. Gu Qianqian responded with a smile. The two were classmates and roommates in the same dormitory. Due to their similar backgrounds and personalities, they had always had a good relationship and were even recognized as campus beauties. However, Gu Qianqian and her roommates do not always live in harmony, especially with Renyu and Guan Linlin, two roommates with whom they do not have a good relationship. When Gu Qianqian and Lingyi walked into the dormitory, they were greeted by Renyu's cold gaze. Renyu was sitting lazily on the bench, applying nail polish, her two long black silk legs draped recklessly on Gu Qianqian's bed sheets. Only when he saw Gu Qianqian coming in did he reluctantly retract his legs. Gu Qianqian didn't say much, but just quietly tidied up the wrinkled sheets. Although she was sunny and confident, she knew that her family was ordinary, so she often suffered some verbal bullying in the dormitory. Fortunately, with Lingyi's support and help, Gu Qianqian felt a little comforted. Linlin, look at the necklace my father gave me yesterday. Isn't it beautiful? Renyu proudly took out an exquisite glass necklace from a box and showed it off in front of Guan Linlin. Isn't this the limited edition of Master Zhou Xiaofu? It has just been released. It must be worth several million, right? Guan Linlin said with envy on her face. Haha, it's not much money, just a few million. Renyu smiled proudly, her words full of superiority. Although her appearance was not as good as Gu Qianqian's, she could always find confidence in these material things with the strong family background. Gu Qianqian watched all this without making any comments. She never cared about the material gap, but cherished the feelings of her family and friends more. When Gu Qianqian was about to change her clothes, she accidentally revealed the tranquilizing pendant that Lin Feng had given her. The six-pointed star-shaped pendant flashed a faint blue light in the sun, attracting Ling Yi's attention. Hey, Qianqian, your necklace is so beautiful. Ling Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Haha, my brother bought it. Gu Qianqian replied with a sweet smile. To her, this necklace is not only a piece of jewelry, but also a symbol of her brother's care for her. Renyu and Guan Linlin also noticed the necklace. Although they had seen many precious jewels, the necklace worn by Gu Qianqian surprised them. Its design was simple and exquisite, and the blue jade inlaid in the middle was unique. What necklace? Let me see it. Renyu reached out to take Gu Qianqian's necklace, but was blocked by Gu Qianqian. Go away. What do you want to do? Gu Qianqian rejected Renyu's request without hesitation. She was disgusted by Renyu's behavior of wanting to take other people's things without consent. It's just a broken necklace, but you treat it as a treasure? Who would want to see it? Renyu said disdainfully. She didn't believe that Gu Qianqian's brother could give her anything valuable. It must be a cheap thing. No matter how broken the necklace is, it was given to me by my brother. You don't need to look down on it. Gu Qianqian fought back without showing any weakness. She would never allow anyone to slander the gift Lin Feng gave her. Are you done yet? Don't think you're great just because your family is rich. Lingyi couldn't bear it and said coldly. Haha, I'm just taking a look. Captain Ling's daughter is really arrogant. Guan Linlin said provocatively. You are so arrogant. Do you want to practice with me? Lingyi rolled up her sleeves and said. Obviously, she could no longer bear it. She had learned martial arts from her father since she was a child, so she was naturally not afraid of these spoiled rich girls. Okay, you're so cruel, just wait. Guan Linlin obviously knew that she was no match for Lingyi, so she dealt with it anyway, but she had already made up her mind. Just wait, who's afraid of who? Lingyi did not give in. He took Gu Qianqian's hand and left the dormitory. In the corridor, Lingyi patted Gu Qianqian's shoulder and consoled her with a smile. Don't worry, Qianqian, we are all good friends. Just bear with it for a few more months, and everything will be fine after the college entrance examination. Gu Qianqian nodded gratefully, feeling warm in her heart. Although she sometimes encountered troubles at school, she knew that with a friend like Ling Yi by her side, everything would not be too bad. Ren Yu looked at the backs of Gu Qianqian and Ling Yi leaving, with a sinister smile on her face. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Uncle One. I have something to trouble you with. I can't touch her at school, but her disabled brother, can I? During the night study time, Gu Qianqian sat upright in the classroom and opened a book called 10 Years of College Entrance Examination and 6 Years of Simulation. Strangely, Gu Qianqian's thinking was particularly clear today. In the past, she could only think of 2 solutions to a problem at most, but today her inspiration seemed to be flowing like a spring. She could even think of 5 or 6 solutions to a problem, and she could clearly remember which page of which book she had seen a similar problem. Gu Qianqian wrote quickly on the test paper, her thoughts flowing smoothly. 2 hours later, the self-study class was over, and Gu Qianqian had finished the entire exercise book. Gu Qianqian looked up at the clock in the classroom and was a little surprised. She finished so fast and didn't feel tired at all. On the way back to the dormitory, Gu Qianqian met a person who gave her a headache, Qiao Shan. Qiao Shan stood at the door of the dormitory with a few cups of milk tea, looking at Gu Qianqian expectantly. Gu Qianqian, I specially asked someone to buy this big cup of milk tea from the city. Try it. Qiao Shan said with a shy face. Gu Qianqian frowned. She was fed up with Qiao Shan's nagging behavior. Although she had rejected him many times, Qiao Shan still didn't give up. No need. Drinking too much will make you fat. You should drink less. Gu Qianqian said in a cold tone and closed the dormitory door directly. Qiao Shan stood outside the door, a trace of disappointment flashing across his face. As the son of the chairman of a large health chain store in Jiangnan City, he had always lived a life of being sought after and had never encountered such a cold reception. However, he had no way to deal with Gu Qianqian. Her rejection made Qiao Shan feel powerless and also made him more obsessed with this unique girl. A few nights later, the moonlight was as cold as water, sprinkling on the roofs of Jiangnan City. Lin Feng stood on the top of a tall building, looking out at the night view of the city. The tasks issued by the system every day made Lin Feng gradually accustomed to the rhythm of fighting monsters. Although his luck in draws was not as good as before recently, he still accumulated a lot of practical items. A few pills, a few talismans, and a small space ring. Ding ding, hunt 5 C-level monsters, and you will be rewarded with 500 hunting points, plus 2 mysterious lotteries. The system's prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng put down his phone and ended the game of King of Glory he was playing. On the game screen, the gray picture and the record of 0-12-1 were particularly glaring. He shook his head helplessly and said to himself, it seems that Liu Ban is not suitable for me. Night is the best time for Lin Feng to act. He puts on his death suit and wanders in the night. The information given by the system shows that this world not only has awakened people with special abilities, but also cultivators. Those cultivators possess flying swords and talismans that allow them to fly into the sky and hide underground. However, their whereabouts are controlled by certain special organizations. Lin Feng understood that he was still far from reaching the level of these cultivators, but he believed that as he became stronger, more secrets would gradually be revealed. As night fell, Lin Feng stood on the top of a tall building, ready to start tonight's action. He took out a coin and threw it into the air. When the coin landed, the direction of his action was determined. Host, if you wear your underwear outside, you will really look a bit like Batman. The system suddenly interrupted and teased. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Ever since he got familiar with the system, he found that this death system actually had a sense of humor and was no longer as cold as it was at the beginning. Lin Feng's eyes were suddenly attracted by a dark figure in the distance. It was a man in black clothes and a long hat, holding a long chain in his hand. On the hat were written the words, Peace in the World. Level unknown, the underworld demon. The system immediately marked the other party's identity. Someone from the underworld? What is he doing? Lin Feng asked. When He Wucheng takes action, his purpose is naturally to capture the most vicious ghosts, the system explained. The black impermanents seemed to be aware of Lin Feng's presence and looked up at him. With just this one glance, Lin Feng felt a bone-chilling chill and his legs began to tremble involuntarily. People from the underworld are doing things that you cannot spy on now, so hurry up and leave. The system's voice became serious. Lin Feng came to his senses and immediately used the instant body movement technique, instantly disappearing into the night. This kid actually has a pair of ghost eyes. What an interesting guy. He Wuchang smiled to himself, then continued walking towards a dilapidated house. The workload of the underworld has become heavier with the explosive increase in ghosts. Even a ghost commander like He Wuchang has to work 996. Lin Feng's figure appeared again on another tall building. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he recalled the eye contact just now with lingering fear. The people in the underworld are really scary. What kind of evil ghost is he trying to catch? Lin Feng said to himself. After this encounter, Lin Feng acted more cautiously. He realized that the world he lived in was far more complicated than he had imagined, and there were too many secrets in it. Only by becoming stronger could he uncover these secrets one by one. In a small open-air playground, Lin Feng had a fierce battle with a big-breasted female ghost with a sticking tongue. The female ghost moved quickly and suddenly wrapped around Lin Feng, pinching his neck with her sharp claws. Her long tongue dripped with saliva as she kept sniffing at him. I was careless. Lin Feng thought to himself that something was wrong. It's Class C. You must have seen it wrong. The system's voice sounded. I didn't mention the ability level. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had just hunted 4C level ghosts in a row, and his spiritual power was almost exhausted. He was about to take a breath for a while, but unexpectedly he was ambushed by this female ghost. The ghost girl's hair tightly wrapped around Lin Feng, and her cold tongue got closer and closer to his neck. So much young energy, it must be delicious. The female ghost murmured in a low voice. Her voice was charming, but her face was ashen and she looked extremely weird with her long tongue sticking out. I'm in trouble. Lin Feng felt a little depressed. His spiritual power was almost exhausted. Seeing that the female ghost's fangs were about to bite down, Lin Feng's mind moved and he suddenly thought of a countermeasure. A talisman appeared out of thin air in Lin Feng's bound hands, and the talisman was right on her chest. Big breasts are not necessarily a good thing. Lin Feng sneered and quickly activated the talisman. Explode! Lin Feng shouted. With a loud bang, Lin Feng and the female ghost were blown away at the same time, and the female ghost was directly blown to pieces. Although Lin Feng survived, his left arm was blown to pieces. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible, and blood kept gushing out. Lin Feng quickly took out a few pills from his space ring and swallowed them. After the pills entered his mouth, he felt a cool sensation. The bleeding from his wounds gradually stopped, and the broken flesh began to slowly heal. With the help of the restoring pill, Lin Feng's spiritual power recovered quickly and his complexion gradually improved. With your looks, you dare to suck me? You're not even as good as that well ghost. Lin Feng shouted angrily and quickly fought back. Ghost Path 47, Karma Fire. He slapped out with his palm, and the flames instantly surrounded another F-level female ghost. The female ghost's screams echoed in the night sky, and soon turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared without a trace. Ding ding, your ghost technique has been upgraded to LV2. Your instant body technique has been upgraded to LV2. Your void technique has been upgraded to LV2, and your spiritual power limit has been increased. You will receive a 500 hunting points reward and 2 chances to draw a lottery. Do you want to start drawing now? Lin Feng did not hesitate and immediately chose to draw the lottery. The turntable appeared in front of him again. After one time, the system prompts, congratulations to the host. You have obtained the exclusive weapon of the god of death, Phantom Moon. Well, go ahead. Lin Feng suppressed his inner excitement and continued drawing the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have achieved weapon mastery level 1. Lin Feng looked at the Huanyue in his hand. It was dark and slender, with light flickering on the sword, making it look mysterious and powerful. Host, if you survive a disaster, there will be good fortune in the future. Look, isn't this good thing coming? The system teased. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. How dare you say that? I almost died just now. The system explained calmly. Host, there are some things I cannot interfere with. I can only provide assistance. Many times, only you can save yourself. Lin Feng was silent for a moment. He knew that the system was right. If he hadn't prepared the talismans and elixirs in advance, this time he might have been in great danger. It seems I have to be more careful next time. Lin Feng silently put the Huanyue back into the space ring. With this weapon, he no longer needs to rely on his fists to fight ghosts. Chapter 9, Underwater Fishing. Jiangnan City, Shaoshan Villa District. Uncle 1, this is the information you requested. In a large villa, an old man was sitting on the sofa, looking at a document. Even though it was arranged by the young lady, it still needs to be done nicely. Let Ping Si do it, and teach him an unforgettable lesson. Wencheng took a look and threw it aside and said, Lin Feng's information was not complicated, but the person who investigated wrote it in great detail, and it was obvious that he had put a lot of thought into it. Yes, Uncle Wen, the man in black retreated respectfully. Wencheng is the chief steward of the Ren family. When he was young, he started working with Ran Yu's father Ren Xiong and gained Ren Xiong's trust. Today, Wencheng is basically responsible for taking care of all matters big and small in the Ren family. Ancient city community. Lin Feng is cleaning the house. Today is Friday. Gu Qianqian will come back early. Now that his leg has healed, he naturally can't let her do the cleaning of the house anymore. In half a day, he had cleaned the living room, kitchen, and shallow room thoroughly. Boom! Suddenly the door was kicked open and Lin Feng was stunned. He was standing on a chair cleaning the lamp at the moment, and the door was kicked open quite suddenly. He saw a 30-year-old man dressed in black. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, he looks like a gangster. He suddenly appeared at home. The bucket of water that was placed at the door when I was mopping the floor just now was also kicked over. The water spilled all over the ground. This is interesting. Luo, who was also stunned. He saw a man in a white shirt standing on a chair and cleaning a lamp. He had seen the man's appearance in a photo. Wasn't he Lin Feng? But the information said that he had a leg disease and could only move in a wheelchair. Could it be that the information given by the boss is wrong? But it doesn't matter. He saw that Lin Feng looked to be no more than 23 or 24 years old and had no other problems. He looks quite energetic, especially his face. He looks like he deserves a beating. Being handsome is his original sin. Who are you? Lin Feng jumped down from the bench and questioned. He really didn't know this strange man. Boy, it seems you are not a cripple. I can rest assured when I fight you. Luo, who said with a grim smile, I can break your legs without any worries. Is that so? Lin Feng stood in front of Luo, who, even a head taller than him. Haha, young man. Remember that there are some people you cannot mess with. Tell your sister to respect her classmates at school. This is what Ping Si instructed Luo Hu to convey. Let Qianqian learn to be respectful. It seems someone wants to make trouble for her, Lin Feng said coldly. Luo Hu swung a whip kick directly at Lin Feng's abdomen. Lin Feng just dodged to the side. Boy, that's quite interesting. Luo Hu kicked him again with a whip kick. Why is it so slow? Lin Feng hesitated. He saw that Luo Hu's leg movements seemed to have slowed down a lot. The left and right hands kept moving in slow motion. During this period, he had many dealings with ghosts. Those ghosts attacked swiftly and fiercely, and Luo Hu was no match for them. Naturally, it is far from that. But he didn't think too much about it. If someone was causing trouble, he would naturally deal with him first. He grabbed Luo Hu's left arm with his right hand. With a gentle twist, you can hear the sound of crisp bones crackling. Then press down again. Click. Luo Hu's hand was pressed into a V shape. Ah! Luo Hu's screams echoed throughout the building. Lin Feng did not loosen his hand and kept pressing it. Luo Hu became frightened and broke his left arm with one move. This strength is much stronger than Ping Si. Tell me, who asked you to pass the message? Lin Feng asked. Ping Si, Luo Hu said repeatedly. At this time, he didn't dare to be stubborn anymore, and one move broke his arm. Who was Ping Si? Lin Feng didn't know much about the gangsters out there. Lin Feng grabbed Luo Hu's other hand and twisted it again. There was a crackling sound. There were green runes flashing in his eyes, in Luo Hu's view. He felt an inexplicable fear and dared not look Lin Feng in the eye again. Just with that glance, his heart seemed to stop beating. He regretted it, as he thought it was an easy job. I didn't expect that both of his arms would be broken. This time, we really hit a tough guy. Blood and sweat kept falling from his body and dripping onto the ground. Let me go, let me go. I'll do anything you ask me to do. Luo Hu said this while enduring the severe pain, but he did not dare to look Lin Feng directly in the eyes. He would rather be beaten to death by Ping Si than to look at these terrifying eyes again. Lin Feng looked at the time and saw Qianqian would be back soon. As we all know, he never waits for revenge. He just caused trouble for others. Don't you want to break my leg? He took out a pill and pinched Luo Hu's mouth open. Then he stuffed the pill directly into it. This is a bone-eating pill. After taking it, you will suffer from being bitten by thousands of insects within 10 hours. Even if ordinary people survive, their spirit will collapse and they will fall into a painful illusion. Lin Feng lifted Luo Hu's head, stared into his eyes and said, Put this stone near Ping Si's residence. Yes, yes, Luo Hu answered repeatedly while enduring the severe pain. He felt that his breathing was already difficult, not to mention asking him to throw stones, even asking him to jump down. He didn't even hesitate. Those strange eyes had always been imprinted in his mind, as if they were staring at him all the time. He dared not have any extra thoughts. Of course, you can also choose to inform on others, and the pill will teach you how to behave. I dare not, Luo, who is just a small gangster. Even Ping Si was just a leader, in his opinion. Ping Si's fate may be even worse than his. Thinking about the pain of broken hand today, he nodded heavily again. P.S. The villains in this book will not come back repeatedly, so killing or crippling people is usually done according to the needs of the plot. Sometimes killing is good, sometimes crippling is good. Killing and burning to ashes all the time is boring. Half an hour later. Brother, I'm back? Gu Qianqian pushed the door open and saw that the room was clean. There was not a single piece of toilet paper in the trash can, and Lin Feng's wheelchair was still placed in front of the desk. Shallow. Lin Feng walked out slowly from another room. Brother, you? Gu Qianqian was surprised for a moment, and her words became unclear. The herbs and the 2 rooster eggs you took last week are really effective, Lin Feng said softly. Under the strong warning from the system, he finally thought of the words. Since this girl believes these things, we might as well attribute all of it to her. Regarding superpowers, what the system said makes sense. Tell Qianqian that you have mastered superpowers, and then what? Just be happy with yourself, that's all. After all, Lin Feng had no plans to join the national team, and he used his abilities almost entirely at night. It can be said that many things cannot be seen in the light. Brother, that's great. Gu Qianqian couldn't help but rush over and hug Lin Feng. Hey, Qianqian, don't cry. Isn't this a happy thing? Lin Feng said, patting Gu Qianqian's shoulder. After hugging for about 10 minutes, Lin Feng gently pushed Gu Qianqian away. Use tissue to wipe away her tears. You've been studying hard lately, let's go out for a nice meal today. Lin Feng rubbed Gu Qianqian's head and said, Okay, I'll go change my clothes first. Gu Qianqian said this as she returned to her small bedroom. Brother, your leg is finally healed. She now finds it hard to believe and thinks she is still dreaming. If I hadn't pinched my arm hard just now, the intense pain told her that everything was real. I didn't expect those 2 eggs to be so effective. Her brother finally stood up again. Today, it was Gu Qianqian who pushed Lin Feng out again. Gu Qianqian thought that Lin Feng's leg condition had just improved, and he still needed some treatment. It's a pity that the laying rooster had been stewed. Otherwise, she would have liked to ask for 2 more eggs to give to Lin Feng as a supplement. Today, Gu Qianqian was wearing light blue clothes and had her hair tied in a ponytail. A white miniskirt and a pair of white sneakers. Although simple and plain, it still attracted the attention of many passers-by. Underwater fishing. I haven't eaten hot pot for a long time. Let's eat here, Lin Feng said, pointing to the name of the Shuidi Lao restaurant. Brother, I heard it's a bit expensive. Gu Qianqian was a little hesitant. She knew that it was not easy for Lin Feng to make money. I've been typing away in the middle of the night. It's okay. I'm happy for a rare time. I haven't eaten for a long time, Lin Feng said with a smile. The underwater fishing business was indeed good. Lin Feng and Gu Qianqian waited in line for half an hour before their number was called. When ordering food, Lin Feng saw that Gu Qianqian was still a little shy, so he only checked the cheap ones. He picked up the menu and started checking the items. It was a rare opportunity for him to bring Qianqian out. Of course I have to eat better, even though I only made 3,000 yuan from catching ghosts this week. It is enough for him. As long as he works harder, he will be able to earn more. Gu Qianqian looked at the pile of ticks and couldn't help but speak. Brother, this is too much. You will get fat if you eat too much. It's okay. Eat more and replenish your body. Girls are more cute when they are fatter, Lin Feng said with a smile. Is it only when you gain weight that you are cute? Gu Qianqian muttered. The hot pot meal lasted an hour and a half. Lin Feng enjoyed the meal very much. This was his first big meal after traveling through time. Gu Qianqian was also very satisfied with the meal. The dishes Lin Feng ordered were really too many, and she had to work very hard to clear the plate. My stomach is just a little bloated. Dear guests, today is the 30th anniversary celebration of our underwater fishing. You too can use the receipt to participate in the anniversary event and win a big prize. A waitress in uniform handed a receipt to Lin Feng. Activities? Then let's take a look, Lin Feng thought. The egg-laying rooster joke comes from a skit. Chapter 10. Skilled Left-Handed Writer. The activity area was on the 2nd floor, and the 2 took the elevator up. It is indeed very lively there, with a large area set up with various challenging projects. Lottery, guessing game PK. There are also many couple games, such as kissing for half an hour, rewarding 40% off coupons, etc. There were already several couples exercising in the middle of the field. They also used some exaggerated movements, such as kissing directly on the waist. Gu Qianqian's ears turned red and she was extremely shy. This scene was indeed not suitable for this pair of non-blood siblings. Lin Feng was also a little embarrassed. He didn't expect such a passionate scene. It was so full of writing inspiration that he couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Extreme ring toss. Are there any friends who want to try it? If you hit the target 10 times in a row, you can win a super big prize. Accompanied by a passionate voice, Lin Feng's attention was attracted. Many people have tried it there. There is a large shelf in the center of the game table, with 10 different objects on it. The difficulty increases from near to far, and Lin Feng watched for a while. The luckiest one only won 8. Received 5 10% discount cards. And the game sign says, hit 10. Get a VIP diamond card for underwater fishing, and enjoy a free underwater fishing meal for 1 year. Limited to 2 people per use. The intensity of this activity is indeed very attractive, but most people come here for other small prizes. As long as you get 5 sets, you can get a 50% discount coupon, which is a very good reward. 10? Just kidding. The last 2 pendants are placed so perfectly, fitting right in the corner. No matter how much force you use, it won't get in. Even if you throw it with just the right amount of force, it will easily be blocked by the sharp corner next to it. Brother, you try it, Gu Qianqian said, holding Lin Feng's hand. 10 circles over here, Gu Qianqian said to the host. After verifying the receipt, the host quickly handed the ring to Gu Qianqian. He originally thought that it was the little girl who was putting the ring on, but he didn't expect that the little girl directly handed the ring to a man in a wheelchair next to her. The man was quite handsome, but unfortunately there seemed to be something wrong with his legs. Otherwise, the two of them are quite a good match. Let us witness how this guy challenges the free meal, the host continued to shout passionately. Before the challenge, can I ask a question? Lin Feng suddenly said to the host. Young man, please speak. If I win 10, can you order takeout and send it to my house? You see, my legs and feet are a little inconvenient. Lin Feng said somewhat implicitly. This? The host was a little stunned. The voting hasn't even started yet, and you're already thinking about ordering takeout? Okay. A person in charge of underwater fishing nodded to the host. They had tested it long ago and found that in order to hit the 10th one must master special strengths and little tricks. The probability is pitifully small. So he didn't worry at all about whether to deliver the takeaway or not. No problem. As long as you win 10, we'll deliver to wherever you choose. Just cast your vote with confidence, brother. The host responded immediately. So Lin Feng slowly stood up in front of everyone. Of course, you still have to get into the right posture when putting the ring on. Whoosh. Whoosh. That's 7. This guy has 7 circles. More and more people gathered around. Gu Qianqian also had a look of admiration on her face. Her brother is so amazing. Even though his leg has been injured for so many years, he has still not stopped practicing martial arts. They were all worn with left hands, but she remembered that Lin Feng was not left-handed. Why is the left hand so skillful? It's 8 now. The host also became excited. This is the second time today that someone has hit the 8th ring. Is it possible to break 9? When Lin Feng was about to throw the 9th ball, he suddenly saw a little girl running to the center of the field. Soul? Lin Feng was a little surprised. The girl was only about 6 or 7 years old, with 2 pigtails, wearing a beige dress. Seems to be searching for something in the venue. Occasionally, he exchanged glances with Lin Feng. Brother, what's wrong? Gu Qianqian and other viewers saw that Lin Feng was a little dazed. I was in a daze for more than 3 minutes. Nothing. Lin Feng came to his senses and the little girl disappeared again. He gently threw the ring in his hand away. The force was just right, and it was thrown out in a graceful arc and firmly placed on the head of the pendant. 9. 9 already. This guy has 9 circles, and he already has a 10% discount card for half a year. Is there a chance to sprint to a year of free meals? Let us witness a miracle, the host shouted excitedly. Anyway, the person in charge promised to deliver the food to your home, but he is not responsible. Naturally, I want to see if anyone can win the grand prize. More and more people are gathering around. This is the free meal of the year. Qianqian, someone suddenly called out. Hey, Ling Yi. Gu Qianqian turned her head and saw that it was Ling Yi. She was wearing a long white dress today and holding a big rag doll in her hands. She is dressed very cutely. It instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. Is this your brother? Ling Yi asked, pointing at Lin Feng who was studying the 10th ring. Yes, my brother got 9 of them right. Isn't that amazing? Gu Qianqian said with admiration. There are still some little stars in my eyes. Isn't he your brother? Lingy had never seen Lin Feng before, but had heard Gu Qianqian mention him. Her brother seems to have some problems with his legs and can only use a wheelchair. But he can stand now, right? He is handsome, tall and big, and doesn't look like a sick person at all. Lin Feng aimed at the angle and threw it towards the small sharp corner. With the rebound force, it directly hung on the 10th pendant. 10. Congratulations to this guy for eating and drinking for the whole year, the host yelled. The atmosphere at the scene has exploded. Hello, Brother Lin. Lingy greeted Lin Feng after he saw him make the investment. I was afraid that he would be distracted just now. You are Ling Yi. I've seen you before, Lin Feng said with a smile. Have we met before? Lingy was a little confused. I saw a photo of you in the notebook you gave her in Qianqian's room. Brother, you still have the nerve to say that. You called someone Ling Tai at the beginning? Gu Qianqian revealed the old story. Lin Feng laughed awkwardly twice. He also felt it was strange at first, wondering why such a good girl was given the name Iron. The Diamond VIP card was sent over after Lin Feng's information was simply registered. Under the envious eyes of everyone, Gu Qianqian pushed Lin Feng down again. Today's harvest was pretty good, and I can save on takeout in the future. It seems that after the system was activated, luck really came. The good days for these brother and sister are getting better and better. Yesterday, Langmi, the top brother on the list, left him a message, saying that he would come to Jiangnan City to do some business recently and would also like to treat him to a meal. This big guy on the list is a very honest person, so Lin Feng naturally has to treat him well. It would be appropriate to bring him here to fish underwater next time. Big Brother Bang had been pursuing his books for several years, and he would always remember the kindness he showed him. If it weren't for his elder brother's support, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. So he would often write something special just for his elder brother and give him a good push. Chapter 11. Cutting the Moon. When she returned home, Qianqian still looked excited. For a family like theirs, it's hard to fish out free meals from the bottom of the water for a year. It's a huge reward. Everything today seemed like a dream in her eyes. Her brother's legs suddenly got better, and she even won a big prize when she went out to eat hot pot. Is the god of luck finally beginning to favor their family? Qianqian, you should get some rest early. The college entrance examination is just a few months away, so you have to work hard, Lin Feng said while touching Gu Qianqian's forehead. Everything now is just the beginning, and the future of the two of them will definitely be better. Yeah, brother, you should also rest early and don't be too tired. Gu Qianqian felt a little distressed when she knew that her brother still had to write at night. Lin Feng returned to the room and locked the door. I sat on the bed for a while, waiting for the next room to quiet down. Only then were we ready to set off. Void. The skull mask appeared on Lin Feng's face again, and he sensed the location of Luohu's stone. The distance is quite far. The low-level map shows it is at least 15 kilometers. He leaped up and landed on the roof of the next house. Under the cover of night, move forward quickly. Target flat 4 home. It was a large house, hidden in a corner, and guarded by many men. Pingxi, as a local boss, has considerable influence here. Of course, I have made many enemies, so I am always on guard. Whoosh. Lin Feng flashed to the place where Luo threw the stone. Why are there runes? Lin Feng was a little surprised. He saw blood-red formation runes flashing under an old locust tree in front of the house. There was actually a trace of blood seeping out from it. Surrounded by negative energy, this is not a normal environment. It looks a bit weird no matter how you look at it. In a magnificent room somewhere in the mansion. Master Gua, I have already prepared the girl you wanted. Born on July 7th, at 15:30, please take a look. A middle-aged man with a ferocious look and missing the middle finger on his right hand. He said respectfully to an old man in a green robe. Pingxi, you did a good job this time. You were able to help me find someone who meets the requirements so quickly. The old man in green robe also had a smile on his face. I'll give you this chi-breaking pill. Whether you can succeed this time depends on your luck. The old man took out a small emerald green bottle. This middle-grade chi-breaking pill has a certain probability of entering the chi-gathering stage after taking it. If you want to follow the path of a cultivator, gathering chi is the first essential step. P.S. The realm settings are Chi Gathering Stage, Chi Refining Stage, Foundation Establishment Stage, Golden Core Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, and Spiritualization Stage. The corresponding supernatural power levels are C, B, A, S, SS, SSS respectively. Thank you, Master Gua. Pingxi was very excited as he held the bottle. He didn't know how much he spent on this thing. He also learned by chance that there were actually monks in this world. If you can learn this method, you can fly into the sky and do anything. Unfortunately, he had no connections and naturally could not enter those mountain gates. Unexpectedly, he had some good luck 2 years ago, and an old man named Guoji found him. After Guoji demonstrated his skills, Pingxi was completely convinced by this man. He was determined to learn from a master and embark on the path of cultivation. But the old man had very high requirements and asked him to find a lot of special things. He has spent a lot of money on this in the past 2 years. Women are an indispensable part of it. If it were an ordinary woman, it would be easy. But his behavior is a little strange, and his date of birth and time of birth must match. However, the women all ended up in a miserable state. Basically, they were sucked dry of their blood and essence and then burned by the man's fire curse. Huh? Someone broke in from outside, Guoji suddenly said in a deep voice. He set up a special magic circle in this small courtyard, and anyone who entered it would be sensed by him. Lin Feng was sneaking in the dark, and he felt that there was something wrong with the formation under the locust tree. So he carefully sneaked in from the backyard. Suddenly, he saw the lights in the house to the north suddenly go out. Then in an instant a talisman came rushing towards him. He just dodged to the right, and the talisman brushed past his forehead. Then 2 more talismans flew out from the room. He did the same thing, and just moved his body slightly to dodge it nimbly. What? The talisman that he thought he had successfully avoided suddenly emitted a golden light. Several streams of light splashed out, forming a birdcage-like column of light with Lin Feng as the center. Directly trap Lin Feng in it. Haha, I wonder who you are, Excellency, to dare to intrude into my territory. This hand-drawn ground as prison talisman tastes good, right? The lights were turned on again, and Pingxi and Guoji walked out of the room. Not a cultivator, Guoji said after taking a look at Lin Feng. He could not sense the aura of a monk. Chi training period Lin Feng used the system's auxiliary function to take a quick look. A monk who was equivalent to a B-level psychic. He had never dealt with monks before, so he had to be cautious. If you still won't tell me, then I'll have to trouble Master Guo to help, Heiji said from behind. But he already had a guess in his mind, the skull mask plus this special costume. He does look somewhat similar to the man who killed Escalating. Could they be the same person? Did you kill all the women under the locust tree? Lin Feng did not respond. He asked to himself. He just saw several vengeful ghosts gathering under a tree, their bodies entangled in special rune chains. I don't know what the practice is, but it's definitely not a good thing. Haha, since you know everything, you have no choice but to stay here today. Once I kill you, I will naturally know who you are under the mask. Guoji no longer paid attention to anything else. These things must not be spread out. The people from the Supernatural Bureau are still tracking down his whereabouts. Lin Feng, trapped in this cage, was too weak in his eyes. He snapped his fingers slightly. The cage began to shrink slowly. There seems to be a special kind of pleasure in seeing people in cages, constantly being squeezed. Lin Feng just touched the bird cage lightly with his hand, and a small cut appeared on his hand. This special spiritual structure was indeed tougher than he had imagined. Looking at the cage that was getting smaller and smaller, Lin Feng's eyes were shining. When he found a suitable opportunity, he threw the dagger in his hand away. Like lightning and thunder. Whoosh! Guoji looked at the dagger that was flying towards him, and with just a slight movement of his index finger, the dagger deviated in direction. This level of flying knife skills is nothing to him. The monk's insight is quite sharp. Boy, you are still too young. Guoji seemed to have seen the fearful expression under Lin Feng's mask, and he was about to be torn into pieces by the cage. That invisible pleasure is coming. Instant body. A black shadow suddenly flashed, and there was no human figure in the cage. Lin Feng suddenly appeared behind him. Guoji hasn't reacted yet. He had never heard of a magical tool that could move through space. Lin Feng grasped the dagger with one hand and struck back. Taking advantage of Guoji's panic, he cut his neck directly. The system was right. The cultivator's physical body was indeed not that good. All thanks to that strange and unpredictable method. How come? Guoji covered his throat in disbelief. The cage was still shrinking, so how could this person escape? He stared with his eyes wide open, and he could not figure out the reason until his death. Please spare my life. Pingxi was so scared that he knelt down. Master Guo had his neck cut by this man, so how could he dare to be so arrogant? Let me ask you something. Lin Feng looked at the dead man very calmly. Please speak, sir. Pingxi's attitude was even more respectful. Who asked you to go to Lin Feng's house to cause trouble today? Lin Feng? Pingxi fell into reminiscence. After thinking for a while, he realized that it was he who asked Luo who to do it. Sir, This matter was arranged by Ren Xiong's butler Wen Cheng. I heard that it was his sister who offended Ren Xiong's daughter Ren Yu. Want to teach him a lesson? I didn't know that Lin Feng had any relationship with you. I was blind. Please spare my life. Ping Si felt extremely regretful. How could he have offended such a killing god? Ren family? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Yes, this is all arranged by Wenqing. Please spare my life. I have some good things here. I can give them to you. Ping Si saw that Lin Feng was hesitant and thought he would let him go. You've done a lot of bad things. The dagger in Lin Feng's hand turned into a black long sword like Tian Sua Zhanyu. With a puff sound, Ping Si looked at his chest in disbelief. There was such a huge hole. He just got the elixir today. How could this happen? Lin Feng took a look and immediately started a blazing fire, completely engulfing the house in flames. There are many innocent souls who died here. Only if there are fewer of them can these innocent souls be liberated. Host, you are decisive. I thought you were going to let him go, said the system. Why release it? He doesn't kill everyone and let everyone go. Those ruffians themselves had no power and no money. After being disabled, you can only live a miserable life. And this Ping Si has a lot of connections, but even if it is destroyed, there is still a possibility of rebuilding it. He has his own considerations for everything. We don't mainly kill indiscriminately, but we won't let any evildoers go either. But follow your heart. Chapter 12, Violent Goddess. The news of Ping Si's death spread that night, and naturally some people were happy and some were sad. Ping Si is a ruthless guy who has done a lot of bad things over the years, but he has good connections and has connections with people above him. He was like a tyrant at ordinary times, but who would have thought that he was stabbed to death at home? When the inspection bureau arrived, they only saw 2 charred bodies whose appearances were still recognizable. But there is no clue about the murderer this time. Almost everything in the house was burned. Captain Ling, how do we write this report? Zhang Fei saw that Ling Hao seemed to be having a headache. We don't need to deal with this matter. The higher-ups have sent people here, Ling Hao said helplessly. The photo of the burnt old man had just been uploaded to the intranet for identity verification. He received a call from the Supernatural Bureau, telling him that this person had a special identity. We will send someone to investigate. Just tell them to look after the body now. There have been major cases for 2 consecutive weeks, and the inspection chief looked very unhappy, so he was naturally scolded as well. Fortunately, the case involved is a special person and there are no strict requirements for solving the case. Ping Si is dead. His subordinates and enemies may take action. Brothers, please be careful, said Ling Hao and Zhang Fei. We cannot be careless now. If there are any more disputes over territory, it will be troublesome if the higher-ups blame us. Supernatural Bureau. It is a special organization composed of people with special abilities and monks. The headquarters is in the imperial capital, and there are branches in every city. Aims to assist cities in dealing with various supernatural and unnatural events. I have already inquired about the murder of Guoji, and it was not done by our people, said a young man. He has been hiding for so many years. I didn't expect him to be hiding in Jiangnan City, said a middle-aged man nearby. Death is a good thing, because it means there is one less person on the wanted list, said the young man, rubbing his forehead. Over the years, all kinds of strange things have happened one after another. They were assigned by the sect to go down the mountain to assist the Nanmo officials in dealing with supernatural matters. It has been more than 10 years. However, there have been a series of cases of unknown identities in Jiangnan City, so we have to send someone to investigate. I just don't know which sect this person is from, a disciple who came down the mountain to train, or someone who suddenly awakened to supernatural powers, the middle-aged man said slowly. However, we must find out his identity as soon as possible and not let him get out of our control. Well, I've already notified them, said the young man. The Namo government is also quite wary of this kind of Lone Ranger. To put it nicely, it is chivalrous and righteous, but to put it bluntly, it is wanton and reckless. Relying on his strength, he circumvented the country's trial. After Lin Feng returned home, he took out Guoji's storage bag. There are some common pills and some small bottles of different colors. One of the purple gold bottles caught Lin Feng's attention. The packaging is so exquisite, it must be extraordinary. Lin Feng also hesitated, but after taking it out, he directly opened the lid. A faint fragrance wafts towards me. System identification, verdant spiritual liquid, a substance refined using a variety of precious spiritual medicines. After taking it, the upper limit of spiritual power can be increased. Good stuff.
Lin Feng sighed.
The problem is that his spiritual power limit is a little insufficient, and many of his moves are not very coherent. You also need to take medicine to supplement it at any time. Lin Feng swallowed it in one gulp, and the thick liquid dispersed into his throat, transforming into a special pure energy that traveled. I felt extremely comfortable in my heart and mind all over my body. No wonder they all like to kill people and steal treasures. After Lin Feng recovered, he felt extremely relieved. Especially when killing evil cultivators, there is not much negative emotion in the heart. After relaxing for a while, he sat down at the head of the bed and continued typing. I saw a strange green light appear above the head of the god of war. Lin Feng typed on the keyboard very quickly. The performance has been pretty good during this period, and I already have several loyal readers reading it. It was the first time they had seen this weird green text, and the green was very creative. Of course, there were also many who criticized it. After all, this green method was beyond their imagination and made them a little panicked. Fortunately, his big brother on the list, Lang Mia, has amazing combat power. He never lost in a landing battle and always invited others to the capital to have chats. I guess this eldest brother's home should be in the imperial capital. Lin Feng didn't think about how much shock Ping Xi's death would cause. For him, there are two most important things at the moment. The first is the college entrance examination, and the second is to earn money to buy a house. This little house really needs to be replaced. Some time passed. Regardless of whether the system has issued any tasks or not, Lin Feng goes out to catch evil spirits for a few hours every night. In the past half-month, his total income was 30,000. I also got a lot of other good things. The skill levels have also been upgraded to LV3. The instant body movement technique has been expanded to within 5,000 meters. 2 days later, after some inquiries, Lin Feng finally found Na Wanqing's address. He was also straightforward and didn't show much courtesy to those who like to kill people by using other people's knives. I fed him 3 wanchidin directly, let him feel what pain is. An ordinary person couldn't bear even one, and after taking these 3, Lin Feng didn't even think too much about the outcome. Since you want to cause trouble for Qianqian, you will naturally have to pay a price. He really cares about this sister. Outskirts of Gangnam. Xiang Hui and Yi Chuyin stood on the top of a hill. Today, Yi Chuyin was wearing a dark red dress and a pair of special psychic detection glasses on her face. He also wore a pair of gloves made of special material on his hands. Looking solemnly at a tomb not far away. Miss Yi, remember to show mercy and don't kill it. I can still be of great use to you, Xiang Hui reminded. You talk too much. Hurry up and get it out. I have something to do tonight, Yi Chuyin urged. Xiang Hui put his fingers together and muttered something. 5 elements technique, earth flow. Suddenly, he pressed his hands on the ground, and the tomb was arched up. Why is it you again? A strange voice came. Yi Chuyin looked through the magical glasses and saw a 6-legged golden beetle crawling out of the tomb. The golden beetle was 2 meters in size and had a huge horn on its head. There are 2 bright wings behind it, flapping their wings and making a buzzing sound. It seems that the lesson I gave you last time was not enough, the golden-armored ghost said fiercely to Xiang Hui. I let him escape last time, but I didn't expect that he would find another helper. Stop talking nonsense. Your opponent is me. Yi Chuyin didn't wait for the vengeful spirit to say anything more. She had something else to do later. He leaped over and swung his fist at the golden-armored ghost. You want to die? Then I'll grant your wish? The golden-armored ghost went straight forward. It is extremely powerful. Its wings are as sharp as blades, and it is fast and flexible. Boom. Yi Chuyin clenched her fists and punched out. The fist swept out like a streak of silk, carrying with it an astonishing wave, and struck towards the golden beetle as fast as lightning. The mighty fist wind tore through the air, like an air cannon, and hit the golden beetle hard. There was a deafening roar, accompanied by a huge wave of sound. The golden beetle fell straight down from the sky. The ground actually cracked with the wind from the fist. The crack stretched for hundreds of meters. Miss Yi, don't smash her to death, Xiang Hui shouted from the side. In terms of strength, this giant golden-armored insect is definitely no match for her. Don't worry. Yi Chuyin made an okay gesture. Boom. I saw the golden beetle jump out from the ground again. The punch Yi Chuyin threw just now was indeed quite powerful. Its great horn had become crooked, but it doesn't matter. It has thick skin, and this is not a fatal injury.
Buzz buzz buzz.
As the golden beetle flapped its wings, 3 identical clones appeared instantly. Ms. Yi, only one of the insect's clones is real. The 3 flying insects were extremely fast, and they knew that Yi Chuyin was too powerful. There is absolutely no benefit in fighting head-on. but it is flexible and it shrinks its body to half a meter in size. Trying to cut with wings. Its wings are sharper than the flying swords of the monks. Flying things are troublesome. Yi Chuin couldn't help but frown. The inability to fly is her biggest obstacle. No matter how agile she is, she cannot compare to this flying beetle. Suddenly, Yi Chuin slowed down and was almost scratched by the wings of the golden beetle several times. Both sides seemed to be looking for an opportunity. Hatsune closed her eyes and sensed directly. There are still some differences between the real body and the clone. Found it. When the golden beetle attacked from behind, she took a step back, grabbed its huge horn. Then he fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, she was like holding a big guitar, smashing it around. Then, Hatsune sat directly on its back. Grabbing the giant horn with one hand, he hammered its head with the other. Just listen. Bang, bang, bang. A strong metallic striking sound. With every punch, some holes would appear on the golden beetle's body. Although it is not fatal, it is very painful. The 6 limbs of the golden beetle began to twitch non-stop. Xiang Hui felt his scalp tingling as he watched this scene. She's so violent. No wonder no one dares to mess with her. Seeing that the golden armored ghost seemed to be in a weak condition, Yi Chuin turned it over again. Pull the wings on its back hard and rip them off. Letting you fly will waste my time? I have to say, these transparent wings are quite beautiful and worthy of being collected. Miss Yi, that's enough. Please show some mercy. Xiang Hui became more and more excited when he saw Yi Chuin taking apart the clothes. Quickly shouted out. He took out a piece of talisman paper and muttered something. Finally, he bit his finger and drew some marks on the talisman. Then stick it on the forehead of the golden armored ghost. Receive. In the blink of an eye, the evil spirit disappeared without a trace, but an image of a golden beetle appeared on the talisman paper. You monks' methods are really special. Yi Chuin didn't have any likes or dislikes towards monks, unlike those old seniors who held grudges for too long. This is also the reason why she came out to help Xiang Hui. She was also curious about the monks' methods of flying and hiding, but after her supernatural powers were awakened. You cannot practice Taoism. This is the restriction of the rules of this world. No one has been able to break it so far. Missy is truly extraordinary and brave. This golden armored ghost has injured many of my fellow disciples. It's really a miracle with great strength. He is worthy of being the SS Awakener of the power of the earth. Xiang Hui carefully put away the talisman paper. He had put a lot of effort into this golden beetle. Miss Yi, would you like to have dinner together in the evening? Xiang Hui asked. No, I have a friend to meet. Let's talk later. Chapter 13 Ant. In order to meet his elder brother Langmi, Lin Feng bought a new set of clothes, not for anything else, but out of respect for his elder brother. He had already planned to treat his elder brother to a meal first, and then go to the most decent place in Jiangnan City to treat his elder brother to a massage. He had already inquired about the price and heard that there was a senior technician who priced $99.98 with very good skills and first-class quality. Very suitable for men of their quality. 6 o'clock, almost time. Lin Feng glanced at his watch. The time I agreed with my brother is 7 o'clock. Meet at the entrance of the underwater fishing area. It takes half an hour to walk there, which is not too far. Lin Feng took a taxi and arrived at the entrance of Shuidi Lao in 10 minutes. He and Langmi communicated privately through the rider platform, and he didn't know what Langmi looked like. But in his mind, it should be someone with long, hairy hair and a dragon tattoo over the shoulder. When he arrived, there were already quite a few people sitting at the entrance of the underwater fishing area. Huh. Lin Feng saw a tall and strong man walking towards him, wearing a thick necklace around his neck. With a full beard on his face, he sat on the bench opposite him, swaying from side to side from time to time. This unserious look was very close to the image of Langmi in his mind. Brother Wolf? Lin Feng walked up and patted the burly man on the shoulder. What wolf? The sturdy man turned around and asked Lin Feng. The voice was somewhat feminine, and he twirled his fingers.
Langmi.
Lin Feng felt a chill. What Langmi? I'm a serious person, young man, don't talk nonsense. He quickly moved Lin Feng's hand away. In his opinion, Lin Feng was quite handsome, but the man he was looking for did not seem to be a serious person. Langmi, you can tell from the sound of it that he is a social person. Sorry, I got the wrong person. Seeing the confused look on the burly man's face, Lin Feng knew that he had found the wrong person. There's no way this effeminate man could be the one I'm looking for. Baby car. Next to the burly man, a woman wearing sunglasses suddenly uttered these two words. Lin Feng was stunned. Although the woman was wearing sunglasses, they could not hide her delicate facial features. There is an indescribable beauty in the look. There is a small golden pendant on the sexy collarbone. Wearing a beige top, a white miniskirt and black stockings, she crossed her legs and wore a pair of red high heels, still shaking. While drinking milk tea, he looked at Lin Feng with interest. "Who are you?" Lin Feng was puzzled. Not many people can call out this nickname. Only his senior book friends know it. But the woman in front of me doesn't look like that at all. After all, Langmi's rough appearance has long been deeply engraved in his mind. This image of a weak woman simply doesn't fit at all. "You? Are you Brother Wolf's girlfriend?" This woman has a very nice voice. Lin Feng could only guess this way and come up with that preconceived notion. It is indeed difficult to associate her with the beauty in front of me. After hearing this, the woman couldn't help but spit out all the milk tea in her mouth, all sprayed on the head of the strong man next to him. The strong man was about to get angry, but when he saw the woman in sunglasses, he was stunned for a moment. "I'm sorry," the woman said apologetically. "It is indeed unacceptable to spray milk all over someone else's head." "Girl, what are you talking about? It's so hot. It's just the right time to cool down." The sturdy man's voice suddenly changed and became soft again. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. As expected, as long as one is good-looking, everything can be forgiven. This guy really has no moral bottom line. "Girl, my name is Xiao Rue. Can you add me on WeChat? I'm planning to make a short film. Can we find a time to meet?" The strong man can no longer stop. This woman's temperament is simply perfect. As long as she is packaged, she will definitely become popular. "Sister? Where's my brother?" Lin Feng quickly interrupted Xiao Rue. This was not the time to talk about this. "Haha, I'm not his girlfriend. I'm his aunt. He invited me over for dinner." Yi Chuin saw that Lin Feng didn't seem to recognize him and found it very interesting. This young man is quite handsome, but a little silly. "Really?" Lin Feng was still a little hesitant. Brother Wolf is gone, but Aunt Wolf is here? Ding! Lin Feng received a message from Lang Mia in the background of his mobile phone. "Brother, I have something to do and I can't leave for the moment. You take my aunt to eat first, and I'll come back to you when I'm free." After Lin Feng saw the news, he couldn't say anything else. It seems that this aunt is also a little hungry, and she has drank several cups of milk tea. "What about aunt? Let's wait for brother while we eat," Lin Feng said to Yi Chuin. He saw that the woman was about the same age as him, but he didn't expect that she was Langmi's aunt. "Don't call me aunt. I'm not that old. Just call me Lingling," Yi Chuin said with a chuckle. She thought Lin Feng was interesting and suddenly felt playful. "Then I'll just call you Sister Long." Lin Feng felt that calling him that was more respectful. Lin Feng had a VIP card, so he didn't have to queue and took Yi Chuin directly into the private room. "Sister Long, take a look at this menu. Is there anything you like?" "No, just watch it." Yi Chuin has eaten all kinds of delicious food in the imperial capital, and today she just wanted to come and see Lin Feng. I didn't expect that Lin Feng has such an extraordinary appearance and is quite handsome. Especially when she smiles, she looks so beautiful, as warm as the spring sunshine. Lin Feng picked up the pen and started to tick, ordering quite a few signature dishes. Yi Chuin had taken off her sunglasses at this time, and her appearance was indeed outstanding. Her hair falls on her shoulders. She is extremely beautiful. Even the waiter who delivered the food couldn't help but take a few more glances. "Sister Long, this dish tastes very good. You should try it." Lin Feng kept a proper distance and didn't even look at that cold look. "What's wrong? Am I ugly? Why do you keep your head down?" Yi Chuin said with a smile. The voice was very soft, with a standard imperial accent. No, I was wondering when my brother would come," Lin Feng explained. "We have been eating for half an hour, and Langmi hasn't come yet." He was a little embarrassed. He was not good at dealing with girls. Apart from Gu Qianqian, he had never gone out to eat alone with other girls. If you don't speak for the whole time, it will seem a bit dull. Yi Chuin saw Lin Feng's embarrassment and took the initiative to start with the novel. Soon, I found a common topic to chat with Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't expect that Sister Long also spoke highly of his book. They are worthy of being Brother Wolf's family. They all have the same ideas. In fact, if Yi Chuin wanted to know about Lin Feng's situation, she only needed to make a phone call. Someone will send the details. But she didn't have such thoughts about Lin Feng. She had been pursuing him for 4 years. This feeling is somewhat special, and one can say that I am a loyal book fan. During those boring days and nights, only Lin Feng's books could relieve my loneliness. Especially Lin Feng's speed. It was really great and looked particularly impulsive. She listened to Lin Feng talking about the past. It was also a bit sad. I didn't expect that Lin Feng would have such a difficult past. I support my family by writing novels. It is not easy. However, I believe that man can conquer nature. Since I can stand up again, I can definitely change my fate. Finally, Lin Feng said firmly. For some reason, he spoke more to Yi Chuan today. He felt that the way Sister Long spoke was somewhat similar to Brother Wolf's style. Sister Long, how about you tell me something about my eldest brother? In the end, Lin Feng really couldn't find anything to say. This Langmi hasn't shown up yet, and the atmosphere seems to have become colder again. Him? Yi Chuan paused. He's good-looking, doesn't have any bad habits, but he might have a bad temper sometimes. Yi Chuan said to herself. I can see that, Lin Feng said in agreement. His elder brother once faced off against a dozen trolls at the same time for him and never lost. And he doesn't use a single dirty word. Another hour passed. Langmi still didn't show up. Lin Feng received another message. Brother, I can't come today. Please make arrangements for my aunt. This is her first time in Jiangnan City. You can take her around? In an instant, he received 9,999, generate power for love, messages from Langmi. Brother Wolf has a good heart, Lin Feng sighed. He knew what Brother Wolf meant. He just didn't want to spend money. But now he has a promising part-time job, which is different from the past. But since Brother Wolf has arranged it, he naturally has to do it well. Brother Wolf's aunt is his aunt. Sister Long, do you want to go see the night view? There is a night amusement park outside, which is quite nice. Chapter 14, Kind Aunt. Night Playground. It is a famous internet celebrity check-in spot in Jiangnan City, with a complete range of facilities. The most famous is the Horror Haunted House, which has a 5-star horror recommendation index and is firmly in the top 3 in the national haunted house rankings. Especially at night, there are countless people coming to challenge the haunted house adventure. It is said that once you go in, you can walk out alone. From the time the park was built to now, there are no more than 100 people. Most of them were carried out. There was a cool breeze in the south of the Yangtze River at night, and Yi Chuan seemed to be wearing thin clothes. A pair of long, snow-white legs were exposed, and the breeze was blowing. The hem of the skirt was swaying a little. What kind of image do you have of Langmi? Yi Chuan said with a smile that she thought Lin Feng was not only handsome but also very interesting, and his books were also very good. He should have a short crew cut and big gold teeth. His arms should be as thick as my legs. Look, his name is Langmi. There must be a story behind this. My eldest brother is a very upright person, and he always keeps his word. Lin Feng said as he imagined what Langmia would look like. Is that how he is in your mind? Yi Chuan was very surprised, because she had just randomly named the name Langmi. How could Lin Feng come up with so many stories? This Chinese reading comprehension must be full marks. That's natural. You didn't see him fighting against others. I fought against a dozen trolls for 24 hours straight without sleep. Without a body like that, how could I have persisted? Yi Chuan's face turned red. How did her image become like this? That time I was facing off against more than 10 people, all because I was on a mission outside and needed to be online 24 hours a day. She was bored again and started a fight with someone. She looked at her arm and found it was quite different from what Lin Feng described. Sister Long, what do you think of my guess? Lin Feng replied after he finished speaking. Well, Langmi is pretty much what you said. Yi Chuan didn't want to talk about this topic anymore and wanted to play a joke on Lin Feng. I didn't know I'd get myself into trouble. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if I told Lin Feng now that I was Langmi? Sister Long, put on this dress. Another gust of cold wind blew, and Lin Feng quickly took off his coat. It's new. I've only worn it for a few hours. It doesn't smell. Lin Feng thought for a moment and added, Haha, you're a nice person. Yi Chuan saw sincerity in Lin Feng's eyes. Unlike other men who gave me dirty looks when I first met him, I knew he had no other thoughts. I just took the clothes and put them on. Lin Feng is tall to begin with, and the clothes look amazing on Yi Chuan. It almost covers the hips. This weather actually has no effect on Yi Chuan. Even in the extreme cold, she wouldn't feel cold wearing this. Clothes are just decorations to her. It doesn't matter whether she wears them or not. If she is alone at home, she prefers the feeling of having no clothes on. Lin Feng and Yi Chuan walked along the way, and Lin Feng also saw some souls constantly shuttling among the crowd. Meteor Playground. A huge sign hangs above it. Sister Long, the scenery inside is nice. Would you like to go in and take a look? Okay, just lead the way, Yi Chuan said with a smile. Lin Feng looked at the amusement park, feeling deeply moved. He recalled the time when his parents brought him and Qian here to play. I didn't expect that 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Sister Long, I'm going to buy tickets. Please wait here for me, said Lin Feng. Yi Chuan's bracelet vibrated, indicating that there were supernatural beings around. This is a special item made by the National Security Bureau. It is used whenever any supernatural creature is detected nearby. A prompt will be given. Such a vast Jiangnan is so unstable. She thought about the meeting she had held a few days ago and the strange events that were happening in various places. The source of the weirdness remains unknown. Yi Chuin took out the special pair of glasses. For invisible ghosts, the psychics can only identify them with this kind of glasses. It is different for monks. They have special methods such as talismans. Can see ghosts directly. She saw a dead ghost lying on a woman. The woman walked with a heavy look on her face, holding a little boy in her left hand. I am trying hard to sell candied haws to others. I guess life is not easy. The little boy was not dressed very well and wore only a pair of small sandals at night. The dead ghost hooked one hand around the woman's neck and continued to suck her yang energy. Sister, do you want to buy some candied haws? The little boy saw Yi Chuin staring at his mother and thought she was interested in the candied haws. He came over bouncing and skipping. Okay, let me take a look. Yi Chuin walked straight over. Although supernatural things are usually handled by other groups, but since she had seen it with her own eyes, she naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. She walked up to the woman. The dead ghost had not noticed anything unusual and was still sucking in the yang energy. Mom, this little girl wants to buy candied haws, the little boy said, holding the woman's hand. Excuse me, what flavor would you like? The woman asked quickly. Take them all. Yi Chuin said with a chuckle. Girl, there are so many. Can you finish them? Or buy a few to try? The middle-aged woman hesitated, thinking that the young lady was joking with her. Yes, I want them all. Please calculate how much they cost. The woman saw that Yi Chuin didn't seem to be joking because of the way she was dressed. Very noble. While the woman was busy calculating, Yi Chuin seized the opportunity. A special aura condensed in his hands. He grabbed the dead ghost. The woman suddenly felt her back seemed to be much lighter. These days, for some reason, she felt like something was pressing down on her. Always feeling very tired, she had planned to hold on for a few more days, earn enough money for her son's tuition, and then take a rest. Yi Chuin pinched the ghost's neck, and the ghost's eyes widened. It seemed unbelievable that he had no power to resist. Yi Chuin saw that Lin Feng had bought the ticket and seemed to be looking for her. With just a light squeeze of the hand, the dead ghost turned into a green firefly and died completely. Girl, there are 39 skewers in total, 3 yuan each. Just give me 100 yuan. The woman was very happy that she was able to sell all the candied haws so early today. I can finally rest early tonight. She packed all the candied haws carefully. Scan the code. Yi Chuin said only one sentence. Cold sister. Lin Feng finally saw Yi Chuin and walked over quickly. Your wallet has been credited with 10,000 yuan. Sister, you gave too much. I'll transfer it to you, the woman said quickly after hearing the voice prompt. This time she was given 2 extra zeros, and she suddenly became nervous. No need, just buy some things for this little brother, Yi Chuin said, waving her hand. She is different from Lin Feng. She is the type who really has no shortage of money. He has no scruples in doing things and is never afraid of being criticized. When Lin Feng saw this scene, he was deeply moved. What a kind aunt. They are worthy of being Brother Langmi's family. Can you really finish all these candied haws? Looking at Sister Long's petite appearance, she doesn't look like a big eater, right? Chapter 15. Mr. Scorpion. The night view is beautiful. Lin Feng and Yi Chuin tried almost all the projects. After his body was strengthened, the things in this amusement park were not very challenging for him. What surprised him was that Sister Long was also very calm. Whether it's riding a flying car or a pendulum, she didn't even scream. In the end, there were really no other options, so the two decided to go to the haunted house. The things in that haunted house are really arranged to look realistic. Both the appearance and the voice of the ghost were almost the same as the real ghosts that Lin Feng had seen. Lin Feng guessed that this boss must be a person with some special skills, otherwise how could he make such realistic puppet props? So it's a prop made by a scorpion. No wonder it's like this, Yi Chuin thought as she looked at the mark behind the prop's head. Just now, a lifelike evil ghost attacked Yi Chuin, and Yi Chuin reflexively patted the prop's head. The head of the prop puppet fell off. It made her very embarrassed. Fortunately, Lin Feng was attracted by other things and did not notice her expression. She kicked the prop's head out casually. Bang! Lin Feng heard something hit the wall, causing a vibration. What happened just now? Lin Feng said, turning around. Is that so? Maybe it's the sound of some prop, Yi Chuin said with a puzzled look on her face. It was as if nothing had happened. Lin Feng led the way for Yi Chuin in front, and Yi Chuin followed behind. When she encounters ghost props that suddenly attack her, she always has the habit of patting them on the head gently. This has been her habit in dealing with ghosts over the years. It seems that the quality of the props is not very good. The connector made of super alloy was always broken accidentally. It feels like a scam. Ring, ring, ring. An alarm sounded from the haunted house monitoring room. Uncle G, wake up. Something seems to be wrong with the haunted house. Pansy, what's wrong? A man said, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Uncle G, look. They saw a beautiful woman wearing a short skirt in the surveillance video of the haunted house. It's really cruel to encounter ghost props that suddenly appear. A slap to the head. They replayed it again. Direct. Wachow actually saw a head deeply embedded in the wall. How could that woman's kick be so powerful? Quick, contact Boss Scorpion. Everything in this haunted house was made by Boss Scorpion himself. That woman actually killed them one by one with one palm, destroying everything along the way. How could that be tolerated? Even if he is a person with special abilities, it won't work because their boss is no ordinary person. Boss, I'm Gotsi, there's an emergency. In front of Pansy, he is always Uncle GA, but in front of Xie, he can only be GAZ. Scorpion, who was making an art product, suddenly received a call. What? You mean a woman vandalized my haunted house and destroyed all my artworks? Who is it? Send me the video. Scorpion's face turned grim. Those props were made of special materials. It is extremely hard, and it is impossible for ordinary people to destroy it. The only possibility is that she is a fellow criminal. How can I let her go if she comes to cause trouble? Scorpion opened the video with anger on his face. This woman looks so familiar. Scorpion looked at the surveillance footage of the woman. Suddenly remembered. How could it be her? Yi Chuin. Scorpion was still a little angry and was ready to kill back to settle the score, but when he saw it was Yi Chuin, he immediately softened. He really doesn't dare to mess with this violent goddess. No one has ever been able to withstand her fist head-on. Thinking back to the time when I teamed up with her to carry out a mission, that scene, he asked himself that even his strongest puppet couldn't withstand her punch. Gotsi, just ask someone to clean it up, don't mess with that woman. Scorpion's tone softened a lot, and he decided to avoid provoking others if possible. The farther away from Yi Chuin, the better. But what does it mean that she keeps walking behind that man? Is there something going on? Pansy, the boss said that this matter should be stopped here. You should find someone to clean up those parts later. Yes, Uncle Ga. Also, you can't talk about this matter outside and don't cause trouble for the boss. Gotsi thought for a moment and reminded. They are not ordinary people either. They are C-level psychics. He is also Scorpion's personal subordinate, helping him look after the amusement park on weekdays. It's not because of lack of money, it's just a hobby in life. Scorpion, awakened S-level puppet master, can control puppets to fight. His daily hobby is to make various puppet toys and pursue the highest artistic realm. This haunted house doesn't seem that scary. Lin Feng and Yi Chuin walked out swaggeringly. The stretcher-bearing team nearby who were preparing to support the patient were already stunned. I haven't seen anyone walk out on their own in many years. Today, two appeared at once. Still two young people. This woman's skirt is white and long. Out of the playground. Thank you for your hospitality. I am very happy today, Yi Chuin said with a chuckle. No, Brother Wolfsan is my aunt, so I should treat her well. Lin Feng also spoke politely. It's a pity that Langmi didn't come today, and he felt very regretful. I wonder how long Brother Wolf will stay this time. Is he free tomorrow? Lin Feng asked. He still wanted to meet Langmi. He is here to handle some official business. I will ask him tomorrow, Yi Chuin said. Lin Feng didn't dare to ask any more questions. The car is here. I'm leaving now. See you later. A black sports car stopped in front of Lin Feng. It turned out to be a license plate from the imperial capital. Lin Feng had seen this car on the internet. It was rumored that the price was over 3,000 W, but he didn't expect to see the real thing today. What a rich man. Lin Feng felt a little emotional. The car door opened slowly. Ms. Yi, are we leaving now? Asked a woman in red clothes. Well, that's enough. Let's go. Yi Chuin waved goodbye to Lin Feng and got into the sports car. Ding ding. Hunt 10 ghosts, and you will be rewarded with 500 hunting points and 2 mysterious draws. Just right. Lin Feng looked at his watch. It was already 11:30. He usually goes out to catch ghosts at about this time. Lin Feng found a hidden place. Void. He put on the familiar death suit again. The weapon in his hand transformed into the appearance of Tiansuo Zongyue. He shuttled directly into the darkness. Crescent Moon Sky Rush. Facing a B-level void ghost that is 3 meters tall, Lin Feng directly slashed forward with a blood-red crescent. He explored some of the properties of this first stage of Fantasy Moon. After transforming into various weapons, you can use the exclusive skills of each weapon. The empty ghost had one of his arms chopped off by the bloody light. Roar. The empty ghost continued to roar. Beams of light continued to condense in his mouth. Boom. Spit towards Lin Feng. Whoosh. Lin Feng's reaction was naturally quick, and he had already used the teleportation technique to mark the surroundings. Flashing around, ignoring the influence of the beam. Phantom Moon Scythe. Lin Feng's mind moved, and the Phantom Moon instantly turned into a sickle shape. He is a transient. He flashed directly behind the empty ghost. Sickle. Chopped directly at the head of the void ghost. The knife falls with a sudden movement. Congratulations on upgrading to LV4. Complete the mission and get reward. Your skill proficiency has been greatly improved. A series of system reminders came out. After the empty ghost disappeared, another stack of banknotes fell down. Lin Feng picked it up and was about to leave. Please stay, my friend. In the distance, 2 gray figures were rushing towards him. Chapter 16 Wolf Friends? B-level psychic and chi refining monk, Lin Feng scanned the information directly and saw the information prompts about the 2 people. He held the sickle in his hand and looked at the 2 men coldly. My friend, my name is Quang Lei and this is my colleague Jing Feng. May I know your name? The man introduced himself to Lin Feng very politely. Just now when they were patrolling, they accidentally saw Lin Feng slaughtering the void ghost. The method is really clean and neat, and it seems that he has spatial ability. So come and have a look. My name is... Lin Feng thought about it and decided that he should have a pseudonym. My name is Wolf, Lin Feng said after a pause. For some reason, he remembered his elder brother's online name at this moment. So you are my wolf friend. I am so sorry for your disrespect, Jing Feng bowed. He was a disciple who had come down from the mountain, so he was more polite. Wolf friend? Could it be that Brother Wolf's name has this meaning? After being reminded by Jing Feng, Lin Fengjing suddenly thought of something. It seems that he has to change the name next time. I wonder if Wolf Friend has registered his information? Don't get me wrong, we are from the Supernatural Bureau under the National Security Department. We are usually responsible for patrolling the situation in this area. If we find any special circumstances, we need to register and report it, Jing Feng explained. Are you going to monitor me? Lin Feng had read quite a few novels and was familiar with certain routines. Wolf Friend, what you said is wrong. It is just a routine registration. Once you register, you will receive financial subsidies every month, as well as various special benefits. Seeing that Jing Feng was explaining a little slowly, Quang Lei couldn't help but interrupt. If he really is a person with space-related abilities, once he is discovered and registered by them, the rewards given to them by the higher-ups will definitely not be small. After all, masters also need to make a living, and they have a whole family to support. Oh, how much is the subsidy? Lin Feng asked with interest. He had never dealt with people from the Supernatural Bureau, but these 2 seemed easy to talk to, so it was a good opportunity to get to know them. You need to check your ability level. If you are at level C, you will get an additional subsidy of 50,000 per month, level B 100,000, and level A 200,000. In addition, there are special people to take care of your life, and your family can enjoy special benefits. P.S. I didn't write the money too exaggeratedly, otherwise it would feel like there were just numbers behind it, so I compressed it a bit. Of course, there will be tasks issued from time to time. As long as you complete the tasks, you can also get rewards. Quang Lei briefly explained the matter to Lin Feng, which gave Lin Feng a general understanding of welfare. He observed Lin Feng for a long time, but still could not detect any special fluctuations in his abilities, nor could he judge Lin Feng's strength. It also feels weird. That strange scythe and the skull mask on his face. All of these show that this person's abilities are extraordinary. If he were to be dug out, this year's year-end bonus would definitely be quite large. People with special abilities are also human beings, and they also have to live. There is a whole family to support. We'll talk about registration later. I have something else to do. See you both later. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he left instantly. He has some special abilities, so he doesn't need the subsidy, but he also doesn't want to be monitored. Although the conditions for opening are very good, it is obvious that there will be many tasks that must be done in the later stages. How can it be justified to raise the game in vain? If it was just to help catch ghosts, he would have no objection. After all my upgrades now depend on hunting ghosts. Is this person's ability to move through space so strong? Kuang Lei said as he looked at Lin Feng, who suddenly disappeared. They had heard of the horror of space powers. Many years ago, there was a master with spatial abilities. This person has strong spatial abilities, relying on special spatial abilities to carry out instant kill tactics. His use of time and space magic is so superb that no one dares to confront him head-on. With his elusive moves, no one knows when he will appear behind them. Jingfeng also has some understanding of this matter. They had also seen the video of that battle, and that senior was like a golden flash of light. Wherever the golden light reaches, everything is destroyed like a dead tree or rotten wood. We still have to report this person's information as soon as possible. Although he is unwilling to register, he has developed special abilities such as space. We must handle it with caution, said Kuang Lei. The space system has appeared again. I have to tell the sect about this. Jing Feng's thoughts began to turn. There is still a competitive relationship between cultivators and people with special abilities. Both sides are looking for an appropriate balance. Back home, it's already 4 in the morning. He looked at the Green God of War's updates, and there were 13 of them. In addition to Langmi, there are 2 more 5-star reviews. Yeah, come on. Lin Feng started typing on the keyboard again. I saw a flash of green light, and it rushed off into the distance. Lin Yuhan was immediately shocked. How could he be so strong and so green? It was already 6 o'clock when I finished coding. I was a little stuck today. There is not much new in green. At this time, Yi Chuyin had already woken up in the hotel and was reading the latest chapter while drinking some milk tea. She was wearing very thin clothes, with only a few strips of cloth covering her vital parts. If she were at home, she would not even bother to wear these strips of cloth. This hotel was arranged by Xiang Hui, so there are naturally no problems with security and privacy. Her long legs were draped over the sofa, and her body was lying elegantly on the rocking chair. She held her hair with her left hand, tying it up out of boredom. It's getting greener, but I like it, Yi Chuyin said while looking at her phone. Lin Feng drove the car at a moderate speed, which was very suitable for a simple passenger like her. This is also the reason why she keeps chasing books. Boom, boom, boom. The cell phone video sounded. Snow City Moon. Yi Chuyin clicked on the video. Lung Lung, are you awake? Don't talk nonsense. Why would I answer your video call when I'm not awake? If you have something to say it quickly. Don't delay me from reading novels, Yi Chuyin said unhappily. Lung Lung, I just saw your eldest brother posted a circle of friends. It's a girl. Please help me find out what's going on. Xue Qingyue looked anxious. My big brother finally got it? I need to see what that girl looks like to win his heart. Yi Chuyin clicked on a black avatar named Day Doesn't Understand Night. There was indeed a picture in the circle of friends, and it was posted 5 minutes ago. This woman, let's be honest, her figure isn't as good as Xue Qingyue's. But those flaming red lips are quite sexy. Yi Hei, what's going on with your circle of friends? Yi Chuyin directly sent a WeChat message. The reply was immediate. Sister, congratulations. You have a new sister-in-law? Yi replied with a big smiley face. Yi Chuyin paused. Lung Lung, did you find out? Xue Qingyue saw that Yi Chuyin was a little hesitant. Asked quickly. Hey, Qingyue, congratulations. You have a sister-in-law now? Ah. Xue Qingyue was confused. Why would she congratulate me? That's your sister-in-law, not my sister-in-law. No, I should be your sister-in-law. Chapter 17. The One Who Was Fearful. Xiaoye, be more positive. You are a good person and you will find someone better than my brother, Yi Chuyin comforted. You're giving me the nice guy card again. I can't even keep a man like him, so how can I find a better one? Xue Qingyue said angrily. She doesn't trust any good people. There are so many good men, but you have to like my brother. I'm not saying that if you just wander around Imperial University, you'll find a man who's better than my brother. Yi Chuyin had no experience with this kind of thing. She has been single for so many years. Xue Qingyue grew up with them. From the beginning to the end, her brother Yi Chuyin treated her as a sister and never thought of anything else. Xue Qingyue is a girl, so naturally it is impossible for her to express her feelings so boldly. It was often Toba Hatsune who helped her find out the situation. She saw that Yi Chuyin had been silent for 2 years after the last breakup and thought that if she persisted a little longer, there would be hope, but she didn't expect that someone would snatch her away directly. Yi Chuyin comforted him for a while and then hung up the video call. Standing on the balcony, the neon lights in the distance are still flashing. The sky was already slightly brighter. For some reason, Lin Feng's image suddenly appeared in my mind. The coat was still on the sofa, and I forgot to return it. Where can I find a Langmi? She began to think. The image of Langmi has become deeply rooted in Lin Feng's mind. If I had known, I wouldn't have given myself this name. It's really annoying. She undid the strips of cloth on her body and went into the bathroom. Her skin was white as snow, and her proud features were still standing. If it is not restrained properly, it will still sway a little when walking. She couldn't refuse this natural thing. What's the use of it? She wasn't the one who felt comfortable. Sometimes she would envy Xueqingyue because she didn't have so many worries because she had small breasts. Unlike her, you have to pay attention to details when fighting, otherwise the shaking will affect your attack speed. Even when she encountered SS-level ghosts on a normal day, she had never been so troubled. I didn't expect that I would start to have a headache because of this Wolfmere incident. If I tell Lin Feng that I am Lang Mia, will he feel deceived and have a bad impression of me? The little woman's heart began to turn again. What bad intentions could she have? She just didn't want to ruin Lin Feng's fantasy. After Lin Feng finished typing, he fell asleep. I slept until 12 noon. I ordered a takeout from Shuidi Lao and then turned on the computer to check the latest news. The number of missing persons and deaths in various accidents is increasing, and some of the notices even have photos of the missing persons posted on them. One of the photos, of a 6-year-old girl, caught Lin Feng's attention. The missing person, Ling Xiaoyao, 6 years old, went out to play on February 15th and has not returned since, and so on. A series of detailed messages above. Lin Feng's eyes widened slightly. He had seen this little girl before. That's the girl who appeared when he was fishing for the feral under the water. After a long time, Lin Feng rubbed his forehead. There is a lot of information on this webpage. In the past half-month, there have been news reports of about 100 people mysteriously disappearing. System, do you know what's going on? Lin Feng asked casually. Spiritual energy has revived, and many things in this world have been changed. Things will become even more bizarre in the future. Host, you should become stronger first. The system said a few simple words. Yesterday's prize had not been drawn yet. Lin Feng suddenly remembered. After I came back last night, I finished typing and went asleep. The turntable begins to appear again. Still the familiar double draw. Start. Stop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the life skill cooking proficiency. Start. Stop. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the art of medicine. Not bad. I got useful things from the 2 consecutive draws this time. In his eyes, it is at least much better than those elixirs. Cooking Mastery Level 1. Master the cooking methods of some home-cooked dishes. Medical Skills Mastery LV1. Master the golden needle therapy for some difficult and complicated diseases, and receive a set of 5-element golden needles. He just took a quick look at the skill introduction. Improving these 2 skills also requires proficiency. He can try cooking by himself, but practicing medicine will take time. At least he has no plans to do so at the moment. Yes, Brother Wolf replied to the message. Lin Feng saw the latest private message from the backstage. Lang Mia said that he was planning to bring his aunt to his house for a visit tomorrow. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed at first, thinking that this house seemed a little small. Fear of poor hospitality. But then I thought, Brother Wolf is not that kind of person. Since Brother Wolf has suggested visiting our home, just treat it with a normal attitude. System, what should I do if I want to quickly upgrade my skills? Didn't I tell you before that you can use hunting points to upgrade your skills? How many times do I need to upgrade my cooking proficiency? Upgrading auxiliary life skills is not expensive. 100, 200, 300, and so on. Then give me another level up, that should be enough, Lin Feng said after thinking for a while. Upgraded successfully. Cooking Proficiency Level 2. Unlocked some of the recipes for exquisite private dishes. There are now 750 hunting points remaining, the system announced. I have to think about what to do tomorrow. Lin Feng decided to cook by himself, which would show his sincerity. I still need to clean up the house and buy some vegetables. Lin Feng started to get busy again. He has already thought of the dishes and mastered them. It seemed as if a lot of new things were poured into his mind. As long as you have hands, you can master the cutting methods and cooking times of various dishes. It is an exaggeration to say that his current cooking skills are no worse than those of a 60-year-old master chef. System skills are just so perverted. Ms. Yi, you are kidding me, right? You want me to look like that? Xiang Hui was still a little stunned when he received Yi Chuyan's call. Why, you don't agree? Yi Chuyan said coldly. No, of course I agree. I'll take care of this little thing. Although Xiang Hui didn't know what Yi Chuyan's purpose was, it was rare for her to ask him for help, so he naturally had to give her some face. He put away the talisman in his hand. Following Yi Chuyan's instructions, he used the transformation spell and began to change his appearance. The head should be big, preferably hairless. Must have a beard. I have to have a big gold chain, and my arms have to be as thick as your thighs. Yi Chuan spoke to Xiang Hui according to the image in Lin Feng's imagination. After the changes were completed, Xiang Hui took a photo and sent it over. Well, not bad. Yi Chuan felt like something was missing. The third tooth on the left, replaced with gold. She added, if you are going to do it perfectly. She took a lot of effort to come up with this idea. She decided to communicate in depth with Lin Feng using the identity of Langmi's aunt in the future. Can't destroy the image in his mind. She will always be that kind aunt. Magnolia High School. Gu Qianqian, someone from the Academic Affairs Office, is looking for you. Gu Qianqian was studying. Suddenly, the teacher asked her to go out. She stood at the door of the Academic Affairs Office. Seeing the man who frightened her, thanks for your support. Please click on the bookshelf and urge for updates, and give a good review for the new book. Thank you very much. The author has something to say. Chapter 18. I only have a brother. Qianqian. The man forced a smile on his face when he saw Gu Qianqian. What do you want to see me for? If it weren't for the Academic Affairs Office, there would be teachers from school here. She really wanted to turn around and leave. Qianqian, please save my son. The man didn't have time to speak. A middle-aged woman next to her knelt down immediately. Seeing this, the teacher next to her quickly pulled her up. What are you doing? Didn't you say you are Gu Qianqian's relative and come to visit? The head teacher, Mr. Wang, looked a little unhappy. This was not what he said when he let them in just now. Only then did Gu Qianqian notice that there was a young man sitting in a wheelchair in the room. She was naturally very familiar with these people, and seeing them reminded her of the pain of gnashing teeth. Qianqian, you are the only one who can save your brother now, the woman said, kneeling on the ground despite Teacher Wang's attempt to stop her. I don't have a younger brother. Gu Qianqian's face was cold. Qianqian, you are related by blood after all. The man finally couldn't help but speak. Stop, what are you doing? Teacher Wang said. He protected Gu Qianqian behind him. He knew about Gu Qianqian's family situation. Her mother had died long ago, currently living in the home of my former employer. Qianqian, I was the one who let you and your daughter down, but now only you can save him. Gu Qianqian looked at the young man in the wheelchair without saying much. She still remembered how the young man and his mother had hurt her. Oh, how do you want to save him? Gu Qianqian suddenly wanted to know why he came to her for begging. The man's name is Li Huan, and he is Gu Qianqian's biological father. The middle-aged woman's name is Lu Ying, and she is also the mother of the young man in the wheelchair. The origin of this is quite ancient. Not long after Gu Qianqian was born, Li Huan started hooking up with Lu Ying. At first, they had a secret affair. As time went by, he became bolder. Later, of course, the mistress came to the house and asked to become the regular employee. Gu Qianqian's mother did not agree to divorce at first. After all, Qianqian was still young. Gu's mother quit her job because of the birth of Gu Qianqian and has no other source of income for the time being. But Li Huan became anxious after Lu Ying gave birth to a son for him. I just wanted to give this son an identity. He always looks displeased to Gu Qianqian's mother all day long. The most outrageous thing was that they rented a house for Lu Ying right above theirs. Gu Qianqian was still young at that time and didn't understand why her father didn't like her and always want to hug her little brother upstairs. The aunt upstairs always comes to our house to bully my mother. When her father was drunk, he would always beat her mother with a belt. After Gu Qianqian started elementary school, her mother finally divorced. They didn't get much property after the divorce, and Gu's mother and Gu Qianqian lived a very hard life. Li Huan never gave a penny of the living expenses and tuition fees that were promised. No matter how much Gu Qianqian and her mother begged, it was useless. The young man even slapped Gu's mother. These past events are so vivid that Gu Qianqian feels her heart tremble whenever she recalls them. Fortunately, they met Lin Feng's father later, and they finally had a place to stay. Qianqian, your brother is seriously ill and needs a kidney transplant. Your aunt and I both want to get matched, but neither of us matched. I told the doctor about your situation, and he said that if we go by blood relationship, there is a high chance that you will be a successful match. P.S. This is a kidney disease unique to this world, and it is different from the one on Earth. Don't worry about this detail. As long as you are willing to save your brother, I will give you 200,000, not 500,000. Li Huan said excitedly. He naturally knew Gu Qianqian's current living conditions, living in a small elevator apartment with Lin Feng. That Lin Feng is still a disabled person. I can also help Lin Feng find a job and introduce him to a partner. Otherwise, with his conditions, it will be difficult for him to find a partner in his lifetime, Lu Ying added. They had already discussed it when they came, and they would play the emotional card. They had to take Gu Qianqian to the checkup anyway. Their son's illness can no longer be treated. What do you mean? She is only 18 years old. Her guardian is not here. Do you want to seduce her with money? Please get out. Teacher Wang was a little angry. The couple was going a bit too far. What do you think of this school? Do you think 500,000 is important to me? Maybe it was before, but not now. As for my brother's health, even if he is disabled forever, I will take care of him all his life. As for your son's life or death, what does it have to do with me? I don't want to see you again. Gu Qianqian looked at the two of them and said calmly. There was no wavering in her heart. She was not some saint. If it's for Lin Feng, she would be willing to do anything, no matter if it's a kidney transplant or anything else. But how could she agree if it was for the man who had hurt her mother? How can you be so cruel? He is your brother. The woman suddenly lost control and was about to pull Gu Qianqian. Sister, please save me. Save me. The young man also began to cry bitterly. If he can't get a kidney within 2 months, he will definitely die. Teacher Wang, can I leave now? Gu Qianqian asked. Of course. Why don't you go back to the dormitory and rest for a while? I'm here to take care of things here. Wait. Seeing Gu Qianqian was about to leave, Li Huan suddenly reached out to grab her. Unexpectedly, Teacher Wang's hand was faster, and he grabbed Li Huan's arm. What are you thinking? Even if Gu Qianqian agrees, I won't agree. Although Teacher Wang is usually strict, he still has a good impression of Gu Qianqian. He is definitely a promising talent of the Imperial Capital University and cannot be harmed by anyone. Speaking of Teacher Wang, I think of Charlotte's homeroom teacher. Out of the teaching office. Suddenly, something that had been suppressed in Gu Qianqian's heart for a long time seemed to begin to loosen. She lowered her head and looked at the faint blue light emitted by the tranquilizing pendant. But my heart became calmer. Brother, I will take good care of myself and won't let you worry. For Gu Qianqian, her only relative now is Lin Feng. The other things were not important to her at all. Next day, Lin Feng had already prepared the ingredients and had been busy in the kitchen early in the morning. Qianqian will also come back today. Lin Feng's hands are so fast that even an old driver who has been single for 30 years can't be half as fast as him. With that speed, he could rub an iron rod into a needle with his hands. Whether it is shredded or sliced, it is done to perfection. It's like a perfect work of art. Lin Feng even thought that with his current cooking skills, he should be able to become a chef in a star-rated hotel. Wait, stop talking. If you let something slip, you'll be in trouble. Yi Chuyin instructed Xiang Hui. Don't worry, I'll do the job. It's just a meal with netizens. I thought we were going to fight SS monsters. Xiang Hui finally understood what Yi Chuyin meant. The netizen who asked him to dress up as Lang Mi to meet Yi Chuyin. Is that necklace you're wearing a little too thin? Yi Chuyin looked at him for a while and suddenly said, No, he's talking about a big gold chain. It should be at least as thick as a thumb. Change it to another one. Xiang Hui was somewhat speechless. Why no? Of course not. You have the final say. I'll ask someone to get me a big gold chain right now, Xiang Hui said speechlessly. I also became more and more curious about Yi Chuyin's netizen. Chapter 19 Social Wolf. Around 4 p.m. After Xiang Hui changed a few more sets of clothes, the two men started their journey. In order to avoid being exposed, Yi Chuyin also forced him to read all the God of War articles that Lin Feng had written before. He felt very painful reading the early books. What did they have to do with anything? What kind of God of War is this? How could his family be so miserable? In reality, I Ching is a god of war. His wife, children, and elders at home have long been protected and have no shortage of benefits. He almost started to rant in the book review section. He was also curious about Yi Chuyin's taste. Why did she only like this kind of book? However, when he saw Lin Feng's latest book, Green God of War, he felt his eyes brighten. When you see it turn green, you will become stronger. He thought of his junior sister and junior brother. There was a sudden pain in my heart. This forest wind. He could actually write such a dirty article, which touched his heart deeply. Whose car is parked here? Xiang Hui drove to the vicinity of Linfeng community, where there was a large truck blocking the road, leaving only a very small path for people to pass. Xiang Hui shouted for a long time, but no one paid any attention. Yi Chuyin walked down slowly. Just lift up the 5-ton truck easily and make sure there is a high platform next to it. Just throw it over. The car made a loud noise for a while, and the owner didn't know how to get it down. She just didn't care. This kind of random parking should be taught a lesson. Xiang Hui was no longer surprised. This way of moving the car was really simple. After parking the car, Yi Chuyin sent a message to Lin Feng. The two of them waited at the gate of the community. After seeing the message, Lin Feng walked around the room again, looking at Gu Qianqian's clothes hanging in the bathroom. After thinking about it, I wondered if it would be inappropriate if Brother Wolf saw it. He reached out and took off the underwear, folded it, and put it into Gu Qianqian's room. Qianqian has grown up again, I said to myself. Then he hurried away. Wolf brother. Lin Feng started to greet people from a distance. The figure, body shape, bald head, big gold chain. All the details that Lin Feng could think of were included. It has to be him, Brother Wolf. Lin, Brother Lin. Xiang Hui also responded to Lin Feng enthusiastically. Remember your current role, Yi Chuyin reminded Xiang Hui in his ear. Brother Lang, Sister Long, please come in. Lin Feng enthusiastically led the way for the two. From time to time, neighbors in the community looked at the two people with strange eyes. The man looked like a gangster, and the gold chain he wore was so thick, even thicker than a dog chain. The woman next to me is like a star on TV, with a good figure and beautiful looks. It's simply the standard of a big brother in society. As soon as the door opened, Yi Chuyin and Xiang Hui smelled a strong fragrance. The table was already filled with a lot of prepared dishes. The fragrance is amazing. Brother Wolf, you guys sit down first. I'll turn the food in the pot over so it doesn't get burnt, Lin Feng said as he looked at the situation in the pot. Yi Chuyin looked around and saw a large photo of Lin Feng, Gu Qianqian and their parents in the center of the living room. There are also some award certificates that Gu Qianqian has received posted next to it. Although the things in this house are simple, they are arranged neatly and cleanly. There are quite a few stickers on the wall, which seem to be drawn by his sister. It can be seen that it is a warm home, but with only two people in the house it obviously lacks some vitality. Xiang Hui had nothing to do, so he took out his cell phone and started playing King of Glory. As a monk, it is normal to have such hobbies. This is a crucial game in his bid for gold, so he must be cautious. The last time I was trying to get gold, I encountered a terrible Lu ban. The statistics were 0-12-1, which really screwed him over. He almost wanted to use his privilege to check Lu ban's personal information through the internet. After thinking about it, I decided to endure it. Yi Chuyin told him to stop talking, and he was just starting a game of pesticide. Yi Chuyin walked into the kitchen and watched Lin Feng skillfully flipping the iron pan. The movements are so skillful that he can even fry and cut at the same time. With several things done at the same time, a dish of fragrant pork intestines with green onions was soon ready. Men who can cook are the most handsome. The image of Lin Feng holding a knife in his left hand and a spatula in his right hand was deeply imprinted in Yi Chuyin's heart. Before I knew it, I was fascinated by it. This family really needs someone to help him. Click. There was a sound of the door opening. Who are you? Gu Qianqian asked while looking at Langmi, who was playing games in the living room. Is Qianqian back? Lin Feng turned around and asked. Just then, he saw Yi Chuyin staring at him blankly. Sister Long, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Nothing. I just remembered something and was distracted for a moment. Yi Chuyin quickly changed the subject. It's really embarrassing. How could this happen? At this time, Lin Feng was almost ready, so he turned off the fire and walked out of the kitchen. Qianqian, this is my elder brother Langmi. He has taken care of me for a long time, Lin Feng introduced to Gu Qianqian. Big brother's kindness will always be here. Brother Wolf, this is my sister Gu Qianqian. Xiang Hui looked at the girl with light blue hair and nodded continuously. She is a beauty and she is pretty good looking. She's just a little younger, and he prefers those who still have some charm. Brother, what is this? Gu Qianqian saw a woman standing in the kitchen. How come she has such a great figure and is so beautiful? My name is Yi Chuyin, and I often hear Lin Feng mention you. Yi Chuyin took the initiative to introduce herself, very friendly. It's like facing your own sister. Hello, Sister Yi, Gu Qianqian said politely. For some reason, perhaps women have the most sensitive intuition. Gu Qianqian always felt that there was something special in the way Sister Yi looked at her brother. Come, let's eat first and chat while we eat. Lin Feng said that the dish had gotten cold after being left for too long. Brother Wolf, have you eaten? Lin Feng saw that Lang Mia was still anxiously spraying pesticides. But there are already 3 emergency situations, and we can't hold on for a few more minutes. 2 minutes later. Rubbish Lu Ban. He's cheating me again. Xiang Hui couldn't help but curse. At every critical moment, there is always a Lu Ban to disrupt his rhythm. Eat, Yi Chuyin said coldly to Xiang Hui. That cold look made Xiang Hui a little frightened. I almost forgot about the main thing. Brother, you did all this? When did you learn these? Gu Qianqian was also a little curious. For so many years, Lin Feng only ate fried rice with eggs and fried rice with eggs. I was bored a few days ago, so I watched a video and learned it. Lin Feng said vaguely. Come, eat first. This fish tastes good. Lin Feng introduced the names of the dishes to everyone one by one. These are all private dishes, and Lin Feng made them with authentic flavors. Xiang Hui picked up a piece of garlic-flavored pork ribs. It tastes really good, comparable to the five-star hotel we stayed at yesterday. He didn't expect that Lin Feng's cooking skills were so good. Could he learn it just by watching videos for a few days? He remembered Yi Chuyin's advice to talk less and eat more vegetables. I ignored everything else and just focused on eating. Lin Feng picked up a piece of fish. He remembered that Qian was afraid of fish bones. He picked up a small table knife. With just a flick of the knife, the tiny fish bone was picked out. Come, Qian, eat some fish to nourish your brain. He put the fish into Gu Qian's bowl with a loving look on his face. He was so focused that he didn't even notice that there was another lady staring at the boneless piece of fish. This hand speed, so fast? Xiang Hui glanced at Lin Feng's action of picking out the fish bone. He has been single for so many years, and his hand speed is not even half as fast as this. Could it be that Lin Feng doubled it? Chapter 20 Being a Guest. Thank you, brother. Gu Qian smiled sweetly. Sister Long, this sausage tastes great. You should try it, Lin Feng said, pointing at the sausage. However, I didn't pick up any food for him. After all, their relationship was not that close, and it would be awkward if I did so rashly. The food you cook is really good, better than what my chef cooks, Yi Chuin said while eating. She tried all the dishes, and they were indeed delicious. She didn't expect that Lin Feng had such a talent. If you like it, eat more. It will be difficult to meet again when you return to the capital. Right, Brother Wolf? Well, I'm asking you a question. Seeing that Xiang Hui was busy eating, he didn't respond. Yi Chuin gently tapped Xiang Hui's hand. An invisible airflow wrapped around the chopsticks, and Xiang Hui was immediately stimulated. Has her domineering aura become so strong that she can even attach herself to external objects at will? Xiang Hui thought secretly. Haki is a special ability that can be used by a few people who have awakened their superpowers. Domineering aura can form an invisible energy gas that attaches to any part of the body, like a hard armor. How would I know whether it's difficult or not? Xiang Hui thought to himself. He was just an imposter and a temporary replacement. We will meet if we are destined to, right, Aunt? Xiang Hui asked tentatively. He was afraid that he would say something wrong and make Yi Chuin unhappy again. Haha, you're right. Qian has such good grades. She will definitely be able to get into Daidu University in the future. You and Qian are welcome to visit my home, Yi Chuin said with a smile. Lin Feng started chatting with Xiang Hui again. He would toast Xiang Hui from time to time to thank him for his support over the years. Brother Wolf, Sister Long is leaving tonight. I would like to ask you to go for a health check. I wonder if Brother Wolf is free. Don't worry, it's absolutely serious. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and sent a message to Langmi through the writer's backend. They are all genuine massages, the most formal healthcare in Jiangnan. This is run by Qian's classmate Xiao Shan's family, so it's definitely a legitimate business. De Bao Jian, you still want to hide it from me? Yi Chuin saw the message sent by Lin Feng. But because I am now Langmi's aunt, I can't say much. However, she still sent the screenshot to Xiang Hui to avoid being exposed. Her identity as Langmi cannot be exposed. After all, things have come to this point. If Lin Feng knew that Xiang Hui was the actor she found, wouldn't his impression of her be even lower? The meal took almost 2 hours to finish. Brother Wolf, what do you think of the message I sent you? Seeing that Lang Mia had not replied, Lin Feng took the opportunity to ask while toasting. Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but that kind of place is not suitable for me, Xiang Hui said. Who still does proper healthcare these days? Lin Feng still doesn't understand what real men need. Lin Feng, add my prestige so that we can contact you when you come to the capital in the future. Yi Chuin suddenly spoke. After all, she couldn't always talk to him as Langmi. A beep. The standard beautiful girl background profile picture of Hatsune Miku. Sister Long's online name is pretty good, Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Hatsune Miku is full of artistic conception. Of course he didn't know that 2 minutes ago. Her reputation is also known as a ruthless person. Your username is quite interesting too. The kindergarten car, Yi Chuin couldn't help laughing. The name was so interesting that she wanted to go up and sit on it. The name sounded familiar to Xiang Hui. This seems to be the guy who tricked him into reaching the gold rank. However, he still wanted to verify it. Brother, do you also play pesticide? Just play occasionally. I'm too new to it, Lin Feng said modestly. But he is really good at it. Still silver. How's Luban playing?
Luban, no.
I'm a big hole. Last time I scored 0 to 12 and almost got scolded to death by my teammates. Lin Feng said with some embarrassment. It's really you. Xiang Hui was speechless. The road was really narrow. But he had no way to deal with Lin Feng. After all, Yi Chuan was still here. Is this game that difficult? I'll take you next time, Yi Chuan said. The strongest king, her Diao Chan, is #1 in the country. After Yi Chuan and Xiang Hui left, Lin Feng started to clean up again, and he was very fast. Gu Qianqian was a little skeptical. How long had it been? Has Lin Feng recovered to this point? When I returned to the room and saw the neatly folded underwear, my heart couldn't help but warm. Very nice. Next day, will you accompany me to buy clothes? My clothes are a little too small. Gu Qianqian suddenly said. Well, Lin Feng agreed. Buying clothes is not a big deal. Many of Qianqian's clothes were bought in her first year of high school. It's time to buy some new ones now. After all, they have grown so big. The two of them talked and laughed along the way. The college entrance examination is in 1.5 months. Attitude is the most important thing now. It is best to take the college entrance examination in a happy mood. Qianqian, this shop is great. Is it right here? Lin Feng saw a brand clothing store AK-47. Internationally renowned trademark. Things here are too expensive. Let's go to the mall. They're cheaper there. Gu Qianqian shook her head and said, I heard that the things here start at least 1,000 yuan. She can't use such expensive things. It's okay, just buy it here. You can wear it when you go to college. Lin Feng pulled Gu Qianqian's hand without saying a word and walked into the store. As soon as I entered the door, a shopping guide in black silk uniform came to greet me. Lin Feng is already tall and handsome, and his appearance has been enhanced by the system. Naturally, it attracts attention. Help my sister choose some suitable clothes, thank you. Lin Feng didn't say much. He was not good at choosing women's clothes. He had other things to do. Because of some special things that happened last night and affected his mood, his green god of war has not been updated yet. Just received the urgent gifts from Chixing and Lu Sha. He had to hurry up and write. After all, even the donkeys in the production team didn't dare to rest like this. Chapter 21. Holy Cloth. Fitting room. Sister, is it really okay to wear it like this? Gu Qianqian couldn't help but ask as she looked at the somewhat sexy underwear. Girl, these are all worn inside. They can't be seen once the outer clothes are lifted. To be honest, your figure is so great. I am a little envious. The shopping guide sister said with a smile. This girl has a really good figure. It's so well proportioned and fleshy that she really wants to pinch it. The ones you wore before were too small and squeezed your body and made you uncomfortable. You should use this. It's breathable and cool. She picked up a more comfortable piece of underwear and handed it to Gu Qianqian. She could see that the girl had little experience with these things. Even when trying on clothes, I was very careful, for fear of damaging them. I wonder what the relationship between that man outside and her is. The two of them seem to be quite suitable. Second sister, why did you change your name? I searched for a long time before I found it. A new window popped up on Yi Chuyan's WeChat. She was speechless when she saw the familiar portrait. What do you want from me? Are you looking for me because you ran away again and want me to plead for mercy to Grandpa? Yi Chuyan replied. Sister, why don't you believe in my ability? Stop talking nonsense. Grandpa asked you to get that thing in the secret realm. Where do you have the time to play with your phone? Yi Chuyan asked. Sister, that's not a place for people to stay. There isn't even a woman. It's been 3 years. Do you know how I've been living? Grandpa said that we can't get that holy garment. If you dare to run back, he will break your legs himself. I can't help you, Yi Chuyan replied. This person is Yi Chuyan's third brother, Yi Chufan. WeChat nickname, Time Management Master. I already got the holy garment a long time ago, so why do I need you to remind me? I just want to ask, when will you come back to the capital, so we can have a good reunion and show you my new girlfriend? Also, why did you change your previously good werewolf avatar to a selfie? The name was also changed to something as cute as Hatsune Miku. I almost thought your account was hacked. This is not in line with your character. Hatsune Nightmare is more suitable for you. The time management guru added a big smiley face. What's it to you? I'll be back to the capital in a few days, Yi Chuyan replied unhappily. Things in Jiangnan have been basically dealt with. It's almost time to return to the capital. Sister, you don't have someone you like, do you? You have to tell me about this. Otherwise, with your personality, it will be yellow sooner or later. With my many years of experience, I can definitely help you with this. The time management master sent another message. I don't mean anything else. He just likes to walk on the edge of death. If my second sister has someone she likes, it would be big news. Who is not afraid of death? Xiaofan, remember to put on the holy clothes. I will come back and help you test whether the holy clothes can withstand beatings. After sending the message, she threw her phone aside. Her business hasn't even been accomplished yet, and she's already been told it's going to fail. It's simply challenging her bottom line. Imperial capital, Yi Family Villa District. In a spacious house. Sister, you are not serious? I was just joking. I didn't mean anything else. Yi Chufan realized that something was wrong. Her sister never cared when she made such jokes in the past. Why are you so serious today? Could it be that you really like someone? He was just guessing. Judging from her sister's temper, she would definitely beat him up if she said so. It's no use running to the ends of the earth. Xiaofan, do you have time to teach me a foreign language tonight? My boyfriend is not at home. A person named Red Rose sent a message. There are still several unread messages on WeChat, all asking him to repair the air conditioner, repair the water pipes, and provide family counseling. But he didn't have the heart to care about these things now. He looked at the holy cloth box on the ground. I fell into deep thought, wondering whether this holy armor could withstand any blows. Logically speaking, he should be able to withstand beatings, right? But her sister is really ruthless. But you can't just vent your frustrations on me. What about the loving family we agreed to be? Chapter 22, Cute Shallow. Does it look good? Gu Qianqian walked over wearing a black dress. She was wearing a black shirt, a short skirt, and a pair of hollow stockings on her long legs. There is also a black band tied around the left leg.
星号
The whole person looks like a black elf, and her temperament is greatly enhanced. Qianqian looks good in anything she wears. Buy a few more so she can take them with her to college. Lin Feng said with a smile. He now has 100,000 yuan in savings and will never be as poor as before. As long as you work hard to catch ghosts, you can move to a new house in no time. Pack up everything she likes. Lin Feng said to the shopping guide. For Gu Qianqian, if financial conditions permit, he has never been stingy. Although this was once the nanny's daughter. But for Lin Feng, who traveled through time, it didn't matter. Alone, he was reborn into the body of his disabled original self. If it weren't for this girl's care, he would probably not have survived. On the way back, Lin Feng carried a big bag of clothes. Qianqian only chose them at his insistence. The two walked side by side. Along the way, passers-by turned their heads to look at her, and Qianqian's appearance was particularly good today. She has a great figure, and with black stockings, she is naturally eye-catching. Lin Feng saw 3 men and 1 woman in front of him. One of the women was holding a durian phone facing them. Photograph. He was confused and walked over with Qianqian. Renyu, what are you doing? Qianqian also saw it. Just shouted out. What for? Just taking a picture to help you promote your image of a pure girl, Renyu said with a smile. Give me your phone, Qianqian said. Although he was with Lin Feng, others didn't know that he was her elder brother. With Renyu's personality, he will definitely stir up trouble everywhere. Here you go. If you have the guts, go grab it. Renyu showed no sign of weakness. The 3 people with her today are students from a sports school, all of whom are tall and strong. But he is not comparable to the man next to Gu Qianqian. Renyu? Lin Feng understood. The root cause of the previous series of events involving Luo Hu, Pingxi, and Wen Chang was caused by the girl in front of him. After Renyu whispered something to the 3 men beside her, the group of men came straight over. So you are Gu Qianqian from Yulan High School. You are such a beauty. They directly surrounded Gu Qianqian and Lin Feng. Miss Qianqian, how about adding WeChat? One of the men had already taken out his cell phone. Get lost. If you say one more word, I guarantee you won't be able to play basketball in the second half of the year, Lin Feng said coldly. At the same time, I feel even more disgusted with such people who like to stir up trouble. Haha, little brother, who are you? Beautiful Qianqian, why don't you come with us to the health room to play games? The 3 men took another step forward, not paying any attention to Lin Feng's threat. They had already received Renyu's signal to teach Gu Qianqian and the man beside him a lesson. One of the men walked up to Lin Feng and tried to grab his neck. Lin Feng did not dodge, but stretched out his left hand and gently touched his right arm. Then a crisp sound was heard. Ah! The young man covered his arm, sweating profusely, and squatted on the ground. The other 2 people were a little confused when they saw this. This is an exaggeration, it's just a slight step. How strong can this person be? The 2 looked at each other, and at the same time, they kicked towards Lin Feng with a strong kick. Attacked Lin Feng's chest and lower body. Lin Feng watched the slow motion with an expressionless face. Before the 2 of them could react, 2 more fingers containing hidden power came out. Hit both men's right arms. All of them are comminuted fractures. This level of injury cannot be cured without half a year of recuperation. Lin Feng walked step by step to Rinyu, and Rinyu saw that the three men were still lying on the ground, covering his arm in pain. I'm already scared. What do you want to do? My father is Rinxiong. If you bully me, he won't let you go. Rinxiong, do you think I'm really scared? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with ferocity. Rinyu saw a hint of green ripples flash across Lin Feng's eyes. My legs suddenly started to tremble. Believe it or not, I can make you the same as them, Lin Feng said coldly. No, don't do this. I won't dare to do it again. Please delete all the photos. Rinyu was really scared. She just took several photos and hasn't had time to post them yet. Wait, give me the photo. Qianqian suddenly thought of something and walked over quickly. He grabbed Rinyu's phone and uploaded the photos to his WeChat account. Then completely delete the photos in Rinyu's phone. Qianqian, go back first. I have something to talk to your classmate. Okay, then I'll go back first. Brother, you should come back early, Qianqian replied obediently. Do you still dare to bully Qianqian? Lin Feng said to Rinyu. The blue pupils appeared again. I dare not. I don't dare anymore, Rinyu replied mechanically. Lin Feng's strange look was deeply imprinted in Rinyu's heart. Lin Feng took out 4 talismans of the Heart Sorrow Curse and quietly injected them into the bodies of the 4 people. Anyone who still has the slightest thought of revenge will suffer excruciating pain. Although it won't lead to death, it will definitely not be pleasant. Now the goal has been reached. I didn't say any more words to her, just picked up my clothes and continued walking towards home. Qianqian was at home, holding her cell phone and looking at the photos taken by Renyu. You know what? The photo is pretty nice. After thinking for a while, she used the photo as her screensaver. The second division of the Supernatural Bureau. Senior, Jiangnan City just sent a message. We have obtained some information about the Skull Mask Man. A purple-haired woman respectfully handed a report to a desk. A man about 50 or 60 years old picked up the report in his hand. Title, Langmi, Ability, Space-related supernatural power, similar to the golden flash of time and space magic. Weapon, Scythe. The report contains some pictures of Lin Feng's battles, as well as rough information speculations. Space-related abilities are quite good. Tell them to bring this person into my supernatural bureau. Yes, Senior. Uncle Zhang, who moved the truck here? It's been 2 days, why haven't you moved it down? Passing by the gate of the community, Lin Feng met a security guard he knew and asked him a question. I don't know. They say the owner of the truck was possessed by evil spirits. Such a heavy truck actually ran onto the platform by itself. It's impossible to drive it down now. We are trying to find a way to contact a large crane. But he deserves it. He always likes to park his car at the gate here, which makes it inconvenient for the owners to go in and out, and we quarrel every few days. Now let's see if he dares to park randomly in the future. Uncle Zhang said a series of things and seemed quite happy. He had quarreled with the car owner many times over this matter in the past, but now he couldn't get off. Chapter 23. First encounter with the mysterious SS-class person. Ding, as soon as he got home, Lin Feng's prestige phone rang. Received a photo from Qianqian. It was the photo that Rinyu had just taken. Brother, is this photo nice? Qianqian asked, holding up her cell phone. Lin Feng took a careful look and found that the photo was quite good. Qianqian's height is a good match for Lin Feng. They haven't taken many photos together yet, so this shooting angle is pretty good. He saw that most of the profile pictures of other people on Weixin were family photos. I still had the chrysanthemum avatar that came with me, so I just changed it and uploaded the photo directly. After putting away the things in his hands, he went to the kitchen to work. He bought a big fish head today and prepared to make a soup for Qianqian to nourish her brain. With more than a month left, nutrition must be kept up. He is really worried about his sister. Gushi Village, Yanglu County, Jiangnan City. This is a very remote little village. Most of the young people go to work in the city, leaving only a few dozen elderly people in the village. We also raise a lot of poultry. Although there aren't many people, there is some life there. But overnight, the village became a ruin. The entire village was deserted, and even the poultry in the pen disappeared mysteriously. After receiving a report from a family member from another place, the Inspection Bureau collected surveillance footage from various locations. No clues were found, and the incident was finally defined as a supernatural phenomenon. We had to ask the Supernatural Bureau to send someone to help, as they were the only ones who had a way to deal with ghosts. Ordinary people really can't do anything. Brother Lin, did you find anything? A woman who looked somewhat pure and lovely asked. They were assigned by their superiors to come here to inspect and find out the cause. The man's name is Lin Yuan, and he has awakened the B-level thunder power. The woman's name is Ding Yao, and she has awakened the power of Class B heavy water. The two have been together for many years, both as partners and as a couple. If the two of them work together, they are not even weaker than the average A-level psychic. The psychic glasses didn't detect anything, but I did sense the residual scent of a ghost, Lin Yuan said with a serious expression. This was the first time he encountered such a strange incident, and there were no clues left. What on earth is it made of? The area surrounding the village has now been blocked by the patrol bureau, and no one else is allowed to enter or leave until the truth is revealed. Let's wait and see at night, Lin Yuan said after thinking for a long time. The air is thick at night. Let's see if there are any other discoveries. Okay. Seeing Lin Yuan so serious, Ding Yao knew that this ghost was not ordinary. The two found a place with an excellent view. Ding Yao picked up a talisman and gently placed it on the ground. In an instant, a red rune circle formed where they were. With this circle, you can temporarily hide your body and avoid being discovered by ghosts. I have to say, the talismans made by those cultivators are quite useful, Ding Yao said with a chuckle. Of course, they are good at carving talismans, and their ability to fly and hide is not inferior to ours. Lin Yuan looked at Ding Yao and said, there are many practitioners in the Supernatural Bureau. Normally, when they go out on missions, the Bureau will also send them some special talismans. This kind of talisman is special in that it does not require spiritual power to activate. It only has a simple passive effect. But it is enough for them to carry out their mission. After all, those monks would never hand over the more advanced talismans. The competitive relationship between the two has always existed, and the Bureau has been mediating. Night. The ancient village was filled with cold winds, and from time to time the mountain winds blew down the doors and windows, making rustling sounds. Lin Yuan and Ding Yao both looked solemn, and their supernatural glasses indicated that a special energy was continuously fluctuating. Da-da-da. Midnight is coming. Ding Yao was surprised to see a horrible monster crawling out of the ancient well that had been explored many times before. The monster was 10 feet tall. Its head was rotten, and there were tiny corpse worms crawling all over its body. There was a big hole in its abdomen, and a lot of red stuff was flowing out. At first glance, it's terrifying. Strange, this monster is only sea level, but why do I feel so uneasy? Ding Yao was a little confused. Suddenly a hare appeared from nowhere and ran towards the ancient well. The rabbit naturally couldn't feel the monster's fluctuations. The moment I approached the monster, a red tentacle suddenly extended from the monster's abdomen and pulled the hare directly into it. Gurgle gurgle, and it was digested instantly. This monster is different from the ones we've seen before. Is there a new type? Lin Yuan said secretly. However, the lightning in his hand had begun to flicker, and he saw the monster slowly walking towards them. It seemed a little slow, and no trace of the two men was found. Shall we do it, Brother Lin? Ding Yao also began to condense a circle of heavy water. Be careful, I don't think it's that simple. Lin Yuan's expression became more serious. I always feel like something is overlooked. The monster seemed to be passing by where they were, although slowly, the distance was constantly shrinking. Go ahead, Ding Yao said. The monster was already so close, so he had to kill it first. Just as the heavy water in her hand was about to be used, the monster suddenly extended several tentacles from its abdomen and attacked them directly. Raikiri Lin Yuan has very fast hands and has been with Ding Yao for many years. Nothing was wasted. The thunder in his hand directly cut off the tentacles. Heavy water prison. The heavy water in Ding Yao's hand formed a circle, directly trapping the monster inside. The monster was still roaring, and the tentacles from its abdomen were about to extend, but they were blocked by the water prison. The thunder sword in Lin Yuan's hand. Thunder slash. He slashed with his sword directly, piercing through the heavy water prison. The monster was chopped into two halves. Is he dead? Ding Yao saw the two halves of the body collapse to the ground, just about to relax. No, don't be careless. Lin Yuan saw that the monster's body, which was split into two halves, was constantly wriggling. Then it began to reassemble itself, forming two identical monsters. Thunder slash. Lin Yuan struck again with the sword. How so? Under the continuous blows, the monster seemed to be split apart. The more they killed, the more there were. Even getting stronger. Brother Lin, the heavy water prison can no longer hold on. Swallow. After splitting, the monsters began to devour each other. How so? There was some surprise on their faces. The energy of the monster would actually increase after being swallowed. It is almost reaching level B now. This was the first time the two of them encountered this kind of ghost, and after killing it, it would continue to split apart. After splitting, they can devour each other again, thus gaining the ability to evolve. This kind of situation has never been recorded in the database. On the other side of the hill, Lin Feng stood on a huge ancient tree, staring at the scene in front of him. He had just completed the suburban ghost hunting mission assigned by the system and killed an old country corpse. When we landed here, we saw the fierce fight between a man and a woman. "Host, won't you go up and help?" the system suddenly said. "You think I can handle it? This guy is constantly dividing and devouring himself. It doesn't conform to the law of conservation of energy at all," said Lin Feng. He was very self-aware and just wanted to see what this monster was capable of. If you encounter it suddenly in the future, there is also a corresponding method. As for pretending to save people, he doesn't have this idea for the time being. The two people in the field didn't seem to be dying so easily. He was about to leave. Lin Feng stood on the tree and saw a man wearing red cloud clothes not far away. Wearing a bamboo hat, he was watching the fierce battle between the man and woman from afar. Lin Feng sensed something and used a probe on him. Superpower. Pupil power SS top level? How can it be so strong? Lin Feng was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw someone with SS level strength. Ding! Watch a gorgeous battle and you will be rewarded with a mysterious lottery. System, who did you learn this from? And you want to watch the video to win the prize. Chapter 24 Snake. How can it be so strong? After the monster broke through level B, it actually began to split itself. Water Dragon. The heavy water in Ding Yao's hand began to change shape and actually condensed into a huge water dragon. Thunderbolt. The thunder in Lin Yuan's hand directly joined the water dragon. With the combination of thunder and water, there was thunder in the water dragon and bursts of roars. This is their unique combination of skills. The water dragon wrapped around this group of monsters and exploded continuously. The broken bodies were scattered all over the ground. "Brother Lin, did you succeed?" Ding Yao asked as she looked at the body parts on the ground. "It seems not." Lin Yuan saw a strange vision. "I saw that the broken body actually began to condense together. No further differentiation. It directly formed a 7-meter-tall giant. There were 10 arms and 20 eyes wrapped around the body. Energy detection A+ level. How so? It gets stronger the more it kills. What kind of monster is this?" Ding Yao couldn't help but say. This is the first time they have encountered this kind of monster, and it seems that it cannot die. Roar. The monster punched down directly. Dodge. Lin Yuan hugged Ding Yao and quickly dodged. The monster was getting faster and faster. The tentacles on the abdomen stretched out again. Keep entangled with Lin Yuan. The two were caught in a difficult and bitter battle. Suddenly, a tentacle wrapped around Ding Yao and was about to pull her back to the abdomen and devour her. At this time, a red giant fell from the sky. With one sword, the tentacle was completely cut off. Lin Yuan hugged Ding Yao tightly. He was a little frightened by the scene just now. If it weren't for the red giant's sword, Ding Yao would have been in danger. When the monster saw its tentacles being cut off, it punched the red giant directly. That earth-shattering punch did not cause any damage at all. Instead, the red giant slashed at the monster with another sword. Directly pierced the monster's chest. "You can't kill me?" The monster let out a low roar and was surprisingly intelligent. The giant sword in the giant's hand suddenly emitted a red light. Only then did Lin Yuan notice that the hilt of the sword was actually shaped like a gourd. The red light rotated, and the monster was actually sucked directly into the hilt of the sword. After the monster completely disappeared, the red giant began to disappear. How could it be? Ding Yao saw a man wearing a bamboo hat inside. So, the one who was controlling the red giant just now was him? Watching the man leave, Lin Yuan stepped forward and said, "Thank you for your help, Excellency." The man just waved his hand casually and walked towards the ancient well. Ding Yao saw a red ring on the man's finger. The man stood at the entrance of the cave for a long time and said, "He has already escaped. You guys should go back and report back." "Excuse me, sir. Who is he? Could you tell me?" Although Lin Yuan didn't want to ask, he still had to report back. "It should be that strange snake." The man just said this and walked towards the darkness. But Lin Yuan clearly saw that this person coughed deeply. "My body is already so weak. It seems that the plan needs to be advanced." The man glanced at the blood on his hands and spoke to himself. Soon it disappeared into the darkness. Ding, viewing mission completed. Lin Feng was still in shock. This move was so handsome and gorgeous. Is this the fear of being dominated by a giant? With just a wave of his hand, he absorbed the seal of the unkillable monster. This skill is really amazing. What if I can get it? When the time comes and he turns into a giant, won't he be able to kill every evil ghost with one sword? But why did the system let me watch this battle? Lin Feng was still a little confused, based on his understanding of the system. He shouldn't be allowed to get it for free. Lottery. Lin Feng remembered that there was still one chance to draw a lottery while watching the movie. Start. Stop. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a bottle of power potion, which will increase the permanent strength attribute. Good boy. This is worth watching. Lin Feng took the red powerful potion and drank it in one gulp. After feeling a huge force, he punched directly at the mountain next to him. Boom. I saw that the mountain suddenly cracked into countless huge cracks. Then the gravel rolled down. Is it that fierce? Lin Feng sighed, then immediately left. Next day. Lin Feng, why did you change your profile picture? Lin Feng received news from Hatsune Miku. Sister Long, how about this photo? It's pretty good, right? Lin Feng smiled widely. What do you mean by good? People who don't know would think it's a couple's profile picture, Yi Chuin thought to herself. But he didn't say it directly. She also knew about their relationship. But Qianqian looked really photogenic in her short skirt and black stockings. Could it be that Lin Feng likes this type? At this time, Yi Chuin received an internal assistance notification on her mobile phone. She glanced at the content. Will you let me stay in Jiangnan to help investigate the snake? Since it's official business, I'll stay here for now, she said to herself. She does have special feelings for Lin Feng. We have known each other online for 4 years and have talked about almost everything except the issue of identity. It was Lin Feng who accompanied her through several long nights. In addition, after seeing it for the first time, I was attracted by its unique temperament. She was also a little moved. She is 24 years old and has never had a boyfriend, so she does yearn for love. After the giant incident, Lin Feng asked the system. That man's pupil power is indeed extraordinary. It is also sold in the system mall, but unfortunately only the regular version is available. It is still very demanding to upgrade to the version that can summon giants. You have to kill your relatives when you hear this condition. Lin Feng didn't want it anymore instantly. How could he possibly kill Qianqian? He wouldn't even think of doing that. These are his only relatives in this world. Although there is no blood relationship. Night. Lin Feng picked up the sickle again and started working. He set a small goal for himself, to buy a new house within a year. That girl? Lin Feng, who was patrolling the target, suddenly saw the figure of the little girl. It was the ghost he met when he was fishing from the second floor underwater. She was running away at this time, and Lin Feng saw a tall sea-level evil ghost chasing her. Little girl, you can't run away. Just let me devour you. The evil spirit seemed to have almost finished chasing. He simply stretched out his arm and grabbed the girl in his hand. Open your bloody mouth wide and swallow it in one gulp. Suddenly, a bloody crescent came and directly cut off the sea-level evil ghost from the neck. The phosphorescent light completely turned into green and disappeared before his eyes. The little girl was surprised to see a person wearing a skull mask appear in front of her. Don't be afraid. I mean no harm, Lin Feng said softly. This girl is just an ordinary ghost. According to the system, she should be the kind with unfulfilled wishes. Therefore, he is unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Lin Feng asked. It's not that he was too sanctimonious. It's just because he saw the look in the little girl's eyes. I thought of Qianqian's past. Was she also so pitiful back then? I want to go home, but many people are blocking me. The girl spoke intermittently. Ding. Trigger the hidden mission. Escort Ling Xiaoyao home and get a mysterious lottery as a reward. Can this trigger the task? Lin Feng was a little surprised. He had always thought that only ghost hunting was released. Host, in addition to normal tasks, there are naturally many hidden tasks. Don't be afraid. I'll take you back. Lin Feng glanced at the little girl and said kindly. The chapter review contains important explanations. You can skip it if you don't like it. It is about the introduction of elements. Chapter 25 Soul Orb. Lin Feng let the little girl lie on his back and jumped directly on the roof. The little girl's home was 10 kilometers away, but that was not a problem for him. He had long been accustomed to shuttling back and forth. Lin Feng could feel the weight of the girl's soul, but it was a little cold. This is a unique physical condition belonging to the soul body. Is this what happens after death? Lin Feng said to himself. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Feng stood on the roof and could already see the specific location of the home the little girl mentioned. It was a high-end villa area, and those who could live here were either rich or noble. However, there is a gloomy aura lingering around this villa area from the perspective of feng shui. The layout here is a dangerous place, especially suitable for ghosts to survive. Roar. The number of ghosts along the way increased, and it seemed that this girl had a great attraction to them, like a special delicacy. What's so different about this girl? Lin Feng was also curious, but his hands were not idle. Anyone who wanted to get close to him, they were all killed directly by a blood-red crescent. His current strength is no longer the same as before. The proficiency of weapon mastery has reached LV3. Increases attack power by 30%. Huanyue itself has a special bonus on the damage done to ghosts. Killing B-level ghosts is also easy. Well, a bead exploded? After Lin Feng killed a B-level grave ghost, a round bead fell down. Lin Feng took the bead into his hand. Soul-nurturing bead, at the cost of the lifespan of blood relatives, can nurture ghosts that have not yet dissipated and reunite the entity. It is ineffective for those who died of natural causes and can only warm up the ghosts of those who died unexpectedly. Now, any ghost that dares to show up becomes his experience value. He was also thinking about upgrading and opening the system mall as soon as possible. It was said that there were a lot of good things there. Ling family villa.
Lena, stop crying.
In a children's bedroom. The place is filled with children's dolls and a pink princess bed, picture books, trolleys, etc. There is also a cute photo of a girl on the bedroom wall. Looks like a little angel. A middle-aged man looked haggard and had quite a few white hairs on his head. He gently stroked the woman's forehead, full of sadness. The daughter has been missing for many days, and the wife has been crying all day long. Staying in this room, I miss the people I saw. Xiaoyao will be fine, brotherly. Can you please send someone to look for her? The woman murmured. The man's mouth was bitter. If he could find it, why would he do this? He already had the result in his mind, but he just didn't want to believe it. He had been in the business world for many years and only had a daughter when he was 40. I didn't expect it to be like this. He hasn't managed the company for a long time, and the company has been handed over to his second brother Ling Shan. For him, no matter how much money you have, you can't buy back your daughter's life. Okay. I'll send someone to look for her, and I'm sure I'll find Xiaoyao. The two looked at the photo of their daughter on the wall and fell silent again. Boom. The door downstairs was pushed open and the man heard the noise. I didn't think too much about it. This is a high-end villa area. Security is always in place, so there is no chance of thieves coming. Trample, trample. There seemed to be the sound of footsteps on the stairs again, from far to near. Congratulations, host. You have completed the escort mission. Do you want to draw the lottery now? Wait a minute, Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He and Ling Xiaoyao went up the stairs step by step. The villa is very large and very quiet at night. Only in one bedroom was there a faint light shining through the crack in the door. Brother, it's right here, Ling Xiaoyao said. She felt the presence of her parents. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. Ling Li pointed a black pistol directly at the door. As a businessman, it was too easy for him to get such weapons. But he saw that horrifying scene. There was a man in black standing at the door, wearing a strange skull mask, looking at him strangely. Bang! Ling Li's hands were shaking a little, but he actually fired a shot. When Lin Feng saw the flying bullet, he just turned slightly and dodged it. Of course, there's nothing wrong with just taking it hard. Who are you? Although Ling Li was a little panicked, he forced himself to remain calm. Ah! The woman inside heard the gunshot, came to her senses and looked at Lin Feng. I couldn't help but scream. Loner, are you okay? Ling Li didn't care about anything else and hugged his wife directly. I'm just sending someone back. Don't be too nervous. Who are you sending? Ling Li frowned when he saw that there was no one around Lin Feng. He already had a guess in his mind. Anyone who can dodge a bullet so closely must be no ordinary person. It should be the one who has awakened the superpowers. But he had also heard that people with special abilities also had rules. You are not allowed to use special abilities to harm ordinary people. Any violation will be severely punished. The premise is to be discovered. Your daughter, Ling Xiaoyao? Lin Feng said softly as he saw the decorations all over the room. I understand how sad it is for parents. Where is Xiaoyao? The woman was a little excited, but she didn't care what Lin Feng's purpose was. It doesn't matter if it's money or life, as long as my daughter is brought back. It's right in front of you, but you two can't see it. Lin Feng pointed at the little girl in front of her and said, Are you kidding us? Ling Li was a little angry. As a father who was almost out of control, He was filled with anger and fear. But he still didn't dare to do it. After all, his wife was there. He didn't dare to anger this person. Xiaoyao, if you have anything to say, I will help you convey it. Lin Feng said slowly. This kind of scene was indeed a little uncomfortable for him. She said. Lin Feng recounted word for word. Several special things were also mentioned. Ling Li's head gradually lowered. Those things were secrets between them as father and daughter, and Xiaoyao would never tell anyone else. He began to believe Lin Feng's words. Can you tell me how she was killed? Ling Li's voice was trembling a little when he spoke. At this point, he just wanted to find his daughter's body and bury her properly. In the water tank of your company building, she said it was done by her second uncle. When Lin Feng recounted the story, he felt a little sorry that someone would attack such a young girl. Did my second brother do this? For money, you want to take my daughter's life. A fierce light appeared in the man's eyes. This was his brother. But now he wished he could tear out his tendons and bones. Ling Xiaoyao's remaining wish had been fulfilled, and her body seemed to be glowing with fluorescent spots that were about to dissipate. But she really doesn't want to leave. Ding ding. Trigger the special mission. Kind Ghost, complete Ling Xiaoyao's resurrection, and receive a mysterious 5-draw combo. Host, you are really lucky. You have triggered another hidden mission. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. Just like in the novel, the props he needed were always delivered at the most appropriate time. So this is what the soul-nourishing beads are for? The bead was indeed of no use to him, and he put all the things he got that he didn't need into the ring. He never thought of selling it. Blood relatives resurrected. He really had no blood relatives in this world. If she can be resurrected, what price can you pay? Lin Feng said, the mission must be completed in a certain way. After all, he has no use for that thing. Resurrection? Do you have a way to resurrect him? The woman seemed to have grasped the life-saving straw. Anything is fine. You can have anything you want in this house, even my life. Chapter 26 Goodbye Goddess. Lin Feng took out the soul-nourishing bead he had just obtained. This was good enough. He completed the task by the way. This system was pretty good to him. I will store Xiaoyao's soul in this bead. After 49 days, her body will be recondensed. She will then naturally be resurrected. Lin Feng said. Then, what do you need us to do? The woman asked anxiously. What exactly is the price that Lin Feng mentioned? Drop your blood on this soul-nourishing bead, and she will get half the lifespan of her blood relatives. Only half of my lifespan? Can't I give it all to her? The woman is not concerned about her lifespan, but wants to live her entire life. This is something that goes against the will of heaven. Don't think too much about it, Lin Feng said, shaking his head. This is what is written on the instruction manual of this bead. The two of them no longer hesitated and directly cut their fingers with a knife and dripped blood on the beads. The originally transparent round beads were stained blood red after being touched by the blood drops. The two of them could actually see the figure of a girl in the bead. Although it is a little vague, they also see hope. Thank you for rescuing our daughter. The couple kowtowed in thanks. I will never forget such a great favor. This is probably the fate between me and her, Lin Feng recalled the scene when he was throwing the ring. That look is really similar to Qianqian. I don't know if you will need me for anything in the future, but if you ask me, I will do my best to help you. Ling Li said this in a very sincere manner. Ling Li originally wanted to say money or house would be fine, but I wonder if giving my benefactor such a vulgar thing would make him unhappy. He took back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Maybe it will be useful someday, Lin Feng thought. The villa area you live in has a lot of negative energy and is not suitable for living. If you can move as soon as possible, otherwise you will be in trouble. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he disappeared instantly. A lot of time has been wasted today, and his ghost-catching plan has not yet been completed. Move. Ling Li responded. As long as my daughter can be resurrected safely, I don't care about this house. As for his second brother, he will not spare him. Lottery. Start. Stop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare item. Death Doll, unique item, not tradable, gift. Death Doll. After being bound, it can be resurrected once after an accidental death. This is really good stuff, Lin Feng said excitedly. If you often go out, you might fail. Having this scapegoat is like having an extra life. This mission is worth it. He saved the girl's life, but in the blink of an eye the system took his life away. After returning home, he placed the doll at the head of his bed. Insert a strand of hair onto the puppet's head. The puppet's face gradually began to change, and its shape became similar to his. After 49 days, we can have 5 draws, right? Yes, after the girl is resurrected, The lottery can be held. You are so lucky. I seem to see the hope of entering the golden group. The system said. Golden group? What golden group? Lin Feng was a little confused. You are too weak now. Let's wait until you are stronger. 1 week later, Lin Feng saw on the news that Ling Shan, the second in command of Ling Group, he died accidentally falling from the roof of a building, and the news reported that his death was extremely tragic. However, the funeral was very low-key, with no one else attending except his children. Even his eldest brother Ling Li, with whom he had always had the best relationship, did not attend his funeral. Brother Wolf, your aunt is not going back for the time being? Lin Feng was a little surprised. Didn't you say you would leave in a few days? The family arranged a second-generation blind date for him, but she disagreed, so she stayed in Jiangnan City temporarily. I want to hide for a while. She is unfamiliar with this place. Please help me take care of her. Don't worry, Brother Wolf. Your aunt is my aunt, and I treat her as my own aunt, Lin Feng replied confidently. If you have nothing to do, take my aunt to see a movie. I heard the new movie The Ring is pretty good, so I'm going to take her to see it. I've already booked the tickets. Okay, Brother Wolf, you have the final say. Beachfront Hotel. I'm so smart that I came up with this idea. Someone praised unconsciously. She also worked very hard in role-playing. You have to be bold when playing as Langmi. When it was Hatsune Miku, she turned into a weak woman again. Switching between roles is more of a headache than fighting monsters. Didi, Sister Lung, are you free to watch a movie tonight? The Ring. Shortly after Langmi sent the message, Yi Chuin received a WeChat message from the kindergarten car. Yes, I happen to be free, but I heard that the movie is pretty scary. It's not that scary. Brother Wolf said it's just average, replied the kindergarten car. So what should I wear tonight? Yi Chuin started planning. By the way, turn off the TV. She was bored these days, so she watched all the parts of The Grudge 1 to 17. What a boring movie, not exciting at all. She might as well go to the grave and watch real ghosts dancing. The agreed time is 7 o'clock. Meet at the entrance of Baida Cinema. Lin Feng had his meal and set off early. It's always bad to be late when watching a movie with girls. But he didn't know why Brother Wolf chose a horror movie like The Ring. I heard there's a funnier movie called Sex is Zero, which has received pretty good reviews, but he hasn't had time to watch it yet. After he got the ticket, he stood at the entrance of the cinema waiting. Lin Feng's figure is still very outstanding when standing among the crowd, and beautiful women come to chat with him from time to time. It only takes a while. Lin Feng saw the familiar sports car appear at the entrance of the cinema. It attracted a lot of people to watch. This limited edition car is rare, and many people even took photos on the front of the car. The car door opened slowly. Yi Chuin is dressed a little sexily today, under the guidance of Xue Chengyue, a black top with a small shawl. The two snow-white balls are slightly exposed, and the V-shaped groove can be seen. Round and full. An exquisite figure with a curvy figure. She was wearing a pair of black gauze stockings on her legs, which was even sexier than the last time I saw her. After dressing up specially, she looks like a queen. Lin Feng, you've been waiting for a long time? Yi Chuin didn't care about other people's gazes and walked straight towards Lin Feng. Sister Long, I just got here a while ago. Lin Feng said repeatedly. Brother Wolf has booked a private room. Let's go check it out upstairs. Good. Yi Chuin booked a luxury private room for $99.99, which has an excellent location. Lin Feng, is this movie really not scary? Yi Chuin said hypocritically. Brother Wolf said that he had seen the movie and the plot was okay. There were only 2 of them in this private room, so they could be more casual. After Yi Chuin sat down, she took off her red high heels. Put your legs in a comfortable position, recline in the chair, and watch the movie. Lin Feng saw Yi Chuin's 2 long black silk legs occasionally swaying in front of him. The feet seemed to look nice too. Suddenly, he pinched his hand hard. Only then did I come to my senses and realize that I was taking people to see a movie, not to look at study materials. I almost looked for writing material in Sister Long. Fortunately, no one found out, otherwise I would have become a nobody. Chapter 27. No fun. It is really nice to watch movies in a private room. The sound effects and lighting are very suitable, and the atmosphere is much better than watching on a computer. Lin Feng was watching the movie with great interest. This was his first time watching a movie in a cinema after traveling through time. Yi Chuin's long legs and black stockings were almost reaching over his chair. He didn't even dare to look at it again, afraid of leaving a bad impression on others. This is his personality. He is very kind to those close to him. He is just expressing his true nature. Yi Chuin felt a little strange. In the novel, when it comes to this scene, shouldn't there be some heart-moving reaction, or at least some body movements? It seems that he is really not such a vulgar person, she thought to herself. Otherwise, how could she not even look at her? She is very confident in her looks, the type that can be both cute and domineering. Yi Chuin has some special feelings for Lin Feng. The first novel she read that year was The Doghouse God of War, written by Lin Feng. The scene where the God of War's daughter lived in a doghouse moved her to tears. She was busy with training and special missions. I don't have much free time, so I just keep reading Lin Feng's books. She couldn't get into other people's books either because they were too brain-intensive. She is the exact opposite of Gu Qianqian and is the type who reads books without thinking. Just enjoy it. Lin Feng's God of War article was just right for her. From the beginning to now, it has been more than 4 years. The two have communicated privately a lot through the Tomato platform and can be said to have been close friends for a long time. Lin Feng has a good writing style and is very comfortable to drive. Especially when they first met, that handsome face was deeply imprinted in her heart. It felt like something suddenly shot into the body. Some can't help themselves. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss it? At this moment, the female ghost in the movie suddenly appeared, and there were screams in the theater. The shrill scream echoed in the private room. This opportunity was rare, so Yi Chuin took the opportunity to grab Lin Feng's hand. Pretending to be frightened, he was about to simulate a scream. It hurts. Lin Feng shouted first. Oops, I forgot to hold back. Yi Chuin reacted immediately. Although she used some strength, it was still too much for an ordinary person. Sister, you are so strong. Lin Feng was a little surprised, because his body was made of reinforced steel. He can even withstand bullets, so why does it hurt so much when being pinched? Could it be that the enhanced skills temporarily failed in front of the beauty? What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Chuin said with a blush. After she confirmed that Lin Feng's hand was not broken, she quickly retracted her hand. She now defines herself as a weak woman who needs Lin Feng's help to open the bottle cap. Lin Feng was also a little embarrassed. Was it really his illusion? No matter how you look at it, Sister Long doesn't seem to have that much strength. It must be my own illusion. This movie is so scary, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Yi Chuin murmured to herself. Her voice was not loud, just enough for Lin Feng to hear. How about we stop watching it? Do something else? Lin Feng remembered what his elder brother Langmi had told him, that he had to take good care of his sister-in-law. If you don't want to watch the movie, then don't watch it. Just download the next one tomorrow. At least watch the ending. He turned off the projection in the private room, and the room immediately became quiet. Do something else? Is he hinting at something to me? Yi Chuyan's fingertips kept touching each other, seeming a little shy. Don't be fooled by the fact that she is so strong outside and has never lost a fight. But my emotional life is a blank slate. I have never had a serious relationship since I was a child. After awakening the superpowers, the training will continue to improve. The stronger she is, the more people who know her will be in awe of her and dare not even try to get close to her. So I am still single, and time flies and I am already 24 years old. If I continue to be single, I will become an older leftover woman? If he holds my hand, should I refuse? Yi Chuin thought of a lot of things in an instant. Let's go, Sister Long. I'll take you back. It's really not suitable for girls to watch horror movies. Brother Wolf is really something. Why did he recommend The Ring? Lin Feng stood up and said, taking another look at Yi Chuyan's black silk legs. I was a little excited at the moment. Is this the temptation of stockings? Maybe he thinks it's not bad. He is a very down-to-earth person, Yi Chuyan explained. She also didn't expect that this movie, which had a 5-star horror rating, would be so boring. I should have watched that movie earlier. It seems like a sports student friend who calls me sister. Xue Qingyue recommended it, but she hasn't read it yet. Out of the cinema, Yi Chuyan felt a little bored staying inside and wanted to go back. The cinema was only half an hour away from the hotel where she was staying, so it was convenient for Lin Feng to take her there. The two walked side by side, talking and laughing along the way. Occasionally, Lin Feng would tell Yi Chuyan some interesting and humorous stories, which made her smile with joy. As a failed writer, he still has some basic skills. He concluded that to attract people, you have to drive occasionally. Who would watch it if you don't drive? Do you watch it? But once the car starts to drive too fast, editor Hua Tailang will have to issue a warning. The normal operation is to revise the text over and over again until it becomes painful. He even wanted to turn into the god of death and take the editor away. Now he is also very cautious, for fear that the car will be too fast and lead the readers into the ditch. Lin Feng, have you ever had a boyfriend in such a long time? Yi Chuyan suddenly said. Dating? That doesn't count, Lin Feng said to himself. He did have an online romance with someone in his previous life, but they broke up before he came here. It shouldn't have anything to do with him. So you don't plan to have a partner. You can't stay single forever, Yi Chuin said with a smile. But his eyes were always on Lin Feng, waiting to see what he would say. Girlfriend? Let's talk about it after Qianqian goes to college. We also need to move to a bigger house, Lin Feng said after thinking for a while. The house I live in now is too small, and the sound insulation is not very good. He has to wear headphones when watching the news. The reason is that his computer has too many viruses. Macau Croupier online car dealing advertisement often pops up. The sound was extremely loud and often occurred unexpectedly in the middle of the night, to the extent that for a period of time, Gu Qianqian even suspected that Lin Feng was gambling online. Do you have a favorite type? Sister Long can give you some suggestions. Yi Chuin pretended to be very sophisticated. She actually just wanted to find out what type of person Lin Feng likes. She could be cute or defensive, and could attack or defend. It's okay to like rich women, since I'm not short of money anyway. Image. For some reason, Lin Feng's mind suddenly popped up an image of a girl with short, light hair. He couldn't help but shake his head vigorously, wondering why he thought of that girl. It must be because I didn't sleep well. Looks don't matter. I'm not very face blind. As long as I have a good personality and am sincere and honest, that's enough. Lin Feng also joked and didn't take it seriously. So what do you think of me? Yi Chuin asked tentatively. Sister Long, you are joking again. How is that possible? Lin Feng waved his hand and said. He really has no idea about rich second-generation people like Yi Chuin. Besides, Langmi is the big brother who has taken care of him for many years. Others treat him as a brother, but I want to be his uncle. Is he still a human being then? After listening to this, Yi Chuin curled her lips and walked forward alone. What a blockhead. That's right. She was attracted to Lin Feng. That's what love is. There is never a sign of coming. It just starts inexplicably. Chapter 28, Courting Death. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng heard the roar of a motorcycle, which was extremely loud. Looking back, I saw 7 or 8 middle school students speeding on the road, doing fancy moves all the time. Can you play with a motorcycle like this? He slowed down his pace and couldn't help but take a few more glances. He saw a purple motorcycle with its front and rear ends lifted up. The movements are very fancy. After making a snake shape, it accelerated and rushed forward. When the motorcycle owner saw Yi Chuin walking alone in front, that elegant back and those long, slender legs in white silk, he couldn't help but want to say hello and get to know her. The back view is so beautiful, so the front view is even better. Youngsters like these who chase the wind are first-rate at picking up girls on the street. Beauty, I am Tianzong from the Zhongai family. Do you want to experience the fun of chasing the wind with me? The motorcycle stopped sideways in front of Yi Chuin. The man also shook his hair deliberately. Standard posture, accompanied by the sound of the motorcycle blasting down the street. In Yi Chuin's opinion, it was indeed a bit stupid. Roll. Yi Chuin glared slightly. If she hadn't been concerned that Lin Feng was still behind her, she should have thrown the man and his car into the ditch. Yi Chuin's domineering aura dissipated slightly, and the man immediately fell to the ground. I couldn't stop shaking all over. Even releasing this weak, domineering aura is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Sister Long Lin Feng had already run over at this time. The man was seen lying on the ground, still shaking. Sister Long, what is this? I don't know. After he came over, he lay on the ground and trembled. He might have a seizure, Yi Chuin said. Lin Feng didn't have any feeling about domineering power. Due to permission issues, the death system had not yet unlocked this knowledge for him. His friend is here too. He should be taking him to the hospital. Let's go first. Lin Feng had already heard the sound of a motorcycle behind him, but had no intention of trying to rescue. Brother Tianzong, what's wrong with you? The motorcycle behind stopped and saw their eldest brother Tianzong lying on the ground and shivering. I quickly stepped forward and asked. The man was lying on the ground, his fingers slightly pointing at Yi Chuin. She. He uttered the word with difficulty. Stop, both of you. If you don't explain clearly what's going on, no one can leave today. A man with an orange afro got off his motorcycle. He was holding a long nunchaku in his hand. Lin Feng was too lazy to say anything more about these non-mainstream youths. It seems that you don't take my burial seriously. If this matter is not explained clearly today, neither you nor your girlfriend can leave, the yellow-haired man said, hitting the ground with the steel pipe in his hand. It seems like he wants to put some psychological pressure on Lin Feng. It seems like he's looking for trouble again, Lin Feng said secretly. He was ready for the yellow-haired guy to say one more word. I have to lie down today. What did you just say? Yi Chuin suddenly turned around and said. No one, no one can leave. After Zhang saw Yi Chuyan's face, he stuttered. What a beauty. He is only 20 years old and has no resistance to beauties of this level. The previous sentence, Yi Chuyan continued. You and your girlfriend? Zhang Mi said tentatively. I didn't expect that you have such a good eye. So what explanation do you want? Yi Chuyan said softly. The yellow-haired guy has good eyesight. Otherwise, he would be lying on the ground like a sky burial now. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard this. Sister Long was indeed humorous. In this kind of situation, I still feel like joking. His current understanding is relatively simple. How could such a rich and beautiful woman fall in love with him? You know, they have only known each other for half a month. This is not a joke or anything. Tianzong seemed to have regained some strength. He grabbed Huang Mao's leg and seemed to have something to say. Brother Tian, what do you want to say? The yellow-haired man leaned his head closer. Don't mess with her, there's a problem. Tianzong finally uttered these words. Just now he felt a horror in Yi Chuyan's eyes. It was really terrifying. This kind of person must not be an ordinary person and must not be provoked. After saying this, Tianzong's head drooped again. He actually fainted directly. Brother Tian? Seeing the situation, Huang Mao quickly helped the man onto the motorcycle. Saving lives is the most important thing at this moment. He stepped on the accelerator again. It sped away in an instant, leaving behind a thick exhaust gas. Lin Feng frowned when he saw it. He accidentally saw a black cloud on the yellow-haired head. When I looked again, the black gas suddenly disappeared. I felt something was odd. Let's go. Yi Chuyan had no interest in ordinary people like this, and she just bumped into him because of that day's funeral. The supernatural beings do have laws. Ordinary people cannot be attacked, but for her, the law is not very binding. Those are the clauses prepared for the weak, and she is also a referee. In this world, whoever is stronger is right. After what happened just now, Lin Feng subconsciously took Yi Chuyan's hand and prepared to leave together. Yi Chuyan's face suddenly turned red. Lin Feng was also dumbfounded. He was used to holding Qianqian's hand. I recalled that I had pulled it unconsciously. When he wanted to let go again, Yi Chuyan had already naturally held his hand. The two held hands, just like a couple shopping. The current situation is that whoever brings it up will be embarrassed. At this time, Pansy passed by in a small truck full of wine. Uncle Ga, look at those two. Do they look like the two who came to the amusement park last time? It seems like it was really them. Boss Scorpion told us to stay away from that woman. Pansy stepped on the accelerator and the truck accelerated forward. We still have to sell alcohol tonight, and we both have a lot of part-time jobs. Although there are government subsidies, there are also wages paid by Scorpio. The two of them also started live streaming after get off work. Uncle Ga, was there a car accident ahead? They saw a yellow motorcycle lying on the ground. There were two non-mainstream young people lying next to him. It actually crashed into a tree. This car is really awesome to drive. Pansy took a look and found that the yellow-haired man's leg should be disabled, and the arm next to it was also broken. Pansy, hurry up, it's almost time. Uncle Ga urged, saying that it was time to meet his family soon, and he had to go back and serve the wine. Chapter 29. Just playing games? Back to hotel. Lin Feng, you said you wanted to do something interesting, so you want to accompany me to spray pesticides? Yi Chuyan asked with eyes wide open. Sister Long, how about you watch me type? Lin Feng was also stunned and said. Because Yi Chuyan was afraid of having nightmares at night, Brother Wolf told him privately that he had to find someone to accompany his aunt. He was unsure about asking anyone else to do this kind of task, so naturally this matter fell on Lin Feng's head. There is nothing to do late at night. What else can the two of them do besides spraying pesticides? Forget it, let's spray pesticides together, Yi Chuyan sighed. She thought there was something interesting, like holding hands. I didn't expect that two of them would spray pesticides together. What an interesting thing. I'll take a shower, you can play first. If she doesn't take a shower before going to bed, she will feel very uncomfortable all over. Okay, Lin Feng replied. Received a game invitation from my friend Chao Amon. As soon as he came online, Lin Feng saw the pop-up window. Chao Amon is his game friend and belongs to the Order Silver level. They are all rookie level and have never reached gold level after playing for so many years. Yuche, let's go. Today we are going with my friend Suyu. We are in the third row. Kindergarten's car is also the name of Lin Feng's game. It is called a young car in short, and it is still a long way from being a car god. Okay. Xiang Hui had just finished work today and was ready to give it a try. The six-legged golden armor had been almost refined by him. It will be done in a few days, and you can relax at night. Rush down the rankings. Today is Thursday and the primary school students are not on holiday, so no one should be able to stop him from rushing for gold. Match. Almost at the same time, the three scumbags in Xianghui came together. I use Zhanji, Lin Feng said after thinking for a while. Output is not suitable for him. I am Lu Chan. I am a monkey. The three quickly chose their roles. Xianghui chose the descendant he was most familiar with, and this time he would personally carry the whole game. Kindergarten car. Kindergarten car? Xianghui only started paying attention to the name after he made his selection. It's that bastard again. Xianghui felt a chill in his heart. But he's fighting a mage this time, so it should be okay, he comforted himself. In the voice channel, Amon and Suyu have already started a discussion. Man, listen to me. I'm going to seduce you over there later. You took the opportunity to snatch their blue, and so on, Suyu said. After entering the game, Lin Feng went to the middle lane and faced the opponent steadily. Lu Chan took Monkey King to steal the blue from the opposite side. The operation of low-end games is so disorganized. It went smoothly as expected, and after the fight, no one from the opposing team came to take the blue mana. A few minutes later, Amon, let's go. Sneak someone in the middle, Suyu said. The two cooperated very well, taking blue, red, and vanguard. Suyu is awesome, Amon couldn't help but say. He really is a prophet. They cooperated well along the way and got 2 kills each. I think this one should be a sure win. Xianghui developed steadily in the bottom lane. Although there was no kill, the odds were even with the opponent. Although the other teammate in the top lane was just a supporting role, he was somewhat suppressed. But there is absolutely no problem after getting up. Young Car, first move. Lin Feng used his first skill to push up the opposing Ahri. Monkey King Sangunzi rushed forward with Lu Chan. Take away Ahri with 1 set. Amon, I have a good plan. It will be easy to defeat the opponent. Suyu started to pretend. Suyu, you're still playing games so late. Are you not handing in your homework today? There was a snap. This was the sound of a cell phone falling to the ground. Oh? The voice channel was very loud and Lin Feng could hear it clearly. Fuck, Suyu. Are you AFK? Why don't you turn in your homework before opening it? You are really screwing me. Chow Man cursed. But still no one responded. Man? Who is this woman? Alas, Suyu's wife, by Jia. Soon, a strange voice came from the voice channel. Chapter 30 Take You Flying. Da-da-da. Like the sound of horse hooves. Xiang Hui's face turned pale. At the critical moment of his promotion to gold, he was actually tricked? This is intolerable. Don't panic, my friends. It will be over in 5 minutes. Let's be a little bit creepy first. Chow Amon spoke quickly, fearing that the others would retreat in anger. Xiang Hui suppressed his anger, used magic to calm himself down, and continued to replenish his troops. Lu Chan finally took action. Brothers, I'm sorry. I was delayed for a while because of something. But don't worry, we will definitely win this time. Suyu said. It happened suddenly just now. Fortunately, he was always very fast. Otherwise the battle would have been delayed. Lin Feng was also speechless, but didn't say anything. Fortunately, the gap of 5 minutes is not very big and can be made up quickly. 10 minutes later, the two sides have exchanges with each other. Lin Feng's kill ratio is 333, barely ranking 3rd. Xiang Hui's record of 624 is pretty good. He has already pushed down the other side's high ground. As long as he can stabilize the situation, he should be able to advance. Suddenly Lu Chan stopped moving again, and the opponent seized the opportunity and killed him instantly. Suyu, fuck you. You can't be distracted by playing games and do such things. Chow Amon was angry. There is no doubt that he could hear what Suyu was doing. He actually imitated Cozy Ge. Brother, don't worry. We can win. Win your uncle. After Lu Chan died, the opponent seized the opportunity and directly attacked the dragon. Taking advantage of this gap, they launched a direct counterattack. The 3 high grounds of Lin Feng's family were breached, and one of their front towers was pulled out. Fortunately, Amon seized the opportunity and killed the opponent's 2 fragile mages in seconds, and the situation eased. Lin Feng, who was calling just now? At this time, Yi Chuin had already finished taking a shower. She was wearing a loose black silk bathrobe, and her hair was still a little wet. She rolled up her hair slightly. The bathrobe was a bit loose and just barely covered her key parts. There are still a lot of water droplets on the clavicle. Her breasts became more erect, propping up the shape of her bathrobe, and her bare feet were exposed. My teammate made a voice call, Lin Feng explained awkwardly. Oh, is this a losing battle? Yi Chuin said as she looked down at the screen. Not good. Lin Feng felt his nose was a little wet, which was not a good sign. It turns out to be such a trivial matter. Come, let me teach you how to output like crazy. After saying that, she took Lin Feng's phone and lay down on the sofa. A pair of jade feet were placed horizontally on the coffee table. This posture is so tempting, so seductive. 5 minutes later. Little car is awesome. So you couldn't help but say that Zhengji's predictive control was amazing. It's all 100%, and it's a set of high-powered magic equipment. In team battles, he moves gracefully and outputs continuously. Boring, Yi Chuin said as she played. She is at the highest level of king, and it is not challenging for her to play in this kind of silver game. Lin Feng wanted to see it, but it wasn't pretty. The phone was placed above the breasts, although it covered most of them. But as soon as I look at the screen, my eyes will unconsciously move downwards. This phone is so white. Yuche, from now on, I would like to call you the god of cars, Chao Amon couldn't help but say. Zhengji's pinnacle is much better than that useless descendant. I didn't expect that he is so good at playing the support role. We can communicate more when we have the chance, Xianghui thought. This time he was promoted to gold as he wished. From now on, I will definitely say goodbye to that silver. He felt excited when he thought of this. Can't help but start another round. Come, I'll take you flying. Yi Chuin took out her cell phone and said. As soon as she came online, she instantly received countless game invitations. There are also many anchors, but she refused them all. After the opening, I'll be the output, and you choose the auxiliary to heal me, Yi Chuin instructed. Okay, don't worry, Sister Long. The portion is large and you will be full. Lin Feng chose Kai Wenji and Yi Chuin chose Lu Ban. The two headed straight to the bottom lane. Lin Feng hid behind Yi Chuin in a wretched manner. Because of his involvement in this game, there are too many uncertainties. Looking at Yi Chuin's sharp operation, Lin Feng was really impressed. Various details are vividly reflected. Even when Yi Chuin occasionally stopped to look at Wei Xin, they were all details in Lin Feng's eyes. Sister Long, there's no one in the jungle. Shall we go and play some jungle? Someone is squatting here, Yi Chuin said. As she spoke, she fired a shell in one direction. Hit the target. This game lasted for a full 40 minutes, and Yi Chuin got a record of January 21st, 14, becoming the MVP of the winning team. The only time he died was when he helped Lin Feng block fire. Still playing? Yi Chuin said. I don't want to play anymore, Sister Long. Your rank is too high. I will just be abused if I go. I'd better just focus on playing my silver rank. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, I nursed him from beginning to end. There is no sense of game experience at all. It's better to play it by myself. Then why don't I just change to a smaller account? Yi Chuin said. If Lin Feng were to play alone, what would be the point for her? It would be a pity to waste such a beautiful scenery. I don't know how long I played, but Lin Feng fell asleep on the sofa. Perhaps because he was too sleepy, Yi Chuin didn't wake him up even after carrying him to the bed. Yi Chuin lay beside him, without any excessive movements, just leaning sideways to look at Lin Feng's face. The more I look at it, the more delicious it becomes. I almost couldn't control my hands. Chapter 31. The old driver overturned. Next day. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning when Lin Feng woke up. He opened his eyes slightly and was surprised to find Yi Chuin lying opposite him. He still had his cell phone in his hand. She was wearing a very loose-fitting nightgown, bare feet, crossed with each other. This looks very sexy. He checked his clothes and found they were still intact. It seems that I didn't do anything last night. I just slept in her bed. As for how he got to bed, he was still a little confused. He remembered playing games on the sofa and was so sleepy that he fell asleep unconsciously. Could it be that I was sleepwalking here? Otherwise, with my body size, Sister Long would not be able to carry me. He gently took his phone back from Yi Chuin's hand. I opened the screen and it was still on the victory screen. At a glance, the level is gold 3. As expected of you, you're the queen. You actually made me take off directly. Lin Feng was naturally happy. He has been wanting to get into gold for years, but he just wasn't good enough and always hovered around silver. He glanced at the bed sheet next to him and put it on Yi Chuin. It's cold in the morning, so it's better to take a ride. After everything was cleaned up, he got up from the bed and prepared to type some words first. Help. Lin Feng saw a message from Hua Tailang in the author group. Chanxi put a question mark in it. I saw a ghost last night. It was so scary. If anyone knows how to exorcise the evil spirit, please give me some advice. Hua Tailang talked about what happened last night in the group. He had a nightmare last night. He dreamed of a man dressed in black with a pair of chains in his hands. She walked into his room and left him a note. He thought it was a dream, but he woke up to find out. There was a note with black blood on the table. The note said, "Dog editor, I must visit you in person at 12 o'clock tonight." He also posted the photo in the group. "Thailang, you were kidding. You were so serious. It would be a pity if you don't come and write a novel with me." Shinji said, "Yes, I am planning to write a horror book about spiritual resurrection. The editor is humorous, so I want this joke," said I love pumpkin. "Who the hell wants to make a joke? My house is on the 18th floor and the door is usually locked." Hua Tailang was very panicked at this moment, as last night's dream was too real. "Tailang, have you been checking your driving recently? The inspections are strict. Someone has screwed you over," Tangxi said. "Nonsense, except for those newbies. I spared all the cars you drove," Hua Tailang replied. "He checks driving on principle. It's nothing if a master occasionally drives. At least they have the tact to use nouns instead. He mainly checked those newcomers who had just submitted their articles. The kind that steps on the accelerator to the bottom right from the start, instead of suppressing it a bit. It's almost become a pornographic book." His editor-in-chief, Black Wolf, has been watching him. Lin Feng also felt that Hua Tailang was joking. Where can I find the editor if there is any supernatural being? Although he had the same idea at first. But how can you take it seriously? You don't really think that the god of death will take the editor away for this matter, do you? Lin Feng ignored everything else and continued typing hard. Just finished typing. So love and hate make people thin. Fear is fear that some pain has no reason. So joy and sorrow rise and fall. People are silent. Lin Feng's cell phone rang. "Hello. Are you Gu Qianqian's guardian, Lin Feng? Are you free to come to school today? Who are you?" Lin Feng suddenly became a little nervous, thinking that something had happened. "My last name is Jin Lian. I'm the director of the admissions office. I'd like to invite you to come over and discuss Qianqian's special recruitment." "I see." Lin Feng had some impression of students with particularly outstanding academic performance. Those famous schools all have quotas for independent special recruitment, and Qianqian has good grades. It would be nice if I could be recruited directly. "Okay, Teacher Pan, I'll be there right away," Lin Feng replied. The person on the other end of the phone was a little speechless, as she clearly introduced herself as Jin Lian. What does this Teacher Pan by Lin Feng mean? What's wrong? Yi Chuin couldn't help but ask when she saw Lin Feng's serious expression. Qianqian is about to take the college entrance exam, so those famous schools are coming to Yulon High School to recruit students in advance. "Let me go check out the situation," Lin Feng replied. "Then I'll take you there. I drive very fast and it won't take long," Yi Chuin said. "Didn't you park your car at the cinema last night?" Lin Feng said. "There's more than one car. Stop talking and let's go. Don't keep the teacher waiting anxiously." Yi Chuin just made a phone call, and soon someone delivered the car keys. Another orange limited edition sports car. To be honest, Lin Feng has never ridden in a sports car. This sitting posture was somewhat awkward and uncomfortable for him. It's better to sit in Wuling. Yi Chuin didn't care about anything else and waited for Lin Feng to take a seat. He just stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. On a newly built road, there are few vehicles on this road. She couldn't help but show off her driving skills to Lin Feng. She is very fast. She turns by inertia. She drifts sideways. She drifted into the ditch. "Hey, Xiang Hui, send someone to pick me up." That's right. She flipped over. Xiang Hui, who was working hard to get to the gold level, received a call from Yi Chuin. "I opened an extra game last night and lost 5 games in a row. Still working hard to get gold." Chapter 32. Sisters Love Fist. The two of them just lay quietly in the car, with the doors on both sides tightly sealed by the grooves. Lin Feng didn't know that Yi Chuin's driving skills were so amazing. In the blink of an eye, both the man and the car floated into the ditch. There are only 2 ways now. One is to wait for rescue. The second is to tear the roof off with bare hands. It would be easy for the two of them to rip open the roof, but this approach would be more likely to shock the other party. Plus, there was no danger of it exploding like in the movies. It was just stuck in this ditch. The two of them chose to wait for rescue at the same time. 10 minutes later, a large crane and a Jiangnan brand car with the last license plate number 0003 arrived at the accident site. It was Xiang Hui and the rescue vehicle he found. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the 2 people stuck in the ditch. "I thought that Yi Chuin's driving skills were really amazing, as she could even drive into this deep pit. As expected of an SS rank expert, she can easily destroy reinforced armored vehicles." In order to keep a low profile in front of these netizens, he just sat obediently in the car and was hoisted up. "It seems that this man is extraordinary. Lend me your car so I can take him to Magnolia Middle School." After being hung out, Yi Chuin said, "Miss Yi, let me take you there." Xiang Hui obviously didn't believe in Yi Chuyan's driving skills. It's such a wide road, and he actually managed to run into the ditch. His driving skills are amazing. At this time, Xiang Hui was no longer using transformation, but his true appearance. Lin Feng naturally didn't recognize him, but he felt that the voice was somewhat similar to Langmi's. Xiang Hui hadn't had any rest since he had been fighting all night last night. He drove much more steadily and was very steady throughout the journey, except that his eyelids drooped from time to time. In Yi Chuyan's words, in a word, slow. The meaning of the license plate Jiangnan 0003 is naturally self-evident. No one even dared to overtake along the way. Even in the center of the city, no irritable driver dared to overtake at will. A privileged car can be used anywhere. Half an hour later, arrive at the entrance of Yulon Middle School. The security guard at the door saw this special license plate and let him go immediately. I was also thinking secretly, which big leader is here to inspect the work? They have seen a lot of luxury cars. After all, the people who study here are either rich or noble. It's just the first time I've seen such a front license plate. At the same time, he immediately called the school reception office to report the situation first. To avoid poor reception. Director Luo, no one was notified from above to inspect today? Director Luo from the reception office contacted Principal Zhou while running quickly to the parking lot. When Principal Zhou heard that an important person was coming to inspect, he immediately put down what he was doing and ran to the parking lot. Why is this parking lot so winding? Xiang Hui said something dissatisfied and went around in a big circle before finding the location. After parking the car, Lin Feng opened the door. I saw that there were already several people waiting at the entrance of the parking lot. There was a bald man among them who looked familiar to him. He had seen him in Qian School Handbook. Welcome leaders to come and guide our work. Principal Zhou took the lead in shouting. But the three people who came out of the car were all very young. 2 men and 1 woman. They don't look like senior leaders at all. But this car is not fake, and no one is stupid enough to use this brand to show off. Several people looked at each other. Xiang Hui reacted quickly and realized that these people must have mistaken them for inspection because of the license plate. He has been dealing with officialdom for many years and is naturally familiar with this. Without further explanation, he took out a work ID from the National Security Bureau. He glanced in front of Principal Zhou. I am here with a friend to do some work. Today I am just a driver. I am not inspecting any work. There is no need to be so nervous. Xiang Hui spoke to Principal Zhou very politely. Hello, Principal Zhou. I am Lin Feng, the elder brother of Senior Grade 3 Gu Qianqian. I received a call from Ms. Pan from the admissions office today, asking me to come over, Lin Feng said. Director Wang, do we have a teacher named Pan here? Principal Zhou was a little confused as he had never heard of this name. Today, there are indeed several teachers from Imperial Capital University who came here for special recruitment. He had personally received the guests in the morning, but he didn't hear of anyone with the surname Pan. Wang Duayu was also a little confused, because he knew Gu Qianqian. Last time someone was causing trouble, he helped to stop it. I didn't expect that this was her elder brother. He doesn't look sick at all, but he can ride in this car. The status won't be too low. He thought a lot in his mind. Her full name is Pan Jinlian. Seeing that the principal and other directors were still a little confused, Lin Feng told them his full name. Yes, there is a teacher named Jinlian, but her last name is Jin? Director Wang said. Just now he was still discussing the special admissions issue with teacher Jin. Lin Feng reacted and realized that he had read too many water margins and had created the character Pan in his mind. Yes, it was teacher Jinlian who asked me to come. Lin Feng showed the phone call he received in the morning. Yes, it's teacher Jinlian calling. She's in my office, so we could be together, said Director Wang. Then you guys go. I have something else to do. I'll wait for you in the car, Xiang Hui said. He swore last night that he would not sleep until he broke through the gold level. As a qualified cultivator, this oath cannot be easily violated. Teacher Wang, please stay with me. I have a meeting, so I'll leave first. Principal Zhou patted Director Wang on the shoulder and said, Academic Affairs Office. Teacher Jinlian quickly explained the purpose of her visit. Qianqian passed the independent enrollment examination of Imperial Capital University. She herself is also willing to work at the Imperial Capital University, but she still has some problems with her major. We need to communicate together. Qianqian did well in the exam this time. But there are also many students from Magnolia High School who were admitted through independent enrollment this time. Sort by score. Those popular majors with high employment rates have been fully booked, and now only some less popular ones are left. But this is a place in the Imperial Capital University after all, and it would be a pity to give it up. Although Lin Feng also believes in Qianqian's ability, The on-the-spot performance in the college entrance examination also has an impact. It is common for many top students to fail the final exam due to poor performance, so you still have to be cautious. What Qianqian is facing now is the difficulty of school and major. What major do you like? Yi Chuin, who had been silent since entering the room, suddenly asked. We have discussed this with Gu Qianqian. She prefers finance. This is the flagship major of Imperial Capital University. Wang Duyu said. What majors are left now? Yi Chuin asked again. Geological exploration, underground archaeology. This? Lin Feng was speechless after hearing this. If he were asked to persuade Qianqian to study geology and archaeology, he would really be reluctant. After graduating from that major, being exposed to the wind and sun is indeed not suitable for girls. Maybe you will still have to travel around after graduation, and it will not be convenient to date or get married. Are there no more vacancies for the finance major? Yi Chuin asked again. This girl is joking. This is the flagship major of our Imperial University, and the number of places is limited. Unless the dean of our school's economics department asks for it, he still has 2 special places. Teacher Jinlian did not hide anything else and said with a smile. The implication is also very clear. Those 2 special places must be reserved for special people. Ordinary people can't get it. But you don't have to worry. We can discuss it again and give you a result before next Monday. Teacher Jinlian said that this matter concerns the candidate's entire life, so one should be cautious. Xiao Fan, which college in Imperial Capital University is your second uncle the dean of? After thinking about it, Yi Chuin sent a message to Yi Chu Fan. At this time, Yi Chu Fan was wearing the phoenix armor and undergoing special training to resist beatings. Of course it's for the upcoming one. The iron fist of my sister's love. Emperor Yin. A huge fireball condensed from his body, and the flames were raging. There were bursts of exploding sounds. Yi Chu Fan is a master of top-level S-level fire abilities. Chapter 33 Sister Hatsune. Let's go together. After training is completed, a pretty woman came up and kindly handed him a towel and a cell phone. Master Fan, according to the test results just now, the holy clothes should be able to withstand the attack of the second lady. 1 hit? That should be enough. She can't really kill me, can she? He took off the holy garment, which was covered with cracks. His training was not easy, and there were traces of burns on the huge training ground. He pointed his hand at the holy garment, and a stream of blood spurted from his fingertips onto the garment. The cracks on the holy garment began to repair themselves, and in just a moment they were back to normal. He saw that there were already 99 plus unread messages on his phone, most of which were asking him to visit their homes to express condolences. Brother Fan, I know there's a basement. There's no one there. Do you want to go and challenge it? Master Fan, I am wearing a Lolita outfit today. Xiao Fan, my aunt is here. However, you still have the opportunity to challenge other achievements. Each message is filled with the feeling of the speed of the car. As Yi Chu Fan scanned the message, he calculated in his mind how to arrange time to keep the appointment. Being a master of time management is not a difficult task. Suddenly, I saw the message from Hatsune Miku. Zishi, which academy in the imperial capital is my second uncle the dean of now? He said to the woman next to him. He is not very clear about the affairs of the family as there are too many people with various responsibilities. Who has time to remember those things? And why is my second sister asking this for no reason? Master, your second uncle is no longer the dean. He became the principal 2 years ago. Then, sister, second uncle is the principal now, not the dean. Why are you asking this? Yi Chu Fan replied. It's none of your business. You should make good use of your time to practice these days, and I will help you strengthen when I come back, Yi Chuin replied. She already had an idea in mind. As my future sister-in-law, please do me a small favor. Isn't it the right thing to do? Lin Feng, let's talk about it when we get back. It's not a big deal. Yi Chuin said softly. Of course, even if her second uncle was not the principal, with her abilities, it is easy to get a place. After all, Qianqian's grades are not bad. It's nothing more than changing her major. Then I would like to wish classmate Gu Qianqian all the best in advance. Director Wang also had a smile on his face. If an ordinary person said this, he would just think it was a joke. After all, it's not easy to get a place in the Imperial University. Especially for independent enrollment, once admitted, you are not allowed to change majors. But he saw these people getting off the car with his own eyes. In particular, the man driving the car was particularly polite to the woman. Maybe this woman's status is even higher. Another 3 defeats in a row. Xiang Hui was helpless. Every time the game starts, I get screwed. My teammates either get disconnected or get killed. From last night till now. 4 against 5. No, this is very wrong. Heavenly eye magic, open your eyes. He muttered something and rubbed the talisman across his eyes. He actually saw a green elf lying on him. There is a word, decline, written on the forehead. This kind of elf is a little special and has no other damage. It will only affect the fortune for a certain period of time. However, there is no fluctuation of spiritual power and no level division. Detection equipment is also unable to detect it. Only the monk's special divine eyes can detect it. You can see the truth. Elves are natural products of heaven and earth, and no one has yet figured out where they came from. Just like a game buff, it is triggered randomly and disappears naturally when the time comes. It is often said that when a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water will cause food to get stuck in his teeth. This is because this green spirit has possessed him. It turned out to be you, the unlucky god, who made me kneel down. Xiang Hui twisted the neck of the unfortunate elf, and the elf's eyes were full of fear. I finally got to the gold level, and you dare to cheat me. He started to attack immediately, punching left and right. A severe beating. After a while, the elf changed its color. He was dressed in red and a word, Chi, good luck, appeared on his forehead, full of desire to survive. Hold me tight. If you get cheated again, I will kill you. Xiang Hui threatened, and the elf hugged Xiang Hui tightly. Another round started. Leveling on the 4th and 5th floor, guaranteed win without any gift. As soon as I entered the room, the big brother on the 4.5th floor spoke. This time, it was really stable. While Xiang Hui was still landing in the middle lane, the big brother in the bottom lane had already beaten the opponent. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was over. You guys are still somewhat useful. The next few rounds went more smoothly. The opponent is either offline or AFK. Another thing is that teammates start to quarrel with each other, and on my side, there is always a great god. The battle was basically settled without Xiang Hui making any move. 5 consecutive wins, 6 consecutive wins, 10 consecutive wins. Finally, at the 11th round, the red elf disappeared. Humph, it seems that this is the time to witness my strength. Gu Qianqian, come out for a moment. Director Wang led Lin Feng and Yi Chuyin to the classroom door. Nowadays, senior high school students basically study on their own and have nothing else to do. It's lunchtime now that we're here. It's a good opportunity for me to have lunch with Qianqian and communicate with her at the same time. Now Lin Feng is full of gratitude towards Yi Chuyin. He knows that Sister Long has great powers. Qianqian's plan to change her major might be successful. If this works, I will naturally owe Sister Long a big favor. I'll have to find a way to pay it back later. Brother, Sister Hatsune, why are you here? When Gu Qianqian came out, he saw his brother, and that beautiful sister were there too. Feeling a little surprised. Your brother came to school today to discuss special recruitment. Now it's just lunchtime. Let's go have lunch together, said Director Wang. Wow. Suddenly there was a noise in the classroom. Many people looked up and saw Lin Feng and Yi Chuyin. No one expected that Gu Qianqian's elder brother was so handsome, and the woman next to him was even more beautiful. Anjing, how many days are left before the college entrance examination? Why don't you hurry up and study? Director Wang went in and knocked on the blackboard. Isn't your friend coming with you? Lin Feng asked. After all, someone else drove them here, so it would be inappropriate to just ignore them. I just asked him, and he said he was kneeling down and would not eat unless he won. Yi Chuyin said helplessly. She didn't expect Xiang Hui's skills were so poor. I can keep kneeling while playing a game. With that thing, can't you win as long as you have hands? Brother, let me show you the school cafeteria. Gu Qianqian naturally took Lin Feng's hand. They look very intimate. After all, he is my brother, so I don't have to worry too much. Under Yi Chuyin's astonished gaze, he walked further and further away. Sister Hatsune, let's go. Seeing that Yi Chuyin seemed a little dazed, Gu Qianqian turned around and shouted again. Chapter 34 Special Taste. I should have been under the car, not in it, seeing how sweet you two were. Just then, Yi Chuyin's cell phone ringtone rang. A call from Phoenix Group headquarters. Sister Hatsune, a new secret realm has appeared in Wuhan country, and there are extraordinary things inside. What is it? Very special things, fire-breathing dragons, flying fish, giant stone men, singing pigs, and many others. The secret realm is now blocked by the World Alliance, and only S level and above are eligible to enter and explore. Are you interested, Sister Hatsune? Now many experts have gone in to explore. The person on the other end of the phone asked. I'm not interested. I have something else to do. Let's talk when I'm free. Yi Chuyin hung up the phone. What kind of strange secret place is this? She muttered to herself. I don't know why. She always felt something was weird seeing Gu Qianqian holding Lin Feng's hand, and it didn't seem like they were siblings. Yichuan, what are you thinking about? This is your future sister. She reminded herself and quickly chased in the direction of Lin Feng. It's just a pity that we can't hold hands. After the three of them had lunch, Yichuan found some free time alone to call her second uncle who was far away in the imperial capital. Things went smoothly. Teacher Jinlian, who was still taking a nap, received a call directly from her superior. The Department of Finance has increased its quota by 1, and Gu Qianqian has been designated as the candidate. Let her prepare the necessary signed documents. As long as Gu Qianqian signs, they can be filed together later. That girl is really powerful, Jinlian sighed. You know, it was the dean of the finance department who called her personally just now. The relationship is indeed strong enough. That afternoon, Lin Feng accompanied Gu Qianqian to sign all the documents. Under the envious eyes of other students, he put away his daily necessities. Yichuan was also considerate enough to call a truck and take all the things in Gu Qianqian's dormitory back. Sister Long, I, Lin Feng, will always remember your kindness. As long as you can use me in the future. I, Lin Feng, will never say no, Lin Feng said sincerely. We are all one family. Why do we have to speak differently? Yichuan shook her head slightly and said, as Qianqian's sister-in-law, she was standing at a considerable height. I'm not even interested in exploring secret places for now. After bidding farewell to Yichuan, Gu Qianqian started to clean up the house. I packed a lot of things today, and I still have to sort them out. Brother, you are not interested in Sister Hatsune, are you? Gu Qianqian took advantage of the opportunity to ask Lin Feng. What are you imagining? This is Brother Wolf's aunt, and also my aunt. How could I do such a thing? Lin Feng rubbed Gu Qianqian's forehead and said, after all, Yichuan treated him as a family member, so how could he have such bad thoughts? From now on, she is his biological aunt. Yichuan never expected that she had dug a huge hole for herself. Brother, why is there an extra doll in your room? When Qianqian was cleaning Lin Feng's room, she saw a small doll under the pillow. He looks very similar to Lin Feng. I was playing claw machine with Sister Lung a few days ago, and she got it, Lin Feng explained vaguely. How can you put such a cute baby under your pillow? It's better to put it on my bed. At least it won't be crushed. Gu Qianqian said while holding the doll. The more I look at him, the more he looks like Lin Feng. Whatever. This substitute doll can be placed anywhere. It is just a resurrection location. It was nothing more than moving from Lin Feng's bed to Gu Qianqian's bed. Does not affect the resurrection effect. Night. Gu Qianqian fell asleep holding the little doll. For some reason, she felt that the doll exuded a familiar aura, which seemed to be the same as Lin Feng himself. It was as if what he was holding was not a doll, but a real person. The doll was pressed against the chest, squeezing it quite hard. Lin Feng went out again wearing the Grim Reaper robe. I spent the whole night indulgently spending time with Yichuan yesterday, and today I have to make up for yesterday's losses. Ling family. Ling Li moved some time ago. He had a feng shui expert look at the new house he was living in, and it was a blessed place. Now the couple guards the soul-nourishing bead all day long. I hope the soul shadow inside can be condensed soon. Tonight, the two heard strange footsteps again. The footsteps were heavy and made a continuous clattering sound. However, there was no response to the monitoring alarm in Ling Li's mobile phone. The door was pushed open silently. I saw a tall and thin man wearing a long white hat. It says, "You will see wealth in your life" on it. He holds a stick and has a hideous face. Ling Xiaoyao, your lifespan is over. Why don't you leave me quickly? The man said expressionlessly. The Lingli couple were a little surprised. Who on earth was this person? How did you know Xiaoyao was here? Senior, please show mercy. My daughter has been revived. Please take a closer look, Lingli said quickly. Defy destiny, nourish soul beads, and be connected by blood. The man counted with his fingers and knew the whole story. Ling Xiaoyao, your lifespan has come to an end, but with the help of a noble person, I will give you your parents' lifespan as a gift. You can live another 58 years. Alas, the news is delayed again. The white-faced man sighed. He is responsible for extraditing good ghosts who are unable to reincarnate into the underworld through normal channels, different from the evil spirits led by black impermanents. He also continued to work overtime, 996, for more than 200 years, and there were endless ghosts to extradite every day. But someone actually dared to reverse the cycle of reincarnation. Let me see who it is. The white-faced man muttered something and soon saw a picture. It's a man wearing a skull mask. More detailed information cannot be calculated. It's as if it was directly blocked. Is there already such a powerful person in this world? Even my magic calculations can't figure out his true identity. The white-faced man said to himself, since Ling Xiaoyao's life has been saved. Naturally, it is no longer within his range of guidance. There are still 40 people to be extradited today, and he has to hurry. Flower Wolf's home. Hua Tailang and his wife Alian sat in front of the window, and the bed was surrounded by items to ward off evil spirits. This is what he specifically asked the editor-in-chief, Grey Wolf. Under Big Grey Wolf is a writer named Ba Chong, who writes some very supernatural ghost stories. This person gave him some special advice, but he didn't know whether it was useful or not. The two of them waited quietly on the bed. There was a live broadcast going on in the WeChat group, and the experts in the group said they wanted to see with their own eyes what the hell it was. Lin Feng saw Hua Tailing being so serious in the group, and thinking that the distance to catch ghosts was not far, he went directly to the scene to watch the live broadcast. He is now on the rooftop opposite Hua Tailang's house, staring at the window. Let's see what could scare Hua Tailang like this. While waiting, he always smelled a special fragrance nearby, which was quite similar to the smell on Qianqian. He was also very confused as to where this smell came from. 12 o'clock too. A gust of cold wind blew, and Hua Tailang's upright body suddenly fell straight down. Her daughter-in-law's face was filled with horror, and she seemed to have seen something. Chapter 35. Exploring the Haunted Mansion. Why did Hua Tailang lie down? No other images could be seen in the live broadcast group, and the blue screen soon began to appear. Hua Tailang lay motionless on the bed, not because he didn't want to move. I was so stiff that I couldn't move. A ghostly figure floated in front of his bed. There was something strange about that ghost. It has a bull's head and holds a chain in its hand. The method of exorcism that Ba Chong talked about was completely ineffective. The bull-headed man ignored it. Dog editor, do you know who I am? Hua Tailang's eyes kept turning left and right. How could he know who this bullhead was? The bullhead pointed lightly, and Hua Tailang's mouth relaxed, and his tongue could move again. Brother Nyo, spare me. I really don't know who you are. I'm just reminding you, there was an author who submitted his manuscripts to you 40 times in a row, and you rejected them all. Do you remember? Hua Tailang was startled and immediately remembered. The author who submitted the article is called Zheng Aniu, and the novel he wrote is called I Was Reborn as a Minotaur. The whole article is green, even more so than the green god of war green of the car. All the heroines were given away, and all the brothers stabbed them in the back. He drives very fiercely and doesn't even use any descriptive terms. They are all verbs against verbs. How could he dare to pass such a submission? Lin Feng was also shocked watching from a distance. How did Hua Tailang get involved with this kind of thing? The strength of the bullhead of the underworld is still unknown. Is it possible that I have to change the editor this time? Are you using Aniu? Asked Hua Tailang. Good, you still have some memory, said the Minotaur. Dog editor, tell me today why you didn't let Brother Nyo live with you. Brother Nyo, I really don't dare. Your car is too powerful, Hua Tailang explained. He was also shocked. Is it really a Minotaur writing a novel? Your brother Nyo didn't come here today to talk about this. I just wanted to ask you how you were doing. If you still can't pass the manuscript, I'll take you down tonight. Where are we going? Hua Tailang was a little confused. Hell, the Minotaur said coldly. Brother Nyo, I don't want to die. Look, my wife is still young, and I have parents and children. Hua Tailang said bitterly. Don't worry, I'll take all the family members with me and reunite them with you. Hua Tailang was dumbfounded. Was he going to screw his entire family? Brother Nyo, can't I give you the manuscript? Compared with work, life seems to be more important. The worst that can happen is that you'll be fired after receiving the manuscript. Leave these messy things to the editor-in-chief, Grey Wolf. Just passing through is not enough. I want to be famous. Nyoto threw out another sentence. It's okay to be angry, but Brother Nyo, your vocabulary is a bit explicit. I have to help you revise the manuscript myself? Hua Tailang said, gritting his teeth. Haha, you still know the current situation, and Brother Nyo also knows his level. If this book becomes popular, Brother Nyo will ensure that your family is safe and long-lived. May your whole family be safe and live a long life? This condition is somewhat tempting to Hua Tailang. Isn't the purpose of life to ensure the safety and happiness of family and longevity? Brother Nyo, don't worry. If it doesn't become popular, I'll eat shit. I'll revise the manuscript for you tonight. But the title of the book needs to be changed. Changed to what? Nyoto asked. System. My bullhead has greened all worlds. Hua Tailang said. If you want to be popular, You must have a catchy book title. Before he became an editor, he was also a great writer. This Hua Tailang is really powerful. Lin Feng stood far away and saw it clearly. Although I can't hear it, I can see the actions. Hua Tailang seems to be out of danger. The Minotaur and Hua Tailang were staring at the computer. Hua Tailang's hands were flying on the keyboard. Brother Nyo, you see, this word can be replaced by flower stem and pistol. It's okay. You can read the Green God of War and drive at a moderate speed. Hua Tailang gave instructions. Not bad, not bad. If you had told me this earlier, wouldn't it have been better? Nyoto nodded in understanding. How much prestige does he have? Nyoto suddenly asked. Brother Nyo, do you also use prestige? What? My prestige connects the three realms. Lin Feng's cell phone rang. Pick it up and take a look. Zheng Aniu applied to be a friend. The avatar is still this bullhead. A message was also attached. Editor's recommendation. Learn the techniques of green writing. Fuck. This Hua Tailang is trying to divert the trouble by asking Nyo Tu to learn Luwen from me? Lin Feng cursed inwardly and continued to catch ghosts. Why is this building so gloomy? Lin Feng stood on the roof of Baimao Building. This building was located in the far suburbs of Jiangnan City and had been abandoned for many years. According to news reports, many strange things happened when the building was being built. There are always workers who disappear inexplicably. Within half a year of starting work, no less than 30 workers disappeared. In the end, people were in panic and this place became an unfinished building. The Supernatural Bureau also sent people to investigate, but they didn't find any useful clues, so they just sealed the place temporarily. Not all strange incidents can be fully uncovered. Some of them are just blocked first, depending on the security level. We will investigate again when we have enough manpower. Ding. The mission prompts you to explore the secrets of the ghost building and explore the deepest secrets. The reward for completing the mission is 1,000 hunting points and 3 mysterious draws. Another trigger-type mission has started. That's interesting. With an extra life, he acted much bolder. I jumped right in and saw what was inside this building. Walking in the building, Lin Feng could hear the sound of a ball hitting the ground from time to time. Snap, snap, snap. A very rhythmic, clapping sound. Hee hee hee, another string of women's laughter. Lin Feng saw a lot of water stains on the wall, as well as many human images. It seems very strange. This abandoned building has 7 floors above ground and 3 floors underground. Lin Feng wandered from floor to floor. When he reached the 4th floor, Lin Feng saw a boy in white clothes bouncing a ball. There was no one else around. System prompts lonely ghost. It seems that the level of ghosts in the mission copy is hidden, Lin Feng said secretly. Host, you guessed correctly. Each of your different choices will lead to a different ending. There is no penalty for failure in the dungeon, but all types of tasks can only be completed once. Lin Feng held the skylock and the moon in his hand and walked forward slowly. The little boy didn't seem surprised. However, the direction of the ball seemed to deviate a little and rolled towards Lin Feng. Brother, come play with me. The little boy looked at Lin Feng wearing a skull mask and said with a smile. Chapter 36, Crazy. Lin Feng stared at the ball seriously. The ball actually began to deform gradually and turned into a head. His eyes were tightly closed and blood was oozing from the corners of his eyes. The little boy was still looking at him with a smile, as if waiting for Lin Feng to pass the ball. 49 flames of the ghost path. A flame shot out directly from Lin Feng's hand, burning the head to ashes. Lin Feng really has no interest in playing with human heads. At the moment the ball was destroyed, the boy's face began to turn pale. Haha, you can actually see through my ball. That's really amazing. But you broke my ball, so you can only compensate me with your head. The boy smiled strangely, revealing his white teeth. The brightness of these teeth made Lin Feng a little envious. Can I ask a question? Lin Feng asked because he didn't understand. Haha, you can ask, but I can't say whether I will answer or not. The boy still smiled brightly. Once the building was sealed off, ordinary people could not enter it. He hasn't had a new ball in a long time. Did you use Western toothpaste before you died? Toothpaste? The boy was a little stunned. Shouldn't we be asking questions like who we are and where we come from? This unconventional question made him a little confused. How dare you play a trick on me? Ghost. Suddenly, several ghost shadows emerged from the boy's body. They are all headless ghosts. Several ghost shadows surrounded Lin Feng. The ghost symbol on the boy's head in the ghost collection disappeared. The code name directly became a collection of evil spirits. It turns out to be a combination of headless ghosts, and some of them seem to be quite powerful. Are you unwilling to accept it because you have no head? Lin Feng held the Zhanyu and carefully looked at the differentiated ghost. These ghosts are all headless, because only the part below the neck is left. When we chop off your head, you'll understand why you're unwilling to give up. The Lord down there will probably like your head very much. The adult down there? Sure enough, the powerful bosses are all down there, and the one in front of me is just a small soldier. Lin Feng understood a lot in an instant. The system's copy settings remain the same, and there seems to be no innovation. Whoosh! A headless evil ghost flew directly towards Lin Feng. Its fingers are as hard as divine iron and extremely agile. Bang! Zhan Yu chopped at his fingers, sparks flew, but he couldn't cut them off directly. The ability is at least A-level, and the physical defense is strong. Lin Feng made a preliminary judgment. If I can't see through the weakness, I don't believe it's the 5 elements full defense. The weapon transformed into a chain, surrounding Lin Feng. When other evil spirits attack him, the chain will wrap around Lin Feng and protect him. He took out a handful of kunai-like throwing weapons from his space ring, which he had obtained while catching ghosts a few days ago. He threw it in all directions. The hidden weapon hit the evil ghost, making only banging sounds. Still no harm done. Hee hee hee, the only boy's head let out a terrifying laugh. It's useless. Our bodies have been strengthened by that adult. Just hand over your heads and become one with us. As long as we are here, our power is endless. How long can your chains last? The boy seemed to be very clear about human methods. As long as it involved manipulation-type magical instruments, there would always be a time when the spiritual power would run out. Now the 8 headless ghosts continue to attack the chains, making constant banging sounds. Want to exhaust me to death? Lin Feng naturally saw what the boy was thinking. He took out a medium-grade recovery pill and swallowed it. The art of instantaneous body transformation. Ghost Dao 32, Mysterious Ice Curse. Ghost Path 29, 5 Thunder Curse. Lin Feng relied on the hidden weapon marks scattered around him and kept moving using the instant body technique. No matter how fast those evil spirits are, they cannot match the instant body movement technique. In addition, the Ghost Way includes 5 kinds of magic: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, which can be tested one by one. He also discovered the evil spirit's weaknesses one by one. An hour later, the group of headless ghosts that besieged him all became Lin Feng's experience points rewards. Ghost Path 9, Death Binding. He pointed at the boy, and a golden halo bound him tightly. After separating those headless ghosts, your strength must have been greatly reduced. Otherwise, it would be difficult to trap you, said Lin Feng. If you kill me, that adult won't let you go. Although the boy's face was filled with fear, he refused to beg for mercy. You may not understand the situation clearly. I can leave at any time. Tell me all the secrets of this abandoned building, and if the value is enough, I will let you go. Lin Feng's goal is to explore the secrets of this abandoned building, if the boy can explain it clearly. Of course, there was no need for him to take the risk of going to the 3rd underground floor. He vaguely guessed that the strange thing on the 3rd underground floor was at least S-level in strength. He had only been working part-time as the Grim Reaper for a month, and was not yet strong enough to kill a monster like that. The aperture that trapped the boy kept shrinking. This was a spell specifically designed to deal with ghosts. The damage to his body could be imagined. The boy's face became hideous and terrifying, continuously uttering painful howls. Let me go. I'll tell you everything. The boy finally couldn't help begging for mercy. It would have been better if you hadn't done this earlier. Lin Feng's mind moved, and the light circle stopped shrinking. Tell me all the secrets of this building. You only have one chance. Lin Feng continued. The boy's expression kept changing, but Lin Feng obviously didn't want to cause too much trouble. That adult is... The boy was about to continue. Suddenly, a strange green light appeared in his eyes. Young man, you are quite interesting. If you dare to come down, I can tell you everything you want to know. After the boy said some incomprehensible words, blood continued to flow out of his eyes, and his strength seemed to be getting stronger. He actually broke through the restraints of death. He raised his hands and twisted his neck directly. Then it turned into a ray of fluorescence and disappeared. Lin Feng was also a little shocked. How could the person below be so strong? Directly control the boy and make him disappear completely from the world. What if I can't go down? Lin Feng was in a dilemma. System, are you sure there's nothing wrong with the substitute doll? Lin Feng was making up his mind. Don't worry, it's produced by the system. Quality guaranteed. As soon as you die, you will immediately appear on Gu Qianqian's bed. Success, wealth and honor are achieved through risk. Lin Feng made up his mind. If you encounter danger, just move away immediately. No matter how bad it gets, you can always revive. Underground floor. A man covered with snake scales was sitting on a bench. Through the special monitoring equipment, Lin Feng's every move was observed. Chapter 37: The Snake Who Loves Tomb Robbery. After Lin Feng took a pill, he walked downstairs. The chains still surrounded him, ensuring that any sudden attack would be blocked in the first place. The further down you go, the more water shadows appear on the wall, presenting various strange movements. Suddenly, a hand reached out to grab Lin Feng, and the chain wrapped around him directly. Crushed the hand shadow alive. What the hell is inside the wall? Lin Feng became more and more surprised the more he looked. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable pressure pressing towards him. Like a mountain, one on each side, pressing myself in the middle. He didn't think much of it, just thought that the spiritual pressure here was a little special. In fact, it was just a light sleep. It just squeezes the doll in the middle. The ghost in the wall saw that it could not hurt Lin Feng. So I stopped temporarily. From this floor down, there are strange things appearing on every floor. Lin Feng became more and more curious. Who was the adult they were talking about? Is it also a ghost? -3 floors. Young man, you are finally here. Lin Feng saw a man covered with snake scales sitting on a bench. Its pupils are also like those of a snake. No matter how you look at it, it looks a bit like a snake man. There are many special containers behind it. Some of the containers even contained headless bodies. Lin Feng felt sick after seeing this. The system prompt is, Crazy Tomb Robber, Big Snake. Big Snake? Tomb Robber? Lin Feng was speechless. A professional gravedigger? Don't worry about anything. I just want to see your ability, and to help you solve some problems. The snake man said slowly. Lin Feng's scalp felt tingling when he saw this. This half-human, half-ghost look was really disgusting. Will you tell me everything about this building? Lin Feng said directly. This place is too weird, and the person in front of me is definitely a lunatic. What kind of special experiment is being conducted to make it look like neither human nor ghost? Haha, feel free to ask any questions you have before I change my mind, the snake said slowly. I want to know the secret of this building. Lin Feng was also unambiguous. As long as he gets the answer, he can leave at any time. The secret of this building? I didn't expect you to be interested in this. The snake man licked his tongue and said, Okay, then I'll tell you. The snake man looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at something delicious, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. The feng shui of this building was forcibly changed, and it became a ghost burial site. At the beginning, a feng shui master deliberately buried several ancient jades that could attract evil spirits around here. The snake described it in great detail, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. After a long time, it turns out that this place was set up by the feng shui master. Lin Feng roughly understood what he meant. When this building was first built, the owner wanted to expand the surrounding area. Without any negotiation, he ordered the thugs to demolish several surrounding houses overnight. According to the boss's previous rules, they would talk about it after the house was demolished. Anyway, the house is gone, and no matter how tough a person is, there is nothing he can do. This tactic has always worked for him. However, there was a welfare home at the place that was demolished this time. This is where the feng shui master once stayed. Because the old dean resisted, he was first severely beaten and then thrown out by the workers hired by the boss. He froze to death all night in the 20-degree below zero temperature. When he was found the next day, his whole body was stiff. The feng shui master was also a ruthless person and did not choose to appeal. Instead, he directly spent a large sum of money to buy a few evil reciting jades. He also used physiognomy to change the topography of the building, turning it into a haunted burial site. As a result, from the beginning of construction to the end of the project, people continued to disappear and die. Various accidents happened frequently. In the end, the boss lost all his money and his family was destroyed and his wife and children were separated. That boy was the boss's son. When he followed his boss to the construction site, he also disappeared mysteriously. Lin Feng took a few breaths of cold air when he heard this. As expected, ruthless people are everywhere, but he didn't comment on this. All I can say is that there is always a mountain higher than the one you are on, and there will always be ones that are more ruthless. After listening to the story, Lin Feng was immediately reminded that the task was completed. He didn't even hesitate and thought about leaving here immediately. The atmosphere here made him very uncomfortable. This tomb-robbing snake was not an easy guy to deal with. The plot of this dungeon cannot be explored any further, or else it may become a cliché. As a writer, this is basic professional sensitivity. Huh. Lin Feng saw the reminder. The skill failed to activate? Young man, do you want to leave after listening to the story? The big snake showed a weird smile. Knowing that you have special abilities, how could I not be prepared? I have already set up a blockade barrier. It is not easy to get out. The snake smiled even more brightly. Looking at Lin Feng is like looking at a perfect work of art, so beautiful and delicious. I couldn't help but lick my tongue. Lin Feng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. No way. Could it be that this guy has a special hobby? Are you greedy for my body? He covered his back reflexively, fearing that he would reveal any flaws and be killed by a single blow. Host, if your teleportation technique reaches level 6 or above, you can ignore the space blockade within a certain range, the system said again. So do I have enough money to upgrade? Not enough, I just want to tell you. Then you say yes. If I lose my virginity, I will commit suicide today. No one can stop me, Lin Feng said fiercely. Committing suicide means returning to Chantian, so what's so scary about it? The system thought to itself. Young man, I admire your abilities. Are you interested in joining me? Let's enjoy the fun of tomb raiding together. The snake licked its tongue and continued. He has a strong interest in tomb robbing and even developed a unique set of forbidden techniques for this purpose. Not interested. In Lin Feng's view, digging graves is not a good thing. That's easy to be struck by lightning. Haha, young man, don't rush to refuse. I can give you enough time to think about it. Maybe soon, you will hear shocking news. The big snake laughed even more strangely. The reason he came here this time was because he had his eyes on two extremely valuable corpses, looking for an opportunity to start. However, we can't just let you go like this, otherwise it won't be easy to find you in the future. I will give you a special gift, the snake said slowly. After a long time, Lin Feng felt a little scared when he saw the teeth marks on his shoulder. This thing seems to contain some special power. Chapter 38. Empathetic Doll. After the big snake cast the curse, it unlocked the space barrier. Lin Feng naturally would not stay here any longer and left instantly. Only when he reached a safe place did he open his panel and look. Curse of the Great Snake. When the curse is activated, the attack damage is increased by 50%, but the person will become more bloodthirsty and crazy. The specific location can be sensed by the caster. Bloodthirst Madness randomly has the following states: blindness, insanity, darkness, ruthlessness, wildness. System, does this curse give me a positioning buff effect? Lin Feng asked. You can also understand it this way. This curse has both positive and negative effects. The crazier you are, the stronger your strength will be. However, the buff disappears after death, as long as you are willing. Now committing suicide can also remove this curse. The system explained. Suicide? Lin Feng doesn't think so. This curse attack bonus might be useful in the future. Just keep it for now, even if it doesn't work someday. It's okay to refresh after death. It seems that my gains tonight are these 3 draws and this mysterious curse, Lin Feng thought to himself. Draw now. Lin Feng directly used 3 consecutive attacks. Congratulations on obtaining a high-level invisibility talisman. Obtained rare flying item, Bamboo Dragonfly X2. Obtain the secret skill, Death by Blood. Skill introduction, Death by Blood. Use the enemy's blood as a medium for casting. The target of the spell will suffer any damage suffered by the caster and will be unable to avoid it, but the caster must harm his own body for it to be effective. The skill introduction is easy to understand. As long as you have someone else's blood, you can perform a double death move. System, if I cut off my legs, will the other party do the same? Yes, no matter where you are injured, the other person will be injured in the same way. For example, if the other party is a woman, I will chop off 3 of my legs. Where should I cut off her legs? Lin Feng blurted out. This? The system fell into deep thought. The official skill description is indeed like this, and the damage is suffered in the same place. You are also a ruthless person. This is the first time I have met someone who asked this kind of question. I will report this issue now and see how the backend responds. The system said that he had never encountered such a thing. However, as long as the questions are within the host's normal authority, it must give an explanation. It only takes half a quarter of an hour. Host, we have carefully studied your problem. It is indeed a bug and has been fixed now. How did you fix it? If you use this technique on a woman, the system will forcibly grow a leg on her body. Ah. Lin Feng was also speechless. This system was so powerful. Just grow a 3rd leg on the other person? What if I don't cut it off after it grows out? It's up to you whether to chop her off or not. As long as you use her blood to perform this technique, we will make her legs grow back, the system replied. Awesome. This skill has great lethality and insulting power, Lin Feng praised. To reward you for discovering the system bug, the backend specially rewards you with a mysterious pet egg. An ostrich-sized egg appeared in front of Lin Feng. What can come out of this egg? Theoretically, there is a chance of getting a Pokemon of any attribute, and a lower chance of getting a mutant. Lin Feng then studied the other two props. Advanced Invisibility Talisman is a one-time item that blocks all auras during invisibility. At last, Lin Feng looked at the two bamboo dragonflies of different colors with a hint of embarrassment. Introduction. This object flies at an incredibly fast speed, no less than a cultivator's flying sword. What's even more rare is that you don't need to use anything to activate it. You can fly with just your mind. This thing is not very useful to monks, but it is very useful to those with special abilities. But it is a rare good thing. There are very few people who can master the power of flying, just like how Yi Chuin dealt with the six-legged golden beetle. If he kept flying to escape, she would have no way of catching up with him. This thing is good, but isn't it a bit awkward to wear it on your head? Lin Feng looked at the bamboo dragonfly and talked to himself. Host, if you think the shape is ugly, there are ways to deal with it. With only 1,000 points, you can change the shape of the props, turning them into wings, wind wheels, somersault clouds. Anything is possible, the system said. I only have 2,500 points in total. I might as well use this spare money to upgrade my teleportation skill. Lin Feng was obviously not in a hurry to change his appearance. He was wearing a mask, and no one could recognize him. There's no need to rush for now. Then, Lin Feng flew in the night sky with a bamboo dragonfly hanging on it. Flying in the sky and observing the situation below is indeed much more convenient than exploring on the roof. The efficiency of the jungle has been greatly improved. He even took out his cell phone and started typing in the sky. Next day, Qianqian woke up at 6:30 in the morning. When I was in school, I woke up at about this time every day. Today is no exception. But after waking up, I remembered that I had just completed the procedures yesterday, and now I just have to wait for the admission letter. The 3 years of high school were like a dream. Most of the students who had signed up for special recruitment had already started to leave, and less than half of the students were left in the classroom. Some of the remaining students stayed because they were dissatisfied with the special recruitment majors, while others did not meet the special recruitment requirements and were not admitted. Qianqian was so excited to be admitted to her favorite major that it felt like a dream when she thought about it. She picked up the doll that was sleeping next to her. Hey, clothes can still be taken off? Qianqian found that the button was very delicate. I woke up too early now, and there is nothing to do for the time being. By the way, I started studying the doll. Lin Feng is still typing next door. Why do I feel like my clothes have been taken off? Is someone peeping at me? Lin Feng felt confused. This feels really weird. They actually have all these things? Gu Qianqian's eyes widened. Her face also turned red instantly. There was something under the puppet's pants. Can the workmanship be so exquisite? It's almost like it was made to scale. She flicked it with her fingernails. It's quite interesting. Fortunately, Qianqian felt bored and put the doll's pants back on. This is also because Lin Feng did not read the instructions of the substitute doll carefully. He only saw that the puppet was placed in a safe place and chose to ignore the few lines of small words at the end. The system did not remind him of such a small matter. Flower Wolf's home. Brother Nyo, just write it as I say. If it doesn't become popular, I will commit suicide, Hua Tailang vowed. In one night, he revised the first 50 chapters of Nyoto. Don't worry, if you're not angry, I'll feed you myself. It's almost dawn, and I have to go down for duty today. If you have anything, talk to Exin. After Nyoto finished speaking, he disappeared like smoke. Chapter 39, Tianlong's Sect. Early in the morning, Zheng Aniu sent a message to Lin Feng. He said that he had seen his green god of war and wanted to visit him in person one day to communicate and learn some techniques. Lin Feng was frightened and couldn't help but curse Hua Tailang in his heart. This bastard is such a rip-off. Why not lead this bull head to other gods? Why lead it to me? He looked at his book review from yesterday, and Lamy gave him 999 power generation points. Some of the reviews actually had 99 plus ratings, which made me very happy. This is the first time ever. But to be honest, last night's chapter was really full of details. Cars of all shapes and sizes are driven out just to satisfy the bosses. Yi Chuin read Lin Feng's chapter from yesterday many times, and always felt a little warm in her heart. I have a special urge to meet Lin Feng. Then I was shocked. What on earth was going on? It seems a bit inappropriate to meet him every day. right? After all, his identity has not been clarified yet. At this moment, Yi Chuin received the message from Lin Feng. Sister Hatsune, I'm going to make crayfish for lunch today. Are you free to come to my house for dinner? Coming soon. Yi Chuin replied immediately. Then rush into the bathroom and take a shower. She had to wash and dress herself up again. In order to look different from before, she even tied her hair into a bun. Wearing a tight skirt and flesh-colored thin stockings. White high heels, simple and exquisite. She thought about it and took out a few unopened clothes from the closet. They are all high-end brand names, just these few pieces of clothing. This is far more than Lin Feng's salary from catching ghosts for a month. But money doesn't mean much to her. She doesn't count the money given by her family as her daily allowance. Together with the rewards for completing missions, it was more than enough to support herself. These are all gifts for Gu Qianqian. She cares very much about this future sister-in-law. From what she understood, the two had a deep relationship and wanted to integrate. You have to build good relationships with your family members. For example, Xue Qingyue, he would ask her about Yihei's news whenever he had nothing to do, and she would also take his share when traveling and buying things. Unfortunately, her elder brother Yihei always treated Xue Qingyue as his younger sister. Even if she wanted to help, there was nothing she could do. You can't force them to do something they haven't already done. Tianlong Sect. A sect of cultivation located in Nanmo with a long history. Tianlong Hall. Several men and women in different clothes were discussing matters. Some wore robes, others modern clothes. However, there are dragon patterns of the sect on their clothes. Elderly, I just got the news. Xiang Hui from Longhu Temple got a six-legged golden beetle and is probably refining a golden armor clone. It's the Longhu Temple again. They were very active in entering the world and seized a lot of resources, said the old man with white beard. Yes, that kid is extremely cunning and is very close to that group of psychics. This time, it was all thanks to the SS level Yi Chuin that we captured the six-legged golden armor. A young man spoke with some indignation. The six-legged golden beetle. If one can refine it into a clone, then the strength will be greatly improved. It was actually obtained by Xiang Hui. Ruoxue, is there any new news about those people with special abilities? A man in a green Taoist robe asked. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes and an extraordinary heroic appearance. He is none other than the 33rd generation leader of the Tianlong sect, Li Jiao. Master, the people with superpowers are very powerful now. Someone awakened the S-type wind power the day before yesterday, said Zhang Ruoxue, seeming very unwilling. As long as that group of people are lucky, their awakening will be equivalent to decades or even hundreds of years of hard practice. I didn't expect that you guys are still so stubborn about this matter and are in the same predicament as I was back then, said the young man in Taoist robe. Master, please solve my doubts for me. Several young disciples knelt down and said. Although they are said to be young, most of them are in their dozens or hundreds of years old. It's just a different state of mind. Once you step into the realm of cultivation, your age and appearance will no longer be judged by ordinary people. Moreover, monks generally have techniques to maintain their youth, so it is easy for them to stay young. 500 years ago, the spiritual energy of this world suddenly revived, and ghosts were rampant. At that time, the most advanced cultivators were only at the foundation building stage. Even with the magical instruments passed down by our predecessors, we are still unable to deal with those S-level and above ghosts. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of that group of people with awakened superpowers, I'm afraid this world has long been overturned by ghosts. Li Jiao spoke slowly, as if reviewing that period of history. This is the case for cultivators. The path of cultivation emphasizes gradual progress and continuous strengthening. The natural upper limit of a psychic's abilities has already been determined, unless there is some special opportunity that causes his bloodline abilities to mutate again, or awaken special domineering abilities. Otherwise, there will be no path to progress. However, their lifespans are limited after all. The stronger their abilities, the shorter their lifespans. For them, superpowers are both a blessing and a curse. Nowadays, there are old guys who have broken through to the spiritualization stage and are no weaker than those SSS supernatural beings. They are just hiding in the dark. Li Jiao undoubtedly said a shocking news. It's been 500 years, and there really is a senior who has broken through to the spiritual transformation realm? The others were also shocked. Yes, the spiritual energy in this world is now much richer than in any other period. I have compared it with ancient historical books. One day of practice now is equivalent to 5 days in the past. This is our opportunity. Don't forget that we are cultivating the ruthless path and the path to immortality. Don't be bogged down by trivial matters. said Li Jiao. After listening to this, everyone seemed to have some understanding. Ruoxue, you said a few days ago that there is a new space ability user, said a beautiful woman in white robe. Although she was wearing a Taoist robe, she was still very beautiful. Yes, Elder Zhao. This person is in Jiangnan City. Very good, then I will go there in person. This person may be of some use to me. The beautiful woman said with a cold expression. She was going to explore a secret place and needed a suitable human puppet. The puppet with spatial abilities is of great use to her. Chapter 40. Shallow Arrangement. Qianqian, this is the dress I bought for you. Take a look at it and see if it fits you. Lin Feng also came over to take a look. Sister Long, this is too expensive. I can't use it. I can't use it. Lin Feng looked at the trademark on the clothes. Said repeatedly. This is a gift from me to Qianqian, not to you. What's wrong with using it? Yi Chuyin said after looking at Lin Feng, an expression that brooks no rejection. As he said that, he took Gu Qianqian's hand and went to the room to try them on. After seeing Qianqian taking off her underwear, Qianqian is developing so well? Yi Chuyin couldn't help but sigh. It's pretty good to grow up like this at this age. Gu Qianqian was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She didn't know why that thing grew so fast. When I was in school, I did this to prevent others from seeing it. She also deliberately wore a smaller size to make it tighter. Hope it grows slower. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng saw it, which made her embarrassed for a long time. Yeah, my Qianqian looks good in anything she wears. Looking at Qianqian putting on the clothes she bought, Yi Chuyin said as she looked at it, it really fits her well. It's just right for college wear, but these few pieces of clothing aren't enough. I'll wait until Qianqian goes to the capital and then take her to buy some more clothes. She acted like a sister-in-law. Come on, let's take a photo together, Yi Chuyin said while holding her cell phone. Qianqian, this doll is quite pretty, right? Yi Chuyin suddenly saw the substitute doll placed at the bedside. That look is so much like Lin Feng. Brother gave it to me. Haha, Lin Feng seems to care about you very much. Yi Chuyin looked at the doll and thought it was a little special, but she didn't delve into it further. Have to say, the spicy crayfish made by Lin Feng is really unique. Yi Chuyin and Gu Qianqian's hands never stopped. Lin Feng used his super fast hand speed to help the two people peel the lobster shells. Sister Long, Brother Wolf said before that you were avoiding the blind date with the rich second generation. Is he still pestering you now? Lin Feng suddenly blurted out. Yi Chuyin, who was fighting with the lobster, was a little stunned. No, I'm still waiting in the capital. I have to hide in Jiangnan for a while. After all, she reacted quickly and didn't reveal any flaws. The three chatted for a while. Qianqian, do you have any plans for this period of time? Yi Chuyin asked. After all, the vacation is quite long, and Qianqian was admitted in advance. There are still about 3 months until school starts in September. Sister Hatsune, I plan to do tutoring part-time in a while and earn some living expenses at the same time, Qianqian said. She is also a sensible girl. As she is about to go to college, she still wants to plan her life based on her own abilities. Reduce Lin Feng's burden a little. After all, she sometimes felt uncomfortable watching Lin Feng staying up late to write every night. It's a good idea, but I can't earn money now, so there's no need for you to do this part-time job. Go out for a walk. You haven't finished touring Jiangnan City in all these years, Lin Feng said with a smile. He was pleased that Qianqian had this idea, but he did not agree with it. Your brother is right. Take advantage of the free time now and go around. This time, sister-in-law and sister have arranged it for you. Yi Chuyin almost said sister-in-law. Looking at the serious expressions of Lin Feng and Yi Chuyin, Gu Qianqian had no choice but to lower her head and continue peeling the crayfish. A few days later, Yi Chuyin is indeed very efficient. She knew it would be difficult to get Gu Qianqian to accept her money, so she simply asked Xiang Hui to apply for an internal family welfare card for Qianqian. The associated account is Yi Chuyin herself. For this type of family benefit card, the benefit standard is also determined according to the level of the main account. The higher the level of the account owner, the greater the benefits that the family members can enjoy. Like Yi Chuyin's level, family members can enjoy free card entry and exit at any tourist attraction in the country, free accommodation in designated city hotels, and many other privileges. Enjoy VIP treatment in everything. Qianqian is her future sister-in-law, so it cannot be considered as abusing her power for personal gain. If she wasn't worried that Qianqian wouldn't accept her money, she would even want to give Qianqian her unlimited black card. Qianqian, you go around Jiangnan first, and then you can go to other places in the country after Ling Yi finishes the college entrance examination, Lin Feng said. As he spoke, he transferred another 5,000 yuan to Qianqian's bank card. Traveling always costs money, so you must bring some money with you. Brother, I don't need that much. I have the discount card given by Hatsune Miku, so I can't spend much. It's okay, just take it with you, be careful on the road, and call me if you have any problems so I can pick you up. Lin Feng instructed. Brother, are you afraid that I will disturb you and Sister Hatsune? So you are in such a hurry to let me go traveling? Gu Qianqian suddenly said something. Lin Feng, who was drinking water, almost spit it out. What are you talking about? Your sister Hatsune is really good to you. How could she have such thoughts? As for me, your brother, it is even more impossible. Living off others is not easy, so if I want to find someone, I have to find someone with a simple family background. Anything to protect Qianqian? Is this trip dangerous? There's no big danger, just some incidents. You won't need the protective gear this time. I'll tell you when you need it. As long as she doesn't lose the tranquilizing pendant, nothing will happen. The system said after some thought. That's all the hints it can give. If I continue, I'll spoil the whole thing. After all, a little setback is nothing. The author has something to say. Chapter 41 Lanrua Temple. Lanrua Temple. It is an ancient temple in the Xishan area of Jiangnan. It is said that praying to Buddha and making wishes here are quite effective, but it is located on the top of the mountain. There is no slide or anything like that, and it is difficult to climb up without some physical strength. Gu Qianqian was wearing a white sportswear and carrying a backpack. Wearing a pink sun hat, she looks youthful and energetic. At this time, I was walking along the mountain road, and beads of sweat were running down my face from time to time. The midday sun was quite strong, making her face look a little red. Sister Qianqian, let me tell you, there are some particular ways to pray to the Buddha. A thin-looking man spoke behind Gu Qianqian. There were 4 people in their group, 2 men and 2 women. The other 3 were sophomores at Jiangnan University, and they had nothing to do on the weekend, so they went out to travel together. On the way here, I happened to meet Gu Qianqian, who was traveling alone, and learned that their destination was Lanrua Temple. So I invited him to go along so that he could take care of me on the way. Qianqian didn't think too much about it. Traveling alone was a bit boring. I just agreed. The thin man was named Chang Kuan, and the other 2 were also a couple. The man was named Yuan Zhan, and the woman was named Lu Xian. The 3 of them are in the same major, so they are naturally very familiar with each other. Kunzi, are you attracted to that girl? You have been so attentive along the way. Chang Kuan's prestige suddenly sounded. It was sent by Yuanjin. Brother Yuan, you know, this girl is really top-notch. Help me, I will take you to the best healthcare someday. Hee hee. Yuanjin replied. He originally had some interest in Gu Qianqian. She has good looks and a good figure. But I brought Lu Xian with me today. Otherwise, he would have wanted to try it too. After all, girls who have just graduated from school are the easiest to please. This matter will only benefit his good brother. Of course, Chang Kuan is not a good guy either. He has had several girlfriends since his freshman year. He is handsome and sweet-talking, and there are always T-bitches who want to throw themselves into his arms. However, this Gu Qianqian seemed a little difficult for him. He offered to help her carry the bag several times, but was rejected each time. They only spoke a few words occasionally on the way, and most of the time Chang Kuan was the only one talking. Although his speech was quite humorous, Gu Qianqian found it very boring. It's not as nice as what his brother said. System, how long will you keep this egg? Lin Feng asked. Just hold me for another 4 hours, the system said. During the days when Gu Qianqian was away, Lin Feng held the pet egg every day. He didn't know what could be found inside, so he was always looking forward to it. If you can bring out a divine beast, wouldn't it be possible to take off right on the spot? However, these days Zhang Aniu would send him some messages around midnight. He communicated some techniques of writing dirty stories and even told Lin Feng directly that after he finished writing, Hua Tailang would help him to revise it again. Lin Feng was also speechless. The bullhead of the underworld is also writing novels. Who would believe this if I told others about it? However, Niu Tu had the help of the editor-in-chief Hua Tailang. The book rankings soared. The third on the new book list now is Niu Tu's Green World. His ranking is 2 places higher than Lin Feng's. After seeing the ranking, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse Hua Tailang again. If I had known that Hua Tailang was a bully and only feared the strong, I should have taken him away first. After all, I am also a part-time Grim Reaper. Around 2 p.m., Gu Qianqian and others finally arrived at their destination, Lanrua Temple. But this temple seems a bit deserted, with only a few pilgrims burning incense and making wishes. The temple was not very big, with only an old monk and a young monk beating wooden fish next to the Buddha statue. Gu Qianqian also donated some money and bought a stick of incense for making a wish. Kneel in front of the Buddha statue, and make a wish. The heart is sincere and the hands are put together. After making the wish, they kowtowed very solemnly. But she happened to glance over and saw that the Buddha statue seemed to be looking at her with sidelong eyes. But when she looked closely, everything seemed normal. Could it be that I have been climbing the mountain for too long today and am a little tired? Qian thought to herself. Lu Xian also knelt in front of the Buddha statue and prayed, muttering something. It's just that he spoke too fast and others couldn't hear clearly. She and Yuanjin didn't come here just for fun. It was because a few months ago the two of them indulged themselves too much in the wild and did not bring an umbrella. Unfortunately, he was shot several times. Later, after finding out that I was pregnant, I naturally chose to have an abortion. But during this period of time, she kept having nightmares, dreaming that the child was asking for her life. There was really no other way, so she forced Yuanjin to accompany her here to burn incense and pray for blessings. After praying, Qian prepared to leave. There are only a few tourists on the top of the mountain, but there is nothing interesting to see. Coupled with the strange feeling she had just now, she always felt that there was something indescribably strange about the Buddha statue. I don't want to stay any longer. Woo. What's going on? Changkuan also felt a little strange. Why did a strong wind blow out of nowhere? They checked the weather forecast before going out, and it wasn't supposed to rain around here today. The wind was cold and chilly. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky. The temples became a little dark. Seeing this, the old monk calmly lit the candle. It was windy outside, so everyone had to retreat. Boom. There was thunder in the sky again, and soon it started to rain heavily. Gu Qianqian's strange feeling became even stronger. Amid the lightning and thunder, she saw the Buddha statue again, looking at her with sidelong eyes, as if peeping at her. Fortunately, the Ningxin pendant continued to emit a soft light blue light, constantly soothing her nervous heart. There are now 13 tourists in the temple who have not had time to leave. The others didn't care about Qianqian's feeling, especially since they were still in a Buddhist temple. Everyone was playing with their phones peacefully, just because of the bad weather. Everyone's cell phone signal seems to be not very good. It's difficult to get the message out. Don't be nervous, donors. This kind of strange weather happens occasionally on this mountain. There are a few guest rooms in the back. If you're tired, you may want to go in and rest first. It won't be too late to make plans after the rain stops. The others had no objection to the old monk's proposal. If we rest in this hall, it would be disrespectful to the Buddha. But the room at the back is limited after all. Since it was just a temporary rest, Gu Qianqian stayed in the same room with Lu Xian. Changkuan and Yuanzhan lived next door to them. If anything happens, there will be someone to take care of you. Before going in, Changkuan greeted Lu Xian and asked her to help find out about Gu Qianqian's situation. See where opportunities are good to start. After the matter is accomplished, she will definitely benefit from it. He even hinted that the benefits would definitely be multiples of what they were before. As for Gu Qianqian, he is determined to get her. Lu Xian naturally did not refuse, She had introduced her two roommates to Changkuan, and she had gained a lot of benefits from it. For this young girl who is not very worldly wise, this is not a difficult task for her. Chapter 42. Mutated Pet Jengar. It's moving. Lin Feng became a little excited. He saw cracks appearing on the eggshell. It's almost time, as the system said. What will hatch? Click. The eggshell shattered completely. A small dark purple creature crawled out. It has round feet and scarlet eyes. There are some thorn-like protrusions on the back and large, pointed ears on the head. Its limbs are short, each with 3 fingers, and its tail is short and thick. The wide mouth curved and showed a sinister smile as he looked at Lin Feng. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mutated pet Jengar. Mutated Jengar? Lin Feng was also looking at the little thing carefully. System prompt. Mutated Jengar currently has a series of skills including invisibility, stealth, shadow ball, devouring, floating. However, the skills also have level prompts, and it seems that like him, they also need to be upgraded. P.S. I checked a lot of Pokemon, and I still think that Jengar is more in line with the current image, and some of its skills have been changed. Initial friendship level 80%, cannot be traded, can be given as a gift. The current comprehensive ability level is B, and the ability can be improved by devouring ghosts. In addition, the host can also obtain item drops and 100% experience bonus rewards from the creatures killed by Jengar. It seems like it's just like having an extra thug in the game, Lin Feng said to himself. That Jengar stared at Lin Feng for a few seconds. Suddenly he got behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked back again, but there was no trace of Jengar. This is... Host. This is Jengar's characteristic. It likes to hide in other people's shadows. When you are in someone else's shadow, you can hide your aura and cannot be sensed.
Ah,
Lin Feng saw his shadow swaying left and right, left hand and right hand in slow motion, still dancing. This is also one of its characteristics. It can manipulate other people's shadows. What a strange guy. Lin Feng looked at the dancing shadow and found it very interesting. It has B-level ability initially, and the skill introduction seems quite practical, but I don't know whether it will work well in actual combat. Lanrua Temple. There were still lightning and thunder in the sky, and strong winds were beating against the windows. Makes a bang-bang sound. Qianqian stayed in the room with Lu Xian, occasionally exchanging a few insignificant words. After Lu Xian's persistent inquiries, he finally obtained a little bit of useful information. I know that Gu Qianqian still has an older brother, but her parents are both dead. Now I have been specially recruited by the Imperial Capital University and am waiting for the admission letter. To be honest, Lu Xian was a little jealous. Imperial University is several levels higher than her school. This girl is beautiful, and I didn't expect her grades to be so good. Sister Qianqian, do you have a boyfriend? Lu Xian said with a smile, trying to guide her step by step. No, Qianqian replied. She had become sensitive to Lu Xian's words and was somewhat disgusted by the fact that she always asked about personal matters. Haha, college is a good time to make friends. Sister, you are so cute. There will definitely be a lot of people chasing you at school. Maybe. Qianqian replied with a few words. She really didn't have any idea about dating right now. He took out his phone and started looking at it, wanting to send the photos he took today to Lin Feng. It's just that the network keeps spinning in circles and the signal is really bad. It takes 5 or 6 minutes to send one. I don't know when the rain will stop, or if there is any other way to go down the mountain. Now all we can do is wait here. Fortunately, there were other people in the temple, otherwise I would be alone here. I don't know how scared I will be. Kunzi, don't worry. Lu Xian is here, and there's only one Gu Qianqian. It will be easy to win, Yuan Zhan said jokingly. Gu Qianqian is a little defensive. She wouldn't give me her WeChat account or phone number when I wanted to add her. It's more difficult than before, said Chengkuan. Haha, when has your sister Lu ever failed? The two men had been discussing the matter in the room. Main hall of Lanrua Temple. Master, they have arranged everything. Well, the time has come. Let's prepare the meat rice. The old monk said coldly. There is no trace of the kind-hearted look he had before, if you look from a certain side. Still a bit majestic. Yes, master. The little monk replied. July 7th, 15:30 p.m. He took out the birth data that Gu Qianqian had just written and started reading it again. The Buddha statue behind him began to slant its eyes again, as if it was also peering at him from behind. Drop. Lin Feng received some photos taken by Gu Qianqian. He had also heard of Lanrua Temple. I heard that it used to be a temple with some fame, but it was far and high up. It takes 2 hours to climb up the mountain, so few people go there to pray. He flipped through the photos one by one, many of which were just selfies. Lin Feng saw several photos of Qianqian with other people. It seems like they are traveling together, because there are several photos of them walking together. There is a woman among them, and she seems to be carrying a small thing on her back. It's just that the photo isn't very clear, and it looks a bit like a claw. Lin Feng took a look and didn't think too much about it. Brother, it's raining heavily here. Maybe we have to stay here tonight. After a long time, Lin Feng received another message. It's raining there? Lin Feng took out his cell phone and checked it, but there was no rain forecast. It seems that the weather forecast is often inaccurate. It shows a clear sky now. Lin Feng sent a screenshot of the weather forecast to Qianqian. Yichuan has been very busy recently and was having a great time with Lin Feng. Since Qianqian is not here, we can spend some time together. But a few days ago, I unexpectedly received a shocking news. The internationally wanted criminal Orochi robbed the tomb of a deceased police chief and stole the body. Things almost got out of hand. Dashi did not lie to Lin Feng about this matter. He did cause a huge stir. Unfortunately, Lin Feng did not join the national organization and had no idea what had happened. Now, according to the latest news, the big snake may go to steal the body of another director. Yichuan was the closest and had nothing else to do. The superiors quickly gave her an assisting mission to guard the cemetery for 10 days. You can't leave until the defense formation is set up. She was bored and lying on a small bed. I was swiping my phone back and forth out of boredom. The days of visiting the graves were particularly difficult. There's nothing to do. Why are you always interested in corpses? Are you a necrophiliac? She felt sick just thinking about it. How could there be such a person? She glanced outside and saw 7 or 8 monks setting up a dense formation. Boom! Sister, who is that girl you posted on your moments? She's so cute. Yi Chuin received a message from time management master Yi Chu Fan. My sister, Yi Chuin replied directly. Your sister? Where does your sister come from? Isn't our sister still in school? Could it be that this sister was born without my knowledge? Yi Chu Fan sent a smiley face. Do you have the contact information of this girl? Give me one. Fu, Epsilon Fu, get out of here, Yi Chuin said with contempt. You don't deserve it. And added 3 exclamation marks. Sister, why am I not worthy? I am not your brother. What? You finally know the truth? Yi Chuin replied. Yi Chuin, who was bored, started the boring mode of daily conversation between sister and brother. Chapter 43 Ghost Face Baby. It's not easy to check people. You underestimate me. Yi Chufan thought to himself. Her sister is now in Jiangnan, so this girl should also be from Jiangnan area. His hair is light blue, which makes him easy to recognize. He made a direct call and sent the photos. He wanted to see who this girl was. She is so close to her sister. Of course, he didn't dare to have any bad ideas. After all, he was protected by his sister. For him, he is someone who cannot be messed with. After all, my sister's iron fist is not easy to bear. In the big families in the imperial capital, everyone knows that sentence. The Yi family has a daughter who has grown up. She is as strong as a mountain and as powerful as the world. When he was 3 years old, he beat the 5-year-old Yi Chui and made him run everywhere. When she was 5 years old, all her cousins would be knocked down by her at the same time. After awakening the superpowers, it is even more incredible. I even wanted to build a pyramid for the old man to show my filial piety. His sister is such a simple and honest person. I just have a bad temper sometimes. The road of love has never been smooth. First, no one can catch her eye. Second, no one dared to catch her eye. If this domestic violence breaks out, someone will definitely die. Of course, I'm referring to the man. At Lin Feng's house, Gung Gue was getting better and better. It occasionally hit its body. After a while, Lin Feng saw the refrigerator open automatically, and the food inside kept decreasing. This guy has a big appetite and the refrigerator is almost empty. Lin Feng didn't care much about its appetite. He had already made up his mind. I'll take it to catch ghosts tonight and upgrade its level first. Once the level is raised, you can make it work well for you. By then, I won't have to work so hard anymore. I've become the god of death, so can I enjoy myself? It's 9 o'clock in the evening now, and we can set off in a while. With help today, efficiency should be much higher. I wonder if the rain has stopped over there. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Although the system told him that Qianqian could always turn danger into safety, and he didn't need to worry. But after all, she is my sister, so I still have to pay her some attention. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. It was the message sent by Qianqian. Brother, it's still raining here. We have no choice but to stay in this temple tonight. Fortunately, this sister is with you, so you don't have to worry. After a long time, a photo was sent over. It is Lu Xian's back picture. He was shocked. This time he saw clearly, behind the woman, there is a baby with a ghost face lying there. From that shooting angle, he was showing a weird smile to Qianqian. Didn't you say Qianqian was fine? Lin Feng said angrily. It's just a kid. No big deal. The problem can be solved whether you go or not, the system said slowly. If Lin Feng doesn't go, someone else will naturally appear. What could that mean? Lin Feng thought to himself. What if a man shows up? Qianqian is young. Being rescued by a hero can easily lead to unnecessary factors that affect her future studies. Forget it. I'd better go there myself to make sure it's safer. Although the system gave him a positive response, he was still a little worried. I think it would be best to go there in person. After all, she is my sister. It's best to leave it to yourself. Heh, aren't you just worried that Qianqian will be rescued by another man? And you're saying it so righteously. The system was speechless. That girl's fortune is so great that Lin Feng couldn't imagine it. I don't know what I'm worrying about. It's just that it's not convenient to spoil it now. Chapter 44 Blockage. Gung Gue, follow me. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he immediately transformed into a virtual being. That Jengar was also obedient and attached itself directly to Lin Feng's back. After teleporting several distances, Lin Feng picked up the bamboo dragonfly and flew directly into the sky. The speed of the bamboo dragonfly is comparable to that of an ordinary flying sword, but the Lanrua temple is a bit remote. It takes more than 2 hours to get there. The moonlight tonight is charming, and the bright moonlight is shining everywhere. Occasionally, When people are admiring the moon, they may be surprised to see a black figure rushing across the sky. If you can't hide it from ordinary people, then you naturally can't hide it from the eyes of those who are interested. Elder Zhao, we have found the whereabouts of that person. Zhang Ruoshui reported. Lin Feng's appearance is very easy to recognize, with his distinctive black battlesuit and that exquisite skull mask. I am really lucky. I just came to Jiangnan yesterday, and today I found his whereabouts. Zhao Tingyi smiled. However, that person has obtained some flying magic weapon and is now flying rapidly towards the southwest. Zhang Ruoshui took out a video and showed it to Zhao Tingyi. That magic weapon is really weird. It's actually worn on the head. There is no time to lose. I will go find him now. Zhao Tingyi raised her hand, and a water blue sword appeared in front of her. She stepped on the flying sword and rushed out like a rainbow. She has reached the golden core stage of cultivation. Compared with Lin Feng's sword controlling method, it is much faster. However, it will take some time to catch up with Lin Feng. She was not in a hurry. As long as she could catch up with Lin Feng, she would have a way to control him. This time she brought a magic weapon with her. Sister Qianqian, there is no light or electricity here, only candlelight. I am a little scared. How about letting Yuanjin and the others come over to give us some courage? Lu Exine said. Night is a good time to create opportunities, but Gu Qianqian rarely talks to her. After thinking for a long time, she came up with this idea. They are all men, so it's not very convenient, said Gu Qianqian. She just met these people by chance and it was already late at night. It wouldn't be appropriate to invite them over. Oh, Sister Qianqian, there might be something strange about the lightning and thunder. Look, it's still raining outside. Lu Xian deliberately said some scary words, trying to scare Qianqian. Sister Lu, if you are scared, why don't you go find them next door? I won't go. Gu Qianqian replied. She sat in front of the bed. The sheets smelled a bit rotten. She planned to make do with this for tonight, and then go down the mountain to find a place to have a good rest tomorrow. Since you say so, sister, I will go over there. If you are scared, then come over here. Lu Exine said. She didn't believe that Gu Qianqian wasn't afraid of those scary things, so she planned to stay there for a while, not afraid that Gu Qianqian wouldn't come over. We'll see if she's still so stubborn then. The moment Lu Exine opened the door, another thunder roared. Gu Qianqian looked up at the door. In the light of lightning, Gu Qianqian actually saw the thing lying behind Lu Exine. In just a moment, after a flash of lightning, it disappeared without a trace. Gu Qianqian was so surprised that she covered her mouth with her hands repeatedly. What on earth is this? After Lu Exine left, she quickly locked the door from behind. She decided not to sleep today. Just stay here for one night and leave early tomorrow morning. Sister Lu, how is it? Chung Kuan asked. I didn't expect that girl to be so stubborn. She just wouldn't listen no matter how hard I tried to persuade her. It's windy and rainy on this mountain. Let's play here for a while and see if she's scared being alone there. Lu Exine said proudly, how could we not let this little girl suffer a little? With the help of candlelight, the three of them picked up the fruit brought by the little monk and started eating. They had never seen the appearance of this fruit before, but the taste is very sweet, with a special juicy flavor. The Ningxin pendant still emitted a light blue halo, protecting Gu Qianqian, so that she wouldn't be too frightened. In the main hall, Master, when do we have dinner? The young monk said to the old monk. It seems that he is very hungry. Be patient, the meat is best at midnight. The old monk stopped beating the wooden fish. He smiled even more viciously. The tall Buddha statue behind him has completely changed its appearance. At this time, Lin Feng was still flying in the night sky, and the feeling that the photo gave him was so shocking. Whoosh! Lin Feng saw a long blue rainbow chasing after him from behind. He had a bad feeling in his heart and became alert in an instant. As it got closer, he could see clearly that it was a flying sword with a woman in white standing on it. But her appearance are average, just like the ant next door. When the woman saw Lin Feng, she threw out 6 short flags, which quickly flew in different directions. Surrounding Lin Feng, are you the person with space-related abilities? Zhao Tingyi asked with interest. She could feel a special aura from Lin Feng. What do you want? If you want to chat, we can talk about it another day. Lin Feng was in a hurry to find Qianqian and had no time to chat with this ant. He took a look using the system's probe, knowing that this person is in the Jin Dan realm, which is equivalent to S level. My strength is somewhat overwhelming to him. It seems I have no choice but to use those hidden tricks. Haha, of course it's not just idle chat. I heard that you have great spatial abilities, so I want to ask you for a favor. I wonder if you are free, Zhao Tingyi said with a smile. The space formation has been set up, so there is no need to worry about Lin Feng escaping. Naturally, she was not as anxious as before. Senior, I really don't have time now. Please let me finish my work before we talk. Lin Feng was indeed very anxious, because that ghost-faced baby was no ordinary creature. If these two people stayed outside overnight, if something happened, Lin Feng would regret it. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. It seems I'm giving you too much face. Zhao Tingyi's face darkened. She didn't expect this person to be so disrespectful to her. Lin Feng's expression also became serious. This old lady didn't seem to be a good person. Was she really going to cause trouble? Host, the space is locked. You cannot activate the instant teleportation technique now, the system reminded. Jengar had already hidden himself, but Zhao Tingyi sensed that there was something strange behind Lin Feng. But we haven't found out what it is yet. Zhao Tingyi pointed lightly, and a white rope was put around Lin Feng. Lin Feng held Huan Yue and tried to block the attack first. Soul Fire Talisman. He threw out a Soul Fire Talisman. His ghost skills may be useful against A-level ghosts, but they may not be effective against this Jindan stage woman. Zhao Tingyi waved her hand again at the Fire Talisman, and an invisible energy collided with the Fire Talisman. There was an explosion instantly. Boy, you are quite capable. You can master this kind of thing. I underestimated you. Zhao Tingyi was also surprised, because Fire Talismans were something used exclusively by cultivators. It requires spiritual power to activate, and she has never heard of any awakened superpower who can use spiritual power. But, if I catch you, I will know. Use whatever means you have. If I catch you, you won't stand a chance. Zhao Tingyi sneered and said, and attacked directly with a sword, but he didn't hit too hard. After all, she still wanted to refine Lin Feng into a useful puppet, and it would be bad if he got his arms or legs broken. Otherwise, if he attacks with all his strength, Lin Feng won't be able to withstand a few hits. Only 5% of my strength was used. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several more paper talismans were thrown out by Lin Feng. These were all obtained from his ghost hunting during this period. Zhao Tingyi thought it was just an ordinary fire talisman and didn't pay any more attention to it. Just break it with the sword. Multiplication detonator. After a detonating talisman was stuck to her blue water sword, it began to explode continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Under continuous explosion, the spiritual light on the blue water sword actually weakened a lot and even became a little dim. Gung-gu-a, go to Lanrua Temple first and protect Qianqian. Lin Feng's mind moved, and he gave instructions to Gung-gu-a. He can't leave for a while, so the only option now is to let Jengar hold him back for a while. Chapter 45. You are still too weak. Moon Gatling form. The weapon in Lin Feng's hand changed again, turning into a golden Gatling spear. This was the first time he used the weapon in this state. Without any hesitation, he took advantage of the time provided by the detonating talisman. He opened fire directly at the thick smoke. The Gatling gun was emitting blue light and firing continuously, and those bullets were special spiritual ammunition. After the detonating talisman lasted for several minutes, it finally stopped and the smoke dissipated. There was a lot of black dust on Zhao Tingyi's white clothes, and his hair was a little messy. There was just an extra layer of white film on her body to protect her. The Gatling bullets hit her, but were all blocked by the membrane and could not penetrate. Young man, you do have some skills, but you are still far from perfect. The detonating talisman just now did cause her some trouble with the continuous explosions. If I didn't have a magical weapon to protect myself, I'm afraid my body will also be injured. Although she has practiced for many years, her body is not indestructible. Monks mainly cultivate their primordial spirit and mental power, while their physical body is relatively weak. Some people's physical strength is even weaker than Lin Feng's current body. They mostly rely on exquisite magic techniques, protective instruments, and unpredictable sword-wielding abilities. Just as people with special abilities cannot practice cultivation, both of them have their own strengths and weaknesses. No side has ever become so strong that it is invincible. P.S. This setting is to balance the power gap between cultivation and supernatural powers, to prepare for the later war. Otherwise, the cultivators can fly and hide, which is really difficult to deal with. Lin Feng could sense that Jengar was speeding up towards Lanrua Temple, and he felt a little more at ease. His current location is not too far from Lanrua Temple. It would only take half an hour to get there. After resolving the matter at hand, he had to rush over as soon as possible. Zhao Tingyi's face was frosty, and the young man in front of him seemed a little unruly. It seems that he must suffer a little. But why does this person have so many talismans in that weapon? It can actually change its shape. I'll get it later. It would be worthwhile to study it carefully. She already had a plan in mind. Curse seal. Tadpole runes continued to emerge from Lin Feng's neck. In just a few breaths, the runes covered the entire body. 2 bone wings grew out of its back. Host, you have triggered the darkening effect of the curse. Your combat power will increase, but your judgment will gradually weaken, the system reminded. You really surprised me. Zhao Tingyi looked at Lin Feng's changed form and felt happy instead of angry. The stronger Lin Feng is, the greater the chance of success when she goes to explore that secret realm after she makes him into a human puppet. How can I not be surprised? Dragon Roar technique. She pinched the magic formula with her right hand, and suddenly a blue water dragon rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged the blue water dragon with a flash of his body. The Gatling gun in his hand turned into a long blade again. With the addition of bone wings, his speed increased dramatically. Old woman, how dare you stop me? Lin Feng in his darkened state bursts out with astonishing combat power.
Clang. Clang.
In just a few breaths, Lin Feng exchanged several sword blows with Zhao Tingyi. You are still too weak, young man. Zhao Tingyi seized the opportunity and slapped Lin Feng in the abdomen. Knock it away directly. Your moves are weird, but they're still far from perfect. Zhao Tingyi shook his head and talked about the fight with Lin Feng just now. She was also testing the upper limit of Lin Feng's strength. With the addition of these strange wings, in her opinion, it should be able to reach the so-called A-level standard, but it is still too weak for her. You have no chance, just be my puppet. Zhao Tingyi jumped in front of Lin Feng. Before, he was just playing with Lin Feng. The space here is locked, and this person has absolutely no chance of escaping. Let me see what you look like under the mask. Red blood kept flowing out from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. The palm strike just now was really fierce. Over Lanrua Temple. It was still raining heavily, and Jengar was hiding in the darkness. After flying for half an hour, it finally saw the temple. However, in its eyes, this temple was a little strange. Like a desolate skeleton. It remembers Lin Feng's instructions. It is Lin Feng's bound pet, so its loyalty is naturally very high. It floated down slowly, searching for Gu Qianqian from house to house. Lin Feng showed it the photo, and the light blue hair was one of Gu Qianqian's trademarks. It can enter the house directly, and will go in through the windows if there are any. Just go in and search room by room. When we found Lu Xian's room, it heard a special sound. The windows and doors are locked. It paused at the door for a moment. Inside the house, Chang Kuren had his back to the two of them, wearing headphones and listening to music and reading novels. He was still waiting for Gu Qianqian to come over after she could no longer bear the darkness. Yuanjin and Lu Xian had already started exercising without knowing when. Mainly because there was nothing to do that evening. The two of them hugged each other and watched a youth idol drama. I don't know who started it first, but it just worked out like that. But the posture concealed it well, and it looked like Lu Xian was sitting on Yuanzhan's lap. There is also a piece of clothing draped around the waist, which cannot be seen unless you look carefully. Jengar looked around and saw that he couldn't open the door, and he didn't know if the person he was looking for was inside. With a direct and violent collision, the door was knocked open. Another thunderclap covered up the sound of the door banging. The three of them were startled. How did the door suddenly open? Gung Gue walked into the room and looked around, and saw the ghost-faced baby behind Lu Xian. It took a closer look, then turned and flew away. Lin Feng's request is to protect Gu Qianqian, and other people have nothing to do with him. Yuanjin and others just felt that the temperature suddenly dropped a lot, but nothing else was found. I just thought the door was not locked and was blown open by the wind. Brother, go and close the door, Yuanjin said. His current state made it difficult for him to get up, as he was still in a state of linkage. Chang Kuan looked at the two of them suspiciously, then stood up and closed the door. When you want to lock your door, you find that the lock seems to be broken. Look at the time. It's already 11:40. Could it be that Gu Qianqian was asleep? She actually stayed in that room for so long. Gu Qianqian's window next to her was not closed tightly, so Jengar opened the window and floated in directly. Why did it suddenly become cold? Qianqian said unconsciously. P.S. Jengar will absorb the surrounding heat and lower the temperature. When Jengar saw Qianqian's iconic hair, he was sure that this was the person Lin Feng asked him to find. It hid in Gu Qianqian's shadow to rest. It had been flying for 2 hours and was a little hungry. He even wanted to devour a few evil spirits to fill his stomach. Chapter 46. Who can be more cruel than me? The moment Zhao Tingyi grabbed Lin Feng's mask, Lin Feng's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. I couldn't sense any breath either, as if it had evaporated. The formation flag is still there. It is impossible to transfer it through space, Zhao Tingyi said secretly. But what kind of special method is this? while she was stunned. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound of wind beside my ears. She stood up and dodged, and hastily blocked it with her hand. She held Lin Feng's blade in her hand, but failed to cut off his hand. But there was already a blood mark on the base of her left hand, and her blood was flowing down the blade. Boy, you really pissed me off. Zhao Tingyi held one end of the blade in his left hand and said coldly, "Just now, I almost hit his head. I will extract your soul and light the soul-extinguishing lamp." Dragon-catching hand, she grasped Lin Feng's blade with her left hand and condensed a huge yellow palm print with her right hand. Shoot directly forward. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to take the palm strike and simply let go of the Huanyuer in his hand. Dodge first. Himph, you can't escape from the 6 red sun formation. The 6 small flags glowed instantly, forming a 6-sided barrier that directly blocked the area. This old woman is so cruel. Lin Feng hid aside and cursed. If he hadn't used the invisibility talisman just now, he would have been caught by this old woman long ago. It was the first time that he experienced the terror of an S-class expert, and this was when Zhao Tingyi was letting him off. Shrink! Zhao Tingyi shouted, and the 6 flags began to gradually shrink in range. Zhao Tingyi was now alert and had activated his body-protecting skills to protect his key parts. It would not be so easy for Lin Feng to launch a sneak attack again. As long as the formation flags are retracted to a certain range, she will not be afraid of not being able to find Lin Feng's hiding place. Return. Lin Feng's mind moved, and the phantom moon returned to his hands. Old woman, you forced me to do this. Lin Feng saw some bloodstains still remaining on the Huanyue. I felt upset too. Death by blood. P.S. Fade Wan's skill is a suicide skill. A red magic circle appeared in the void. Boy, what are you trying to do? Zhao Tingyi was not in the mood to watch the show this time. Lin Feng's weird moves were endless. He directly used the dragon-catching hand to strike towards the formation. Whatever it is, destroy it first. Sacrifice. Looking at the huge palm print, Lin Feng finally finished the last word of his attack. Boom. The dragon-catching hand hit Lin Feng directly in the face. Smash it directly to the ground. Make a loud noise. Ah! Zhao Tingyi also screamed. Fell directly from mid-air. How could? She didn't have time to check her injuries. I unexpectedly discovered that there was a very long thing coming out there. She has been practicing Taoism for many years. How could such a thing grow out of her? She was a little distracted for a moment. What have you done to me? She gritted her teeth and said to the direction where Lin Feng fell. She remembered the strange formation just now, and he was mysteriously injured and fell from mid-air. It must be this person's doing. I wasted a high-level invisibility talisman, and you still keep saying that you want to capture me and use me as a human puppet. Today, we should put an end to this. Lin Feng said coldly. A red thread connected him and Zhao Tingyi. A large iron rod appeared in his hand. Let me show you what cruelty is. Just smash it downwards with a stick. Ah! Zhao Tingyi couldn't help but scream in pain, holding her body. She seemed to hear the sound of eggs breaking. Host, you are such a ruthless person. I am willing to call you the strongest. Even the death system couldn't help but praise you. It was the first time he had seen this kind of fighting style, using the characteristics of skills to directly attack his most vulnerable parts. Not enough. Lin Feng climbed up with difficulty, picked up the stick, and hit his head hard. Ah! Zhao Tingyi felt she had suffered a great shock. Her body was only slightly stronger than Lin Feng's, but she could not withstand such continuous and violent impact. She was now a little weak and didn't even have the strength to hold the sword. After hammering for a long time, disassociate. The red line broke, and Lin Feng took out a high-level yuan-replenishing pill and swallowed it. Step by step, Lin Feng recovered his body while walking towards Zhao Tingyi. Zhao Tingyi saw footprints on the ground extending towards her. She was even terrified in her heart, because she had just taken an intermediate-level yuan-replenishing pill that she had treasured for many years. In the hope that he can slowly recover his cultivation level, and then ask his senior brothers to help him deal with this person. She was sure that this person had a huge secret, and if she could get it, it would be no less than a treasure from the secret realm. Stop, we can make a deal, Zhao Tingyi said. But now, Bloody Scythe. Lin Feng did not hesitate, and did not want to know who this person was. Anyway, I must die today. Sickle. The bloody sickle slides down. Cut Zhao Tingyi's neck directly. She is only in the Jindan stage, and her soul has not yet transformed into a Yuanying. Head cut off, body dead, Tao gone. As her consciousness faded, she thought of many things. Why go to that secret place for adventure? Why did you hold back at the beginning? Lin Feng saw that Zhao Tingyi had a storage bag on him and immediately put it away. The caster dies. The 6 flags became ownerless again, floating in the air. Lin Feng also put it into the space ring. Then he rushed towards Lanrua Temple. Gung Gui's thoughts came, and he knew Qianqian was fine now. However, in Jengar's perception, there seemed to be something even more terrifying in that temple. It is no less than that ghost-faced baby. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden challenge. Kill the enemy above your level, and you will be rewarded with 2 mysterious draws. Chapter 47 Blood Food. 12 o'clock. Then Gu Qianqian probably won't come over. You should go back and sleep. Yuanjin said that after releasing his passion, he felt a little bored. He lit a cigarette and just wanted to be quiet at the moment. Although this bed is not small, it is not convenient for 3 people to sleep together. We can't let Cheng Kuan sit on the bench all night. Pimph, Lu Xian snorted coldly. Why are all the men she meets like this? After having fun, they are like a different person. The Great Hall. Master, I'm so hungry. The little monk's face became ferocious. There was even a long horn growing on his head. The Buddha statue in the main hall also changed its appearance, becoming a ferocious and evil one. Go ahead, but those 2 young girls must be left for me to enjoy. The old monk said grimly. Tread. Tread. Gu Qianqian heard a strange sound outside the door and took a look through the crack in the window. I saw a short figure in a yellow cassock pushing the door of the first hut. The night was dark and windy, so it was not very clear. Young master? A middle-aged woman lives in this room, and she is not asleep at the moment. The wind and rain outside are really noisy. The people in the room asked in confusion. I'm so hungry. The little monk showed his shark-like sharp teeth. He bit the woman's neck directly. Sucking it, the blood of a living person was a delicacy to him. Click, click. Soon he started to eat. Boom. Boom. Open the door, Qianqian. Lu Xian knocked on the door outside. Qianqian hid in the house and didn't dare to answer. The horrific scene behind Lu Xian had frightened her deeply. Gu Qianqian, what do you mean? Lu Xian became impatient. She had been knocking for several minutes, but Gu Qianqian inside just didn't respond to her. If you don't open the door, don't blame me for being rude. She herself is not a good person, and Gu Qianqian is so ungrateful. It was estimated that Cheng Kuan's plan would not be successful. Thinking of those benefits, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. She kicked the door hard, and the wooden door lock, which had been rotten for many years, fell to the ground. Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck. The ghost-faced baby behind her poked its head out again and looked at Gu Qianqian. She seemed to be still grinding her teeth, as if the shallow flesh and blood was very attractive to her. Snap. Suddenly Lu Xian felt a sudden force on her face. I was slapped by something inexplicable. He was directly knocked out. Jengar floated in front of Gu Qianqian with his figure hidden. It was it that gave me that slap just now. Woo-woo. The ghost baby behind her could see Jengar floating in the air and also showed a look of fear. Lu Xian, what's going on? Yuan Zhan and Cheng Kuan, who were next door, heard the noise and ran out quickly. I saw Lu Xian lying on the ground, pointing at Gu Qianqian with his right hand. There is also a red mark on the face. Gu Qianqian, you are so ungrateful. My girlfriend is worried that you are not safe alone. I came here specially to accompany you, but I didn't expect you to dare to hit her. The other 2 people didn't see the situation clearly, so they just pointed at Gu Qianqian and accused her. After all, there is no one else around except Gu Qianqian. I'm just surprised how strong she is. You know, Lu Xian is the bully in the dormitory and has never lost to any girl in a one-on-one fight. Gu Qianqian was also puzzled as to why Lu Xian suddenly flew out, but she also heard the slapping sound. Just when Yuanjin was about to come in and ask Gu Qianqian for an explanation, Jengar slapped over again, hit him directly in the face. His teeth were a little loose and he also felt the terrifying slap. There's something wrong with this room. There's something wrong with her? Lu Xian screamed. Hey! Jengar's playful laughter echoed in the ears of these 3 people. The 3 of them felt their scalps tingling. What the hell was this thing? Something is strangling my neck so tightly? Lu Xian suddenly shouted. The ghost baby could see Jengar floating in the air, and it seemed to be licking its tongue at him. He was frightened for a moment and hugged Lu Xian's neck tightly again. The tighter he hugged her, the more difficult it was for Lu Xian to breathe. Gradually her face began to turn purple. Ghost? There is a ghost? Yuanjin suddenly shouted. Such a terrifying scene happened right before his eyes, and he remembered the supernatural things that had happened in school before. Let's go to the main hall and find the old monk, Chung Kuan said hurriedly. There are Buddha statues in that hall, so supernatural beings shouldn't dare to come. The two of them lifted Lu Xian and ran towards the main hall. Gu Qianqian looked at the empty room and was also filled with fear. What the hell is in this room? Where did that laughter just now come from? She was hesitant, wondering whether she should also go into the main hall, where at least there was a Buddha statue. I can feel a little more at ease. Just as she was about to walk away, she suddenly felt something pulling at her trouser leg. It seemed to be preventing her from going out. Gung Gue showed his figure. Try to give it the most sincere smile possible to express your kindness. But it also scared Gu Qianqian quite a bit. My legs were held tightly by it, and I couldn't run away even if I wanted to. Jengar made a shushing gesture and closed the door again. Gu Qianqian was dumbfounded. What on earth does this purple ghost thing want to do? If I'm not mistaken, this guy was the one who knocked those two people away just now. However, its strength was amazing, and even Yu Enjin's strong body was knocked over by just one slap. She naturally didn't dare to move. After seeing Gu Qianqian calm down and sit down, Gung Gue floated over to the bed and lay down. It sensed that there were other strange things in this place, and an even stronger ghostly aura. Before Lin Feng comes, we must protect Gu Qianqian well. Master. The two men carried Lu Xian and ran into the main hall. They saw the old monk's back. He was facing away from them, concentrating on eating. Master, there is a ghost. There is a ghost, Chung Kuan said repeatedly. Yes? The old monk slowly turned his head, his mouth full of blood. He was still holding a piece of his arm in his right hand and was about to tear off a piece, chewing in the mouth. The three of them were completely stunned. My legs and feet went completely limp, and I didn't even have the strength to run away. After eating the four of you, I will go find that little girl, hee. The old monk let out a strange laugh. The four he was referring to were naturally the ghost-faced babies behind Lu Xian. With such heavy resentment, it is really a great tonic for him. Not long after, Jengar's stomach started to growl again. Touching its empty stomach, it wanted to go out to find something to eat, but when it saw Gu Qianqian, it held back. Gu Qianqian saw the purple guy's actions, and it seemed that he had never hurt her from beginning to end. So he plucked up the courage to take out an apple from his travel bag. Place it carefully next to the bed. Jengar took the apple, sniffed it, then threw it directly into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Then he looked at Gu Qianqian's backpack. Just went straight in. Hey, you can't eat the bottle. You have to tear open the packaging. That's the underwear I just changed. You can't eat it. Jengar directly stuffed the edible-looking food from the travel bag into his mouth. It's not very particular, as long as it's edible. After eating, he grinned at Gu Qianqian. But that smile looks a little silly, just like Era. At this time, Lin Feng was still traveling in the sky, and he had already released the curse. If that state lasts for a long time, people will almost become crazy. He found a lot of pills in Zhao Tingyi's storage bag, but the grade is too low, and the ingredients are not very good. It's not as good as what he exploded. The only good thing was 1,000-year-old red ginseng, which was sealed in a jade box. He only sniffed it once and felt his body a little restless. This thing must be a great tonic. The author has something to say. Chapter 48 Devour. Lottery. There was nothing to do during the flight, so the system gave me 2 extra draws, which I used. It's still the familiar operating routine. Stop as the turntable starts. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical weapon soul-destroying bell. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a speed-up talisman. Soul Death Bell, when shaken, it can reduce the attack speed and movement speed of ghosts. Note, the greater the difference in ability level with the host, the smaller the impact. Lin Feng looked at the small words in the remarks and understood the effect of this thing. At present, it has little effect on those S-level ghosts. After all, my current level is too low. We still have to find a way to improve it. In the main hall of Lanrua Temple, they are all delicious. 2 horns actually grew on the old monk's head. 2 sharp fangs were also exposed. The body changed to a height of 10 feet and turned into a green-faced monster. He grabbed with his left hand. Then Chung Kuan was captured in his hands. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll give you money. My family is very rich. Chung Kuan was so scared that his pants got wet. What's the point of me taking money? Human flesh tastes better, of course. The old monk kept making noises. People? I can bring you someone, as long as you let me go. I promise to bring you 10. No, I will bring you as many as you want. Chung Kuan said hurriedly. At this time, he was already lifted in the air by the green-faced monster, and he was trying every possible way to stay alive. Hee hee hee, human. You want to trick me? If I hadn't believed that old monk when I was young, I wouldn't have been trapped in this temple for so long. The green-faced ghost's expression became even more ferocious, and whenever he thought of the old monk, the resentment that had accumulated over the years still made him somewhat angry. Seeing the situation, Lu Xian felt similar to Chang Kuan. My legs were weak and my pants were soaked. I regretted so much why I came to this damn place to burn incense. The green-faced ghost was so strong and sturdy that his original cassock had been torn apart by him. He bit off Chang Kuan's head in one bite. Start eating slowly. As long as we eat that blue-haired girl, we can break through this dilapidated temple. As he ate, he thought about it and couldn't help getting excited again. But this man's meat is not very delicious and has a smell of residue. Please spare my life, Senior. Please spare my life. Yuan Zhan reacted quickly. There is no other way now. Only praying like this may be of some use. Hee hee. The green-faced ghost threw the remaining bones of Chang Kuan to the ground. He picked Yuan Zhan up and sniffed her hard. There is also a smell of residue. It tastes the same as that guy's, and it's also unpalatable. Yes, I am not tasty. Please forgive me, Senior. I promise to bring you some delicious food, Yuan Zhan said cleverly. Then feed it to the ghost-faced Buddha. As he said that, the green-faced ghost threw Yuan Zhan in front of the ghost-faced Buddha. The clay Buddha statue actually moved. A big hole opened in the stomach and Yuan Zhan was sucked in directly. After closing, you can hear the sound of bones being ground into pieces. Hee hee, now it's your turn. The green-faced ghost said to Lu Xian. This person has a lot of resentment, which is completely opposite to the blue-haired girl. No. Lu Xian's eyes were filled with fear. After a long time, you've done a lot of bad things. After the green-faced ghost swallowed Lu Xian, he also obtained her memories. No wonder the grudge is so heavy. Now, it's time to go find that little girl. The green-faced ghost turned and walked out. What on earth are you? After Gung Gue finished eating everything in Gu Qianqian's bag, he lay down on the bed again. She looks very well behaved. Gu Qianqian saw that it didn't hurt her, as if it was guarding her and not letting her go out. I couldn't help but ask. Jengar didn't say anything. It could understand what Gu Qianqian said, but it would be too difficult for it to explain it. He just stood there with his short legs up, looking around, wondering when Lin Feng would arrive. Bang! The door was opened. The short figure walked in slowly. Master said to leave you for him to eat, but I'm still hungry. He had eaten all the ones in the neighboring room, and now only Gu Qianqian's room was left. So he just walked in and gnawed on the arm. His mouth was extremely twisted, and there was a lot of blood on his body. Walking towards Gu Qianqian step by step, Gu Qianqian was stunned, remembering that the little guy had never let her go out. Could this be the reason? If this young monk is an evil ghost, then the old monk must be the same. Then Lu Xian and the other three should have fallen into the tiger's mouth? Gu Qianqian thought of a lot of things in an instant. Her legs began to tremble. It was the first time she had seen such a thing. The little monk's face turned gray, and he looked like a monster. It's not a human figure at all. Jengar flew in front of Gu Qianqian. Jengar's size suddenly grew larger. He is much taller than Gu Qianqian, and has suddenly transformed from a miniature figure into an artistic Patrick star. Jengar's eyes turned blood red. Yes, he was hungry too. Gu Qianqian's food did not fill its stomach. It was originally meant to assist Lin Feng in devouring ghosts and absorbing ghost energy. A mouthful. Yes, a huge bloody mouthful. He rolled his tongue and swallowed the little monk directly into his stomach. However, his method of digesting ghosts is different. His stomach forms a closed space. Slowly refine the ghosts in space. Those ghost energy can nourish his body and fill his stomach. P.S. I wrote Jengar this way mainly because I didn't want him to be too disgusting. After all, he is the protagonist's pet. Chewing ghost bones seems to be a bit uncomfortable. So it was changed to swallow it into a special space in the stomach, mainly absorbing special ghost energy. Gu Qianqian was petrified. The little devil who was so ferocious just now was swallowed by this purple guy in one bite. After eating, it patted its belly and shrank back to its previous shape. He even burped. Is this guy so powerful? This is it. Lin Feng finally arrived at Lanrua Temple. Strangely enough, there were thunder and heavy rain only above Lanrua Temple. Outside this area, it is very peaceful. He looked down from the sky. The pupils of the eyes began to change slightly. This temple is indeed a bit strange. There is a formation surrounding the temple. The lightning and thunder might be caused by this formation. Is it to suppress the evil things inside? However, he didn't think too much about it and sneaked in again before the invisibility talisman expired. The first thing is to find Qianqian. Chapter 49, Killing Ghosts. Bang! The door of the room where Gu Qianqian lived was knocked open again, and this time it was completely smashed into pieces. A 10-foot-tall green-faced ghost walked straight in. He looked at Gu Qianqian, who was sitting on the bench with a ferocious expression. I didn't expect to encounter such pure flesh and blood. I'm so lucky, said the green-faced ghost with a smile. He is now very sure that as long as he devours this blue-haired girl, he will be able to break through the realm. By then we will be able to break the ghost ceiling formation in this temple. What do you want to do? Gu Qianqian was completely stupefied today, encountering ghosts one after another. First it was the ghost baby behind Lu Xian, then the little guy lying on the bed, and then the little monk and his apprentice. It made her doubt her life. What she saw and heard today completely overturned her cognition. Are there really ghosts in this world? What do I want to do? Little kid, of course I want to eat you, the green-faced ghost sneered. He has waited too long for this day. Because of the ghost ceiling formation left by the old monk, he was unable to transform into his original ghost form during the day. The only thing he could do was use the old monk's weak body. Only after 12 o'clock, when the power of the formation weakens, can he transform into a green-faced ghost and move around in the temple. The thunder, lightning, and heavy rain that filled the sky were released by the ghost ceiling formation. This scene will occur whenever he tries to step out of Lanrua Temple. Boom. Suddenly, 2 purple balls of light flew towards him. Boom. However, the light ball only caused him some minor injuries and some pain in his body. There is something in the room. The green-faced ghost noticed it then. Gung Gue felt the pressure the moment the green-faced ghost entered the room. He hid directly in Gu Qianqian's shadow. Seeing that the green-faced ghost seemed to want to hurt Gu Qianqian, he couldn't help but send out 2 shadow balls. Whoosh! 2 more shadow balls flew directly towards him, but at the moment the shadow balls were thrown, the green-faced ghost's arms suddenly grew longer and grabbed Jengar in the shadow. At the moment of catching, Jengar's body grew larger again. It became the same size as the green-faced ghost and flew directly towards it. Who the hell are you? The green-faced ghost was also a little surprised. Not only can this guy change his size at will, but how can he be so strong? Gung Gue stood in front of the green-faced ghost and bit its head with its huge mouth. Click. It was not bitten off directly as imagined, but he was stuck firmly and couldn't move for a while. The green-faced ghost hand reached into Gung Gue's mouth, pried its mouth open, and took out its head. Then he punched Jengar's stomach with even greater force. Gung Gue turned into 3-0 shape. Obviously, this punch didn't take well. You are really good. After I eat that little girl, I will eat you. The green-faced ghost has already realized that the guy in front of him is very strong, but his moves are weird. But it seems that he is not very skilled in using it. He just has brute force and thick skin. He kept pushing himself towards the door, protecting the blue-haired girl, with his hands and feet tied. The arm grew longer again and grabbed Gu Qianqian. As long as it eats Gu Qianqian, it will be able to break through again. A clear bell rang out, and a chain shot out from outside and directly wrapped around his right arm. Just pull it out. Who is it? The green-faced ghost was shocked when the bell rang. His own speed was actually constantly decreasing. Seeing this, Gung Gue rushed over again, holding the green-faced ghost and rushed out of the house. Green-faced ghost A-level medium weakness thunder. Ghost path 24 thunder. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. The green-faced ghost screamed immediately, as he was most afraid of the thunder curse. Thunder. Thunder. However, the defense of this green ghost far exceeds that of any ghost Lin Feng had encountered before. It just made him suffer, but failed to kill him directly. Seeing this, Lin Feng simply kept performing it. There was thunder falling from the sky continuously, which made the green-faced ghost scream in pain. Ghost-faced Buddha, why don't you save me? If I die, can you break the seal? In great pain, the green-faced ghost finally couldn't help but roar. Boom. Lin Feng heard the sound, which came from the main hall. The clay statue actually walked down directly from the altar. Qinggue, I didn't expect you to ask me to save you, eh? Here comes another one. Ghost-faced Buddha A-level peak weakness water. Stone Buddha seal. A palm print with 10,000 characters directly attacked Lin Feng. The speed is so fast that it is impossible to avoid it just by moving your body. Instant body. Lin Feng instantly went to Gu Qianqian's side and held her with his left hand. The chain was still in his right hand. Another instant body movement. In an instant, they arrived outside Lanrua Temple, at the place he had marked. At the same time, the green-faced ghost was also brought out by Lin Feng because of the chains.
This?
The ghost-faced Buddha was a little surprised. A lot of things happened in that instant just now. Jengar took advantage of the moment when ghost-faced Buddha was stunned, received Lin Feng's message, and flew directly outside. Boom. The thunder in the sky continued to erupt. You. The green-faced ghost knew something was wrong when he saw himself being taken out of the temple. This area is still within the formation, but without the protection of the temple. A thicker bolt of lightning fell from the sky, which was much stronger than Lin Feng's ghost technique. With just one bolt of lightning, the green-faced ghost was struck into a bloody mess. Thunder began to gather in the sky again, and it seemed that another thunder was coming. Gung Gue, swallow him, Lin Feng said anxiously. He was not sure whether it would count as his experience points if the green-faced ghost was killed by thunder. This A-level ghost should have quite a bit of experience. Jengar opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the green-faced ghost again. This time it went smoothly, and the green-faced ghost no longer had any strength to resist. After the green-faced ghost entered Gung Gue's stomach, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. After a long time, congratulations to the host. You have gained 1,000 experience points and 200 hunting points. Congratulations, host. Your ghost skills have been improved. Your gets a promotion. Congratulations, your Jengar level has been increased to LV2, and some skills have been strengthened. Congratulations, you have successfully opened the system mall. You can purchase various items in the mall. The system mall is finally open. Lin Feng has been looking forward to this thing for a long time. At this time, Qianqian only knew that she was being held in midair. Lin Feng's invisibility talisman is still effective. She didn't dare to say a word or ask anything now. That ghost-faced Buddha probably can't leave this temple. Should we use this move to bring it out? Lin Feng pondered, but he was also a little worried in case the ghost-faced Buddha took the initiative. Is it a bit risky? After all, Qianqian is still here. Forget it. Let's upgrade Jengar's level a bit before dealing with this devil-faced Buddha. He ran a little far today, so he had to send Qianqian back first. I have to continue writing. Green God of War was recommended on the platform yesterday. How can I not hurry up and write? Now the important thing is to write, otherwise those handsome guys will throw notices urging me to update more. Chapter 50 Details. Under the hidden identity effect of the blurred mask, Gu Qianqian couldn't recognize Lin Feng's voice either. She could only judge from the way he was hugging her that it was probably a person. And that purple thing was called Jengar by this person. That should be its name. Although I don't know the reason for saving her, I am lucky that she is alive. You know, a lot of people died in that temple today. Gung Gue, throw the woman from the beginning to me near Lanrua Temple. Lin Feng, flying in the air, thought that if there were still innocent people going to the temple to worship, wouldn't that be walking into the tiger's mouth again, increasing the possibility of the ghost-faced Buddha breaking the seal? After all, there was no certainty as to when Jengar and he would be able to come. And he had just killed that woman and found some sect tokens in her storage bag. It seems that he is at a leadership level, and it seems that he can easily provoke revenge from the sect. I don't have enough strength now, so it's better to divert the attention to other places first. His current teleportation technique is only at level 5, and he cannot ignore the space-locking formation, so he is still lacking in terms of escaping. You have to plan it well. Jengar was very obedient and flew directly in the direction where Lin Feng had fought before. After searching for a while, I saw the head and body that were severed in half. So he lifted his head with one hand and his body with the other. Fly straight towards the Lanrua Temple. Lin Feng's invisibility time ended, and Gu Qianqian finally saw clearly the person who was holding her. A red and white skull mask and a somewhat special black robe. However, the head? He was wearing a toy-like spiral blade on his head. Is this the power of flight? Thank you for saving me. Gu Qianqian saw that the man with the skull mask had not spoken. After thinking it over, I decided to speak out. Although I don't know this person's purpose, I think he has no ill intentions. Yeah, Lin Feng answered casually. The identity issue will be written with a climax. The strong advice given by the Go system is to wait until your strength breaks through, and don't rush into death. Qianqian has a deep fortune and will not fall into the common traps. My current identity is to stay at home all day long and write God of War novels. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Whether he says it or not will not affect his relationship with Qianqian. If I didn't come today, someone would come to save Qianqian. Although Gu Qianqian was almost scared to death before, she is not a fool. How can I believe in such a thing as coincidence? I just lost my life. She still knows her limits and doesn't ask questions that she shouldn't. Don't tell anyone what happened today. Go back and have a good rest, said Lin Feng. Yeah, Gu Qianqian replied obediently. Lin Feng lowered his head and glanced at the still glowing tranquility pendant. I thought to myself that it was indeed a good thing, as it calmed Gu Qianqian down so quickly. If an ordinary person saw so many strange scenes, he would probably be scared half to death. Ancient city community. We're home now, go up by yourself, said Lin Feng. After saying, then he pretended to fly away. After flying to a place where Gu Qianqian can't see it. In another instant, he was back on the bed. Turn on the computer and prepare to start typing. Today he thought of another good topic. Well, Gu Qianqian saw a familiar neighborhood. This reminded me of a question. From the beginning to the end, she never told the masked man her address. How did he know? With this question in mind, she went upstairs empty-handed. That's right, the travel bag also ended up in the temple. There was nothing valuable in there, and Jengar had bitten a big hole through her underwear. She certainly wouldn't put anyone in danger just for a travel bag. She was lucky enough to be able to save her life today. However, she didn't dare tell Lin Feng about this, for fear that he would worry if he knew. She also had to think of a reason and explain to her brother tomorrow why she suddenly came back in the middle of the night. With this thought in mind, she returned home quietly. Fortunately, the key was in my pocket, otherwise I would have to knock on the door. I saw that the light in Lin Feng's room was still on, and the sound of keyboard typing could be heard from time to time. Brother, you have worked so hard. When I make money, I will buy you a big house, she said silently in her heart. He tiptoed back to the room. The god of war was poisoned by the Haohuan powder, a strange poison from the western regions. If the yin and yang cannot be harmonized, he will surely die. And you looked at the god of war with a determined gaze. Brother Liu, I was sorry for you before, but I promise you, I didn't steal that thing for myself. I was the one who framed Sister Yuhan when she got hurt. I'm sorry for both of you. This time, consider it my insignificant compensation. After that, Yingyu took off her veil. No, I can't let Yuhan down, the god of war exclaimed. The next day, the war god's poison was cured. Look at the red sheets. I seem to be a little shaken. After last night, his strength has improved a lot. That's right, he cheated on his wife again. Lin Feng checked it again before sending it out and wrote a few words by the way. The humble author asks for 5 stars online. In just a short while, there are several book reviews. All of them. Details. What about the details? Asked Brother Chixing. Fuck, why don't you write down the detoxification process? I don't need that little bit of traffic. The traffic boss also asked. Hurry, details. I'm almost done with the details, Pilapapa asked. The tone is very urgent, as if something big is about to happen. Each and every big boss was asking for details. Write the details quickly. Langmi actually got 99 power generation. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Did he dare to write the details? But Brother Wolf has said so. We are all emotional people. So, he wrote another paragraph for Langmi alone and sent it to him privately. It's full of details, full of men. It's okay for Brother Wolf to take a look, but just ask him not to post it everywhere. It would be terrible if other people saw it. Don't even send it to his aunt. Otherwise it will be so awkward when we meet next time. Yi Chuyin was lying on the bed, looking at Lin Feng's private message with great interest. It's good to have details, otherwise it feels like something is missing. Flower Wolf's home. Wow, this is full of details. When Hua Tailang saw a new post, he was so shocked that he trembled. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He thinks Tomato is some kind of website. He carefully put the article into a private folder on Drive D. I replied to the newbie. Sorry, the content you wrote is too violent and underscore and is not suitable for publication on this platform. If you have other articles, please send them to me and I will review them for you. Reviewing these articles every day, Hua Tailang is getting thinner and thinner. Those newbies are not human. They drive too aggressively. He is also a man of temperament. If it weren't for his wife Alien making chicken soup for him every day, he would have collapsed long ago. This profession is really too dangerous now. I have a good editor, a nice guy. The chapter review contains important content regarding identity disclosure. Chapter 51. Senior de Jiao. After Lin Feng finished the update, it was already 6 in the morning. I was overworked last night, and after interacting with Langmi, I lay down and fell asleep. Tianlong's sect. Master, it's bad. Early in the morning, the disciple in charge of cleaning the clan hall hurried forward to report. Stay calm. Have you forgotten what I said before? A mountain collapses in front of you, and you don't change your expression. A deer appears on your left, and you don't blink. Li Jiao drank the tea and said, "This is a new disciple. He has not been trained much and is not very mature yet. Tell me everything you have to say, starting from this morning." Li Jiao took another sip of tea. Prepare to teach this young disciple another lesson. After all, what big things can a newcomer encounter? Even if the sky falls, he is still there to hold it up. Yes, master. Today, it's my turn to clean. I cleaned the front hall first. And then, after talking for almost half an hour, they finally got to the point. When I was cleaning the inner hall, I found that Elder Zhao's soul tablet exploded. Snap. The teacup in Li Jiao's hand fell to the ground. What did you say? He grabbed the disciple by the neck and asked sternly. Elder Zhao's soul tablet exploded. The disciple repeated. Why didn't you say it earlier? A chill emanated from him. Master, you are the one who made me calm. The disciple said with difficulty. Humph. Li Jiao threw the man aside. He took out the phone from his pocket and called Zhang Ruoshui directly. Nowadays, the practice of cultivating immortals is also advancing with the times, and in some places, mobile phones are much more useful than those primitive communication talismans. After connecting, "Hey, Ruoshui. Master. Zhang Ruoshui's voice sounded obviously panicked. What on earth happened to Tingyi? Li Jiao said angrily. Master, I'm still looking for the whereabouts of Elder Zhao. Zhang Ruoshui said tremblingly. It's better to find it quickly. Li Jiao barely suppressed the anger in his heart. He knew that his junior sister had gone down the mountain this time to look for a person with space-related abilities, but how could her soul tablet be shattered in just a few days? Even if you encounter a powerful opponent, you should be able to escape. Cemetery. Yichuan was bored and twisted a super alloy iron rod into a twist shape. She had just played a game of ranked game, Pesticide, another 10-game winning streak, and there's no point in playing anymore. Lin Feng is sleeping again and hasn't gotten up yet. It looked like the formation outside the window was almost finished, but the giant snake hadn't appeared yet. Maybe it won't come. The people from the Supernatural Bureau have been investigating the big snake for so long, but there is no news at all. Just thinking about it gave her a headache, so she rubbed her head. Then he picked up his phone and started looking at it. Chinese Paladin 3 is a TV series highly recommended by Xueqingyue. I heard that it contains love stories between non-blood siblings. It's very popular recently. She was very disdainful of this. What kind of emotional drama could there be between non-blood siblings? That's family affection, okay? Imperial Capital. Based on his many years of experience in dating women, Yi Chufan judged that his elder brother's new girlfriend should be a scheming green tea bitch. He is just a good disguise. If he is not experienced, he has experienced too many different types of women. Otherwise, it may not be possible to distinguish them. Comparing the two, he naturally hoped that Xueqingyue could become his sister-in-law. At least everyone knows more about it. Chengyue, let me tell you. This is how you pursue someone. Put aside your pride. Otherwise, you two will never be together. Yi Chufan was telling Xueqingyue about his experience of being pursued by other girls over the years. Xueqingyue was really naive. With just this point, how could she possibly defeat that scheming green tea girl? Fortunately, Yi Chufan is helping her now and is trying to turn the situation around. I've had someone check it out. My eldest brother is hiding his identity. The woman only knows that he is rich and is a third-generation rich man. Yi Chufan told Xueqingyue all the information he had found out. Although he had countless ways to make this green tea disappear, he didn't dare to do so. My sister's iron fist is not to be trifled with, and my brother's gravity knife is no pushover either. Even putting on the phoenix armor might not work, considering it happened many years ago. Yi Chui obtained the Tianlong Holy Cloth and mastered the special skills of the Holy Cloth Belt. So, how can this be fought? Now it all depends on Xueqingyue to work hard and see if she can win back her brother's heart. Meteor Amusement Park. Pansy and Gaz sat on a bench obediently. In front of them was a red-haired man with a handsome appearance. He was sitting on the sofa in front of them, fiddling with a newly made puppet toy. Boss, we were wrong. Gotzi knelt on the ground and said. Pansy followed closely and knelt down as well. You two are so brave. You dare to sell fake wine. Scorpion said angrily after seeing them kneeling down. If the Paranormal Bureau hadn't called him to complain, he wouldn't have known about this. Boss, this is unfair. The wine we sell is real. We bought it from Senior De Jiao. Is the product imported from Dajiao? He started doing this business again? He was somewhat familiar with De Jiao, who used to be a mission maniac, take on difficult and money-making missions everywhere. But isn't he quite rich? Why is he doing this again? Could it be that selling wine through live streaming is more profitable? Forget it. Since the goods are imported from Dezhou, I won't bother with you two about this matter. Don't blame the boss for speaking bluntly. You two and Dezhou are still too young. Everything on the internet is virtual. You two can't control yourself. The water here is very deep. Sooner or later you two will fall into it. Scorpion gave these two people a profound lesson. The two of them were crying bitterly. Don't worry, boss. From tomorrow on, we will no longer sell alcohol. Pansy and Gotzi said, Okay, you two go first. Keep an eye on the amusement park. There have been a lot of ghosts recently. Don't let them in, Scorpion warned. Yes, boss. After the two retreated, Scorpion's phone rang. Excuse me, is this Mr. Scorpion? I have found the high-level puppet crystal core you are looking for, but the price the seller wants is a bit high. Finally found out. How much is it? 8,000 W, said the person on the other end of the phone. Let me think about it. Keep it for me first. Okay, Mr. Scorpion.
80,000.
Scorpion began to think. He has indeed made a lot of money running amusement parks and completing missions over the years. But he also spent a lot of money, considering the materials of those super alloys. Each complete skeleton costs tens of millions, not including the price of ordinary crystal cores. He only has 50 million yuan in liquid funds on hand. This made him feel a little troubled. Chapter 52, Uncle Zhao? Ruoxue, we found Elder Zhao's whereabouts. What? Where is she? Zhang Ruoxue asked quickly without caring about anything else. We lost contact with Elder Zhao after he went out last night. Through special positioning means, the scene was found to be a pool of blood and many signs of fighting. Except for the sect's top leaders, no one else in the Supernatural Bureau knew that Elder Zhao had gone to capture the space-based psychic who was refining puppets yesterday. The Bureau had already issued a document requiring that this person be won over. In addition, it is a taboo for cultivators to capture people with special abilities and refine puppets. Once the news leaks out, it will cause an uproar, and the headmaster may not be able to handle it. Therefore, the matter of arrest can only be kept to oneself for the time being. I'll investigate secretly later to find out what happened last night. It's in Lanrua Temple. For details, you should come and see it in person, said the person on the other end of the phone. It seems that some things are inconvenient to say. Zhang Ruoxue didn't care about anything else and flew towards Lanrua Temple on his sword. Arrived at the gate of Lanrua Temple, she saw Elder Zhao's head was thrown at the gate of Lanrua Temple, and his body was still hanging on the door plaque. The clothes were tattered, and there is also a very long one sticking out. Jengar threw it casually, directly dropping it from the sky. Ruoxue, is this your Uncle Zhao? Zhu Gan asked. This was the person who started contacting Zhang Ruoxue. The mark is so obvious that women will cry and men will be ashamed. Looking at a confident person like Zhu Qian, one would sigh and wonder why he is so bright when he is so good. Because the death system set the length exactly the same as Lin Feng, so as not to give Lin Feng a chance to find trouble, lest he ask any weird questions again. Zhang Ruoxue's face instantly turned red, and he quickly took out a piece of clothing. Cover up Zhao Tingyi's body. She didn't know that Elder Zhao was a man, but the mark was so obvious. It's really hard to describe in words. She had also heard some stories between the headmaster and Elder Zhao, and now it seemed that this was the case. There's something weird about this temple. Zhu Gan said that he saw the magic circle carved outside the temple and went in to investigate it before. There were blood stains and minced meat in many rooms, and a lot of scattered luggage. Judging from the degree of coagulation of the blood stains, it should have happened yesterday. Thinking that Uncle Zhang Ruoxue died here, it was probably related to this temple. They started by exploring the main hall, where the clay and stone statue was still sitting on the altar. It looks sacred and harmonious, but it is a little out of tune with everything in the temple. The Yin energy in the temple is very strong, especially the resentment in the main hall. Sky Eyes. The two of them recited the technique silently and patrolled around. Is this a person who died not long ago? They saw two men and one woman in the main hall. The female soul's hair was scattered. Her eyes had two blood marks, and she was sitting on the ground dully. The same goes for the two men next to me. The shadow of the soul is thin and shaky, but the center of the soul is inky black. This means that the resentment in the hearts of the three people is very strong, and they are extremely unwilling to die. Ruoxue, please save them, otherwise ghosts will happen sooner or later. Zhu Gan said. These ghosts are still in the state of ghosts, and they have already gathered in 3 numbers. With their grievances attracting each other, it is easy for them to devour each other and become evil ghosts. Once a ghost transformation occurs, it can be a bit troublesome to deal with it. The biggest difference between them being members of the Supernatural Bureau's cultivation team and the superpower team is that, in addition to subduing demons and monsters, they also have the responsibility of preventing ghost transformation. Now that I have seen it all, naturally it is better to convert it, by the way. In addition, this is also a matter of luck and merit, and a matter of transformation. Accumulating great good results is also extremely beneficial to breaking through barriers in practice. With the luck bonus, the success rate of daily alchemy and medicine refining will be much higher. This is also why the monks are willing to take the initiative to carry out salvation. Otherwise, a soul-killing talisman can solve these soul shadows. Why bother? Zhu Gan began to recite the soul-saving curse, and the curse turned into purification runes. After entangling these 3 people, half an hour later, the ink blackness in the souls of the 3 people completely disappeared, and the soul shadows began to gradually dissipate. Zhu Qian's body was also sprinkled with a light light of luck and merit. How the 3 reincarnations will turn out is a matter for the underworld judge. The rewards and punishments will be determined below. Chapter 53, The World of System. But what was a little strange was that after the 2 of them walked around the hall for a long time, they didn't find anything wrong with the clay Buddha statue. When I used my clairvoyance to look at it, I saw nothing more than an ordinary clay Buddha statue. The 2 of them looked around in other rooms and saw many soul figures one after another. Zhu Qian solved everything once and for all. I saw that there were still a lot of leftover things in those rooms. Backpacks, mobile phones, and other luggage, etc. Zhu Gan ordered others to put them away, find out the family members as much as possible, and return the items. After all, whether it is life or death, I should give an explanation to my family as much as possible. There is too much resentment in this temple now. Ordinary people can no longer be allowed in until the truth is found out. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, it will be a dereliction of duty on his part. After finishing the task, Zhang Ruoshui flew away on his sword, carrying Zhao Tingyi's body. Naturally, matters concerning Elder Zhao's death will be left to the headmaster to arrange. Thinking of the friendship between the 2 of them for many years, I wonder how sad the headmaster must be. Ancient City Community. When Lin Feng woke up, it was already 12 noon. Qianqian, wearing a white apron, was almost busy in the kitchen. All the dishes are Lin Feng's favorite home-cooked dishes. Scrambled eggs with leeks, stir-fried pork with leek, stir-fried vegetarian chives, plus a leek soup. At the dinner table, the problem that Qianqian was worried about did not happen. Lin Feng simply asked a few interesting questions about the journey and didn't ask anything else. Gu Qianqian didn't use any of the prepared remarks. Lin Feng knew in his heart that encountering evil spirits was just an isolated incident. The probability of encountering one is extremely low, especially since there are many monks exorcising demons in the city. Most places are safe during the day. You can't stay at home for the rest of your life after being bitten by a snake. After all, every time he went to catch ghosts, he had to look far away. He cleared out all the evil spirits around his house. Part-time Death God System, you have a group email, please check it. The part-time Grim Reaper was studying the ultimate secret. I received a group email from the system background and clicked it to take a look. Recently, the number of travelers seeking death in various ways on Earth has increased dramatically. Many new systems lack experience in dealing with host crossing, failed to provide the host with the cheating service in time, resulting in the host not having time to open the novice gift package right after crossing over. They were beaten to death by the villains. It has been found that 100,086 such incidents have occurred. In particular, there was a host who recently traveled to the Tang dynasty and had a slight stutter when speaking. After the system asked whether to open the novice gift package, the host was unable to say the word open. As a result, he was beheaded by the angry Cheng Yaojin and failed to counterattack. For similar situations like this, newbies should learn from them and be flexible. If the host doesn't open the novice gift package, then why does he travel through time? Don't ask the host this kind of boring question anymore. Now the novice gift pack is forced to be opened by default. In order to improve the professionalism of each system, we have specially invited Chengchu System K9999 to provide business training for everyone. If necessary, please click on the link to enter the Mengxin System lecture hall. It's his boring training again, the part-time system said speechlessly after looking at it. He is not new to the system. As we all know, he has killed 9 hosts. Presumably, he was not lucky enough, and every host he encountered was a scam. Either she is a holy mother, or she has a bad mind, or even worse, she has a cheating wife. This is the third host. It was originally a smooth start. After the system mall opened, all kinds of props were almost purchased. But his interests are different. They are not kept in the storage ring, but in the basement. Each item also has equipment instructions written on it and posted on the front of the item. As a result, a special incident occurred. His systematic affairs were broadcast live worldwide by his wife. His wife ran to his basement with live broadcast props. The various soul-slaying swords, the 12 zodiac golden armors, and flying artifacts hidden in the basement were all broadcast live. He even read the equipment manual to everyone in a very cute way. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room exceeded 100 million plus. The whole world was shocked. Of course, the ending also shocked the system. P.S. This section about system settings is just to add some post-production elements. This is a lighthearted and funny story. Please don't mind the details. I will try my best to make it more interesting. The protagonist's world is set up so that he is the only one with a system. After dinner, Lin Feng returned to the room and prepared to study his own system mall carefully. Now the hunting value has reached 3,200 points. Let's see if I can exchange it for something useful. System. Open the mall. Yes, host. A huge shopping mall interface appeared before his eyes. Each product is also categorized by type. Various detailed classifications including loneliness, production, life, equipment, weapons, daily life, skills, etc. Loneliness comes first? Open loneliness and let me see, Lin Feng said. A very passionate voice sounded. It was that fast and dynamic melody. Oh shit, a real person, a real person? Lin Feng's eyes widened. The lonely options are all dynamic live massage services, but the price of this grade is not low, at least $9.98/hunting value each time. I thought only those small websites could do this kind of thing, but I didn't expect that a high-end system like yours could also do this. Host, don't talk nonsense. This is a legitimate massage service. We won't do anything against the rules, said the system. Are they all serious? Are there still people doing serious massages these days? It's a little, but there are still a few henpecked hosts who have no choice. Lin Feng clicked on the page of the last-ranked beauty and took a look. The massage technique is first-rate. My wife is very satisfied, left a message-grade achievement to the host Feng Chun. Forget it, just scroll to the very end of this page. It's annoying to look at. Lin Feng looked at the weapon enhancement interface again. Weapon enhancement consumes 10 hunting points each time to make your weapon more professional. System, can my weapon be further strengthened? Of course. After the weapon is strengthened, the attack power is doubled. Strengthening plus 10 can also have a glowing effect. In addition to weapons, necklaces and jewelry can also be used to strengthen, and they will glow after reaching level 10. The system said, something shiny? One is enough for me. I want to strengthen my weapons. I have a headache writing recently because I want to write something more daily. Chapter 54 Specialties. +7, +6, +7. Host, friendly reminder, your hunting value is only 500 points left, the system reminded. After hearing the system's reminder, Lin Feng calmed down. I just strengthened it. It was almost +10, but I didn't expect to encounter 3 consecutive drops, and it has been neither going up nor down. Looked at the attributes of the phantom moon in his hand. Strengthen +7. Increase the extra damage to ghosts by 20%. That's it. We still need to save some hunting points for backup. The system mall has a wide variety of items, including various active skills and passive skills, and all kinds of equipment, but the price is not cheap. It's not something Lin Feng can afford right now. Daily food supplies are particularly cheap, and all prices are marked as 1 hunting value. However, there is a small note below. It is for host's daily use and cannot be resold for profit. Once reselling of system products is discovered, the original price will be restored. System, what does this setting mean? Lin Feng didn't quite understand it. The backstage is worried that the host will directly resell system products for profit, so that he will stop working hard in the future. The system explained. Lin Feng understood. He really had this thought just now. If you get the goods in the system mall, you can sell them off at the takeaway store. This won't last long. Wouldn't it be possible to meet young models in the club every day and take off immediately? At this moment, Lin Feng's prestige was heard. A message from Hua Tailing. Yuche, I changed the cover of your new book for you. It's so boring. Readers have complained to me, saying that your previous covers were not immersive. Lin Feng quickly took out his cell phone and took a look. Wow, It has been changed to a couple picture with a blue background. As expected of LSP Hua Tailang, his picture selection is very accurate. These days, only LSP understands LSP. In this regard, Lin Feng is far behind. P.S. Editor Hua Tailang always takes the blame. Yu Che, there will be a tomato writers exchange meeting this Sunday. Your book is good this time. Grey Wolf asked me to call you. Do you have time? If you have time, send me the address. Lin Feng replied without hesitation. He has been waiting for this day for 4 years. You know, Chen Shi, who published books at the same time as him, had already become a platinum writer, and he has only now got the bronze writer ticket. After shutting down Wei Xin, he started researching clothing products. After the self-contained system lengthened it, the underwear could no longer hold it. If you swing your body too vigorously in battle, your pants will easily be torn, which is really inconvenient. However, clothing items are not that cheap and are all priced normally. Searched for a while. Saw a product introduction. Hoke can help you solve your unspeakable troubles. Hoke brand shorts, you deserve them, made for special people. There are more detailed product introductions. The first month of use of shorts is free. We also provide cleaning services to solve the trouble of host replacement. However, the later service fee is 100 hunting points/month. Hauku guarantees that it will never be damaged for thousands of years. Pants are only given away, not sold. If you want to purchase, the value-added automatic cleaning service will be activated by default. Otherwise, Hauku has the right to revoke the right to use the shorts. Lin Feng looked through the comments and found that the responses were very popular. These are all messages from the system host, but most of them are scolding. It turned out that many hosts were like him and were forced to increase their power by 20% by the system. And no matter what kind of shorts you wear, even if they are made of titanium alloy, they won't be able to hold it. You have to buy these designated Hawk brand shorts. System, you are too cruel. You can do such a thing just to sell pants? Lin Feng saw that there were more than 500,000 comments in the system message, which meant that the monthly service fee would be more than 50 million. What? Are you not satisfied with the length? How about I make it longer for you? I still have 10% of the authority to make private adjustments. No, you really want me to be your belt? How can I live in the future? Lin Feng refused without hesitation. It was already in place before, so what if it grows longer? Anyway, the first month is free, so just wear it for now. After Lin Feng confirmed, the pants fell into his hands. For thousands of years, never damaged? Lin Feng had some doubts about this. Lin Feng pulled it hard, but it didn't break. A thought came to my mind. A dagger appeared. No matter how you poke or stab, the pants didn't deform at all. Host, this is of good quality, right? There are even better pants, the system said. What could be more amazing? As long as you put them on and don't take them off, no one can take off your pants. You know, men have to protect themselves outside. The goddess of violence is not so easy to deal with, the system said slowly. Lin Feng was touched. This system was really good for him. It had thought of all the details for him. But what does the violent goddess mean? He also took off his pants in no time. It's very direct. When I was about to try to trick Haokuo, brother, I got the package back for you. Bang. The door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Feng's pants were only half pulled up. There was about 0.1 second left before Gu Qianqian saw this socially deadly scene. Hey, where's bro? Wasn't he here just now? Qianqian opened the door, but didn't see Lin Feng. All I saw was a pair of torn shorts lying on the ground. He was also very confused. When did his brother go out? Host, you react really fast. Lin Feng was standing on the roof of a building in the neighborhood next door. From this position, I could see Qianqian looking around his room. Suddenly, his face turned green. Qianqian picked up the pants he had thrown on the ground, put them back together, and folded them on the table. Just now, I almost died. If they were seen, this harmonious relationship would be ruined. He stood on the roof, and it took a long time for him to calm down. I wasn't so nervous even when I was catching ghosts yesterday. Then I thought of, Qianqian is going to college soon, and we will have less time to spend together in the future. After graduating from college, it's time to talk about marriage, and perhaps we won't have much time to live together in the future. I can't help but feel a little sentimental. Which boy will get such a cute sister? Imperial Capital Yi family. Master Chu Fan, the information you requested has been sent to me. Zishi handed a stack of printed materials to Yi Chu Fan. Gu Qianqian, age 18, height 165, weight. The information is about 10 pages long, and almost all the valuable information about Gu Qianqian from birth to the present has been collected. It also includes information about his biological parents and Lin Feng. After reading for a while, Yi Chu Fan was attracted by Lin Feng's information. It is recorded that Lin Feng once watched a movie, ate hot pot, and went to an amusement park with his second sister in the evening. We even stayed in a hotel together. All these signs, plus his second sister's attitude. Could it be that the second sister likes this boy? What exactly is this person's special talent? How could he attract my second sister? He pondered. Chapter 55, Asking for a Hammer and Getting a Hammer. 3 days later. Qian, I have a meeting to attend. It will probably take me a few days. You stay home alone and be careful. I know, brother, Qian replied obediently. After she came back from Lanhua Temple, she only went out occasionally to pick up express deliveries. They all stay at home and watch TV. The recently released Xian 3 is really great. She kept following them, wanting to see what would happen to the brother and sister. Is it a happy ending? Qinghai City. The venue for this Tomato Writers Exchange meeting is scheduled to be held at the Mayday Hotel in Qinghai City. Lin Feng didn't get a plane ticket, but luckily he bought a ticket for the high-speed train. He is not a spoiled person, so it is no problem for him to take the high-speed train. Otherwise, the 3-hour journey would have to be covered at night. Finding accommodation will be a hassle at that time. As for Jengar, it was inconvenient to bring him out, so he left it at home to look after Qian during the day. I go out to catch ghosts at night to fill my stomach. That Jengar is smart and strong. Lin Feng was also more relieved. After boarding, Lin Feng began to look for a seat. It was his first time taking a high-speed train. After asking a few people, I finally found my seat. But unfortunately, there was a middle-aged man in his 40s sitting on it. He was dressed neatly and had an authentic Changyang accent, chatting with a woman across the street. The voice was also a bit loud. Sorry, please make way, Lin Feng said after taking the ticket and looking at it carefully for confirmation. Young man, uncle is not feeling well. Can you let him sit? You are so young. It is okay for you to stand for a while. The woman spoke first. The man immediately shut his mouth, looked out the window, and did not respond to Lin Feng. He pretended like this all the way here, and did the same thing at the last big station. The girl couldn't do anything to him. When the flight attendant came to persuade him, he pretended to be seriously ill. The little girl was so scared that she gave up and stood there obediently for 2 hours. Please make way. Lin Feng's tone became a little heavier. Young man, why are you so ignorant? I told you, uncle is not in good health and has a heart disease. If he gets scared by you, what will happen to him? The woman continued. Young people nowadays have completely forgotten to respect the elderly and love the young. The middle-aged man remained silent, looking out the window, letting the woman talk. He is my father? You are so sarcastic and talk too much nonsense. Lin Feng was too lazy to say it for the 3rd time. He just checked it using his skill medical proficiency. It shows impotence, kidney deficiency, infertility. What a heart disease. He simply grabbed the man's arm and pulled him out. Host, well done. This is the right way to be decisive, the system suddenly said. It also hates those saints. I didn't expect that the man would just lie on the ground. He looked very professional. Hey, young man, why are you hitting people? The woman suddenly shouted. It immediately attracted a lot of attention. Even the flight attendant came over to see what was going on. Comrade flight attendant, my husband was not feeling well, so I temporarily sat in his seat. I didn't expect him to come and push my husband to the ground. He has a heart disease. If he falls ill, you will be responsible. The woman suddenly started to act out her acting skills, holding the conductor's hand and crying, and she also blackmailed the train. Did I push him? Lin Feng asked back. When Lin Feng mentioned this person just now, he did it in one go, very quickly. The man didn't react. The other passengers didn't notice what was happening here. It was you who pushed it, the woman said firmly. You have to apologize to my husband, and you have to accompany us to get a physical examination after we get off the car. You also have to pay for mental damages. Comrade flight attendant, I see there is a surveillance camera up here. Is your surveillance camera not suddenly broken? I heard that surveillance in some places can easily break down if something goes wrong, the woman said, with a barely perceptible smile on her lips. This time, I have to blackmail him. Seeing that this man looks so handsome, it's not worth paying him 100,000 or 80,000. This is impossible. Young people, how can you survive without being beaten by society? Hello, 3 passengers, we have surveillance cameras here. Don't worry, it will be fine under normal circumstances, said the flight attendant. Haha, let's go then. The woman was sure that her husband's acting skills were fine, etc. Lin Feng suddenly spoke. What's wrong, young man? Are you scared? But the conditions I mentioned before cannot be reduced in any way. The woman smiled even more deeply. The man still lying on the ground also looked at Lin Feng with a mocking look. I mean, if I didn't push it down, how should this matter be settled? As he spoke, Lin Feng took out his cell phone. I saw you push him down with my own eyes. How could it not be you? I swear on my life if I'm lying. He was hit by a car and killed within 3 days. Lin Feng saw a black light immediately appear on the woman's forehead. That's right, it was you, young man, who pushed me down, and you pushed me down pretty hard. If I lie, I'll get hit by a car too. This man is also cruel, and he is determined to extort money this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's forehead turned black rapidly. System, what does this mean? Lin Feng asked. Ask for a hammer and you'll get a hammer, the system said slowly. Can you make oaths randomly? Monitoring room. Under the leadership of the crew chief. The four of them watched the surveillance video together. The scene captured by the surveillance camera is, when the man saw Lin Feng take out the ticket, he pretended to be deaf and dumb for a while. Finally, he stood up very reluctantly the moment Lin Feng sat down. He threw himself to the ground. There was no contact between the two throughout the whole process. The couple were stunned, but the video was right in front of them. There was indeed no contact. She even doubted her own eyes. Is her husband's acting so bad? The man was also a little shocked, but this was a live video. Everything else matches, except the scene where he stands up. I have recorded what you said before. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I will go to court to sue you tomorrow. Lin Feng also said threateningly. It was useless for the couple to pretend to be sick and beg for mercy. Lin Feng didn't buy it at all. Lin Feng only had that one thing to say. If he didn't pay, he would definitely not be able to leave today. Call the police as soon as you get off the car and send the video out to see who can win. Half an hour later. Young man, you are so cruel, the woman said viciously. Finally, after friendly negotiations among the three, Lin Feng deleted the recorded video. The two compensated Lin Feng 10,000 yuan for mental damages. The reason why Lin Feng didn't ask for more was that the couple would definitely be hammered within 3 days. If there are more, you will definitely have to go to court and sue, which will take a long time. There is no need for him to do so. He can't summon the souls of these two people back to pay back the money. System, this is a great job. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise him, the reason why he accompanied him to watch the surveillance video. Even though the system told him that there was absolutely no problem, he was still curious as to why the system would take the initiative to help him deal with this matter this time. It's really rare. Chapter 56. The Powerful Minotaur.
Cheongnon City.
Sanshui Internet Cafe. Scarface Asan sat behind someone and watched a movie that the FBI had issued a serious warning about. What are you looking at? Don't you know how to turn on the computer yourself? Zami glanced at Scar-Asan and said with an unhappy expression. His left hand was still in a cast because it hadn't healed from the time he hit the tree. I can't play my favorite audition either, so I can only watch art films in the internet cafe to relieve my boredom. I wanted to perform my last skill secretly, but Scar-faced Asan kept watching me from behind. It's really annoying. Scar-Asan smiled awkwardly and quickly pushed his wheelchair away. Ever since he was completely defeated by Lin Feng, all the brothers around him left. Of course, those guys also pushed the wheelchairs. He had bullied many people before, and relying on Ping Si's power, he committed rape and robbery, doing all kinds of evil. After Ping Si's death, his enemies naturally did not let him go. As a result, he was afraid to go home and usually hid in internet cafes. I took some leftovers from others and picked up some bottles to sell. Fortunately, I was healthy and still alive. The saying really came true. The disaster will last for 1,000 years. Brother, are you hungry? Give me some bread. A man who was surfing the internet behind him suddenly spoke to him. The man is tall and wears glasses. Looks very straightforward. Asen took the bread and started to eat it ravenously. I've been hungry all day and finally have something to eat. Thank you, brother, Asan said gratefully. He had never seen this person before, and he must have just come to this internet cafe to surf the internet. You're welcome. I think you look like a social person. I didn't expect you to end up like this, the man said with some regret. If you think highly of me, just call me Brother Jia. I just came to Jiangnan City recently and I am unfamiliar with the place. I need someone to understand the situation, the man said. After a round of polite greetings. Brother, you don't have a place to live if you don't mind. You can stay at my place temporarily. I just rented a house. It's a double room, and there's another room that's empty too, Brother Jia said politely. Thank you, Brother Jia. Asen was overjoyed, thinking he had met a noble person. This man is tall and mighty. Maybe he is a gangster who came to Jiangnan for business. He is now a useless person with a worthless life. So naturally, there is nothing to be afraid of. Snort. Zhang Mi looked at the backs of the two men and couldn't help but snorted coldly. It delayed his time to display his art. Asen took a bath in Jieji's rental house, and Jiegu also rubbed his back. The big brother in society is different. He is honest and upright. Asan thought to himself. After taking a shower, Asan, there are better things in my room, more interesting than what you saw before. Brother Jie said with a smile on his face. Half an hour later, Asan, let Brother Jie take a look. Hurry up, let Brother Jie take a rest. Brother Jie took off his glasses, revealing his six-pack abs. This time, Asen felt despair. He even felt a little resentful that the skeleton man didn't beat him to death. Qinghai City. After getting off the train, Lin Feng took a taxi directly to Mayday Hotel. There is also a promotional sign at the entrance of the hotel. Following the instructions, I went directly to the lobby on the second floor to register my identity. He saw that quite a few people had already registered. I love pineapples. Silkworm potato. 9 keyboard gods. After registering your identity information and name, Lin Feng just got the check-in card. It's already 10 o'clock at night. Standard single room number 404. The meeting time is 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, and food and accommodation are free with the door card. Lin Feng didn't expect it to take so long, as he had a meeting tomorrow. You must not waste time on ghost hunting tonight. Now that I have nothing to do, I just take out my cell phone and start driving. How could this happen? The god of war glanced at the delicate woman. That face looked somewhat similar to mine. And the long-lost junior sister was standing next to him. May I have your name? The god of war asked, suppressing his excitement. My name is Green No Regrets. Green No Regrets, Green No Regrets. Could this really be my daughter? The god of war was shocked. Could it be that it was not Yuhan's room that he entered that night? It's my junior sister's room. Thinking of his junior sister's superb disguise skills, he felt a little enlightened. No wonder there were bloodstains on the bed sheets that night, and no wonder Yuhan's technique seemed a little clumsy. There is no familiar noodle taste either. Everything is self-evident. After figuring out the cause and effect, his mind became clear again. Brother Liu, she is not your daughter. The woman said through gritted teeth. What? Not my daughter? The god of war was shocked. Back then the woman said slowly. It was another 8,000-word chapter, which he sent out directly. He hasn't thought about the following scene yet, so he'll just write it however he wants. Hua Tailing taught him that he must highlight the green dot. 1 hour after it was sent out, suddenly received a message from Zhang Aniu. Zhang Aniu often asks Lin Feng for advice on writing skills. Over time, we became familiar with each other and would chat occasionally. Yuche, I wonder if it's effective for you to pray for 5 stars every day? Zhang Aniu asked. He just finished reading Lin Feng's latest chapter. If I beg you every day, there will always be some pretty girls who will relent. I think there will be 7 or 8 of them a day. What about you? Lin Feng asked casually. About 400 or 500, Zhang Anyo replied. Fuck? How did you do that? Lin Feng was startled and directly opened Zhang Aniu's book review section to start reading. All 5-star reviews. The messages are, the author is a good person, email address is 2222222@addict.com. Good people will have a peaceful life. There are more than 4,000 of them. Haha, because I left seeds for them. Lin Feng was shocked. There actually is such a thing. This bullhead is so smart. He actually used a seed link to cheat 5-star reviews. He saw the written profile of Nyoto. 5-star praise, leave your email. Send 100G precious seed link. After a moment of silence. The author is a good person, email address is linfeng@1731.com. Good people will have a peaceful life. The Netherworld. In an office building. Lao Ma, I have to go to a meeting tomorrow. Please tell Lao Bai and the others about it. Also, please help me send out the seeds to everyone who wants them in the book review section. I don't have time tomorrow. The bullhead said to a handsome horse with long hair. You're still running away? Lao Hei has been working overtime every day recently. If he knew you'd run away again, I might even have to go to the King of Hell and sue you. He dared. He lost the soul-catching lock to me the day before yesterday. I lent it to him again because we are colleagues. Nyoto said with disdain. The underworld has changed a lot since the terrifying resurrection 500 years ago. Many places in the underworld have been reshaped by unknown forces. Many novel props also appeared inexplicably. However, the responsibilities of the underworld have not changed, and it is still responsible for guiding the 6 realms of reincarnation. But we can't always be short of people. How about we recruit some more people? Nyotu said while looking at his phone. That makes sense. Let's talk to Lord Chui tomorrow and see what he thinks. Lao Ma said without even looking up, tapping at something that looked like a computer. A mysterious tool that can connect the three realms without wireless or internet. Chapter 57. Return of the Sea King. Next day, after Lin Feng got up on time, he went to the conference hall on the second floor. It's just that the scene is arranged a little strangely. Those who write about urban life are in one group, those who write about fantasy are in one group, and those who write about cultivation are in one group. Strange. Fanfiction. Farming. Lin Feng looked around. I just didn't see which group the green text writer should sit in. Do I have to shout? I seem to have a little bit of everything, but I don't know which one is the right one. Baby car. Suddenly, a rough-looking man stood up and greeted Lin Feng. Nyo? Zheng Aniu? That familiar voice. Who else could it be but Zheng Aniu? But how did he get to sit in the fantasy group? I was even more curious about how he got his ID card. Lin Feng saw that there were several great gods sitting next to Zheng Aniu. Chintzy, potatoes, mangoes, bananas, crows. Zheng Aniu took Lin Feng directly to the table next to him and sat him down. He had no scruples at all and didn't care about other people's identities at all. As a god of the underworld, his status has long been different from that of ordinary people. Brother Nyo, how did you get in? Lin Feng asked after sitting down. Hua Tailing brought him in. I wonder where that guy's gone now. Bullhead said. He still has a good impression of Lin Feng. This guy is a nice person. I often teach him to drive. The two continued talking for a while. Are you Yuche? Chun Shi suddenly asked. Hello, Brother Shi. Lin Feng still admired Chun Shi very much. The great writer had great writing skills. Various affixes are readily available. The description of the scenery can even take up an entire chapter, with a sentence from the protagonist inserted in the middle. The water is finished. Unlike him, there are only a few words describing the environment in the entire book. The great god said that it was dark, and the night was falling. The sky was dotted with stars, reflecting. It would take at least 200 words to describe the night scene. And he usually only has one sentence. Night. We joined the group together back then, Chun Shi said, patting Lin Feng's shoulder. Yeah, it's been 4 years in a flash, Lin Feng also sighed. He had just traveled through time 4 years ago and encountered the incident of both his parents dying. The original body was sucked by the female ghost until it became skinny, and that place felt like a thin needle. How tragic it is. Fortunately, Qian took care of me during that time. Otherwise, I might have died. I read The Green God of War you wrote. It's really good. The driving is very detailed, and it has the style of Tang Xi back then. Tang Xi's books are well known. Starting from Ice and Fire, they are all good books. It has details and connotations, especially the scene where Qin Di defeats the boss. It's a stroke of genius. Lin Feng was naturally happy to get Qian Shi's affirmation. The two of them started chatting happily. Brother Shi, you have finished writing The Immortal Realm. What are you going to write next? Lin Feng suddenly asked. He must read every book of Shiga's. He can't learn that kind of technique. Still thinking about it, some settings are not complete yet. Chun Shi said. He knew that Lin Feng's writing direction was different from his, and he was not worried that Lin Feng would steal his ideas and inspiration. I told Lin Feng some basic settings, as it was originally an exchange meeting. It is extremely normal for authors to communicate ideas and inspiration. Brother Shi, I think the name Wangting is not good. It cannot reflect the kind of great emperor you mentioned. Oh, tell me what you think. I think this name must reflect something extraordinary. The surnames of the 4 major surnames in cultivation cannot be lost. The names are too ugly, and those handsome guys have no sense of substitution. Lin Feng said based on his own experience. That makes sense. I guess I need to sort out my thoughts again. Chun Shi attached great importance to Lin Feng's suggestion. Zheng Aniu looked at his mobile phone from time to time, as if he had some work arrangements. 9 o'clock. The meeting started on time. The event was hosted by the editor-in-chief, Grey Wolf, while Flower Wolf and other editors stood obediently by the side. This meeting was a bit boring. All they talked about were high-sounding terms. Lin Feng felt sleepy after hearing this. The bullhead fell asleep directly on the table. After speaking for an hour, it was the turn of other editors to give speeches. This was also the first time Lin Feng saw Hua Tailing in person. I didn't expect that I would lose all my hair at such a young age. Mastery of medical skills. He checked. Intermittent baldness. Kidney deficiency. How miserable. Lin Feng said secretly. It will be open until 12 o'clock. Nyoto just woke up at about this time. If he had known the meeting would be like this, Why take a leave? You might as well go to work. He just received a message from Horseface. A couple was hit and killed on the road because they had done too many immoral things. His soul cannot return to the underworld on its own. So let him finish the meeting today and bring his soul back. Oh, there are these trivial things every day, and the superiors don't hire anyone. It's really annoying. Nyoto couldn't help but curse again. The past 500 years have been nothing but a ghost. I don't know where so many wronged souls come from. Only Lao Hei and Lao Bai are honest and work overtime every day. This won't increase your salary, so why work so hard? I heard that Mingpa had mentioned her resignation to the King of Hell several times, but it seemed like there was no result every time. It's like I've lost my memory, but I still have to go to work as usual. In Gangnam, on the roof of a 30-story building, there was a man in black standing with his hands behind his back. There were 4 people kneeling on the ground behind him, muttering something. Welcome back, the King of the Sea. After so many years, I'm finally back. The man seemed to be feeling emotional. Chen Tianqing had a miserable life and let down many people. When he was young, he practiced martial arts and had some skills. Unexpectedly, after drinking, he accidentally broke a man's legs. By the time I reacted, it was too late. The only way is to escape in the chaos. The young man's parents had considerable influence in the local area and spread the word. As long as he is in the country, no matter where he hides, we will kill him once we find him. He had no choice but to flee abroad. He joined the Sea King mercenary group and unexpectedly awakened water-related abilities during the battle. Later, he successfully became the leader of mercenaries and became the new generation of Aquaman. Although he had countless women abroad over the years, he always felt that Cher was his favorite. I also always believed that Shura would wait for him to come back. Now, he was tired of having fun, dumped the woman outside, and returned to his old place. This time, he not only wants to avenge the hatred for forcing him to leave his hometown, but also wants to marry Shwer, make her the happiest bride. The man suddenly showed a wicked smile, with a special arc at the corner of his mouth. When the 4 people saw this evil smile, they were immediately shocked. When the Sea King smiles, blessings or disasters are unpredictable. This time, something big is going to happen. Where is Shwer? I want to find her. She. The subordinate suddenly hesitated when speaking. The man's grin widened further. It means he's a little angry. She is due to give birth and is in the hospital preparing for delivery. It's the second child. After hesitating for a long time, the subordinate finally spoke out. What? The corners of the man's mouth were twisted to the extreme, and the 4 people below suddenly felt a huge pressure. Who did she marry? The man said word by word. His heart began to ache. It was only 10 years. Why didn't they wait for him? Don't you know how much you love her? When he looks for women outside, he has to be a bit like Shwer. We'll accept it. That's the person whose leg you broke. Chen Tianqing felt as if he was struck by lightning. Was it a wrong decision after all? Chapter 58, The Brave Sea King. Text. Is she having a hard time? Is she being threatened? Said the crooked-mouthed Aquaman. No, she lives a happy life and no one has ever threatened her. The subordinate was shaking as he spoke. These are all real information. Who would have thought it was like this? At first he thought he was being coerced and had no choice but to obey. I never knew that the information was written in such detail. I can't help but be convinced. How is it possible that she can live happily without me? It must be fake. Tell me, how did they get together? Said the crooked-mouthed Aquaman. After he left that year, he never asked about Shwer again, and later he had many other women. I was doing very well abroad, but in the past 2 years I suddenly felt lonely. I missed the feeling of my first love, so I want to come back. Lord Hai Wang, after you left, the Wang family searched everywhere for your whereabouts. If you can't find it, just catch Miss Shwer. It's shameless indeed, actually attacking a woman. There was actually mist and smoke rising from his head. The corners of his mouth could no longer be closed and were extremely crooked. Tell me, did they threaten Shwer to get married? No, they showed Miss Shwer the video of you in the nightclub that day? The subordinate's voice became lower. He had also watched the video. I didn't expect that Aquaman was so domineering in the past. I just don't know what happened to the guy named Ajay in the video. Ah. The crooked mouth actually closed. He thought of the brave Ajay. How come someone took a video? He had only tried it a few times. As soon as his mouth closed, his aura disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When Li Shwer watched the video, she gave up immediately. Who would have thought he could do such a thing? It's disgusting to think about it. After Chen Tianqing ran away that year, the matter was thoroughly investigated. It was just because Wang Chuan looked at Qin Tianqing and Ajay a few more times. He was upset and got drunk to cause trouble. Relying on his experience in martial arts, he broke both of Wang Chuan's legs. It's also a bit cruel. Li Shuer ran away because of Chen Tianqing. She offered to take care of Wang Chuan. After all, they were still boyfriend and girlfriend at the time. To some extent, she still wanted to make up for the mistakes made by Chen Tianqing. Although the two have been dating for many years, they have only held hands. She is a principled person and insists on having sex after marriage. However, they had not gotten married until Chen Tianqing escaped. There were indeed some twists and turns. During the days of taking care of Wang Chuan, the scenes in the TV series gradually happened. In the 6th year after Chen Tianqing escaped, the two finally got married. It must be Wang Baichuan's doing. I must go and ask for his advice in person. The crooked-mouthed Aquaman held it in for a long time before finally saying this sentence. He didn't expect things to turn out like this when he came back this time, which was what he had originally imagined. Conceal your current status and finally swear. Give her a surprise unexpectedly with a luxury car and a luxury house. Finally, he took Li Shuer to the Wang family to avenge himself. I didn't expect it to be like this. Naturally, he couldn't lose momentum in front of his subordinates. Unconsciously, the corner of his mouth became crooked again. With a crooked mouth, confidence comes. This time, he must kill Wang Chuan. Even if a god comes, he can't save him. National Security Department Jiangnan Branch. Boss, I received the latest news. Sea King Chen Tianqing has arrived in Jiangnan City, said a gray-haired man while looking at the screen. Sea King Chen Tianqing? What is he doing back in Jiangnan? A burly middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. I guess it might be because of what happened that year. The gray-haired man said slowly. No matter what the reason, Jiangnan is not a place where he should be so unruly. The middle-aged man said sternly. Notify Xia about this matter. If Chen Tianqing makes any move, ask him to help deal with it. Yes, boss. Hello, Gotzi. The gray-haired man dialed a number. Brother Nung? What's the matter? Asked Gotzi. I just received news that Sea King Chen Tianqing has arrived in Jiangnan and may be doing something crazy. My boss asked me to notify your Scorpion boss and ask him to help deal with it. I have sent the specific information files to your work email, Nionung said. Okay, brother. When Scorpion came to Namo country, he signed the agreement. When the National Security Department needs it, we need to provide unconditional assistance within our capabilities. But they can enjoy the same privileges in normal times. When Dashi came to Jiangnan, the National Security Bureau also asked Scorpion to assist in the investigation. I just didn't find any useful information. Mayday Hotel. After the meeting, she started chatting with Lin Feng again. He felt that Lin Feng's advice was becoming more and more pertinent. In a trance, he even had the illusion that Lin Feng understood what he was going to write better than he did. Brother Shi, I think you need to set up some invincible skills. For example, each of the 9 Taoist secrets has a special attribute. Shi was very surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Xiaoche was not only good at driving, but also knew about this kind of thing. Yuche, I feel like you have read this book before. I'm still working on a lot of the settings, but I didn't expect you to get them so close. Why don't you just write them? Shi smiled. Brother Shi, you are kidding me. It sounds easy, but I can't write it. Lin Feng is still very self-aware. Some things are easy to say, but it is a problem to actually write them down. He occasionally has some brilliant ideas, but it is a big problem to actually put pen to paper. He can't learn that kind of writing style. So in the end, I had to switch to writing God of War novels. As long as I mindlessly pretend to be cool and get slapped in the face, I don't care about anything else. Actually, I can't write pretentious articles either. My own writing is awkward, so I changed to writing daily articles. Chapter 59. Abnormal Talent. Yuche, I saw that the plot you wrote yesterday was suspenseful. Whose daughter is that little girl? Could it be that the protagonist was really cheated on? Chunshi asked. How is that possible? I never cheat on the protagonist in my novels. Of course, it's another big twist. I drive at the same speed as the group of handsome guys and rub them on the ground repeatedly. Lin Feng said proudly. That's right. If your talent had been discovered earlier, you would have become a god long ago, Chunshi praised. Finally, at Lin Feng's suggestion, Chunshi finalized the novel. Novel title, One Hand Covers the Sky. Protagonist, Yi Batian. Female lead, Blue Moon. And various supporting roles. Baby car. Suddenly, Hua Tailang came over and greeted Lin Feng. He just chatted with Nyoto about something, and only had time to come over after Nyoto left. Tailang Lin Feng patted Hua Tailang on the shoulder. This shiny head really looks like a light bulb. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Hua Tailang was obviously a little embarrassed. Ever since he became an editor, his hair has been falling out continuously. Especially in the past 2 years, not a single one has fallen off. Logically speaking, if you become bald, you will become stronger. But he is also very weak in that area and has to take Rehmannia pills. Yuche, drive slower next time. At this speed, I'm afraid I won't be able to drive one day, Hua Tailang said earnestly. By the way, I saw that what you wrote the day before yesterday was missing a lot of details. Bring it here for me to see. I want to see how you write the details. Do they meet the driving regulations? Details? Come to my room later, and I'll tell you slowly. I have something to ask you. Lin Feng said. Oh? Hua Tailang was stunned. Go to the room to discuss the details? What is this little car going to do? But why does it want to go so badly? Hua Tailang was in a dilemma. Tianlong's sect. It has been 2 days since Zhang Ruoshui brought back Zhao Tingyi's body. The headmaster and several other elders looked at the corpse in silence. How could such a strange thing happen? Elder Baiyu, in particular, looked at Li Jiao with an even weirder look in his eyes. Others don't know, but she knows. Don't be fooled by Li Jiao's usual vows to practice the ruthless path. It's because he was rejected when he pursued Zhao Tingyi that he changed his mind. She just heard that the two of them had some private interactions, but she didn't know how deep the relationship was. Now that Zhao Tingyi's body was lying here, she was a little troubled about how to bury it. Normally, I don't show off my abilities, but I didn't expect this thing to be even more outrageous than Elder Su's. She was also a little speechless. If she had known this would happen, what would Elder Su have to do with it? Ruoshui said that junior sister Zhao was killed after chasing that person with space abilities. Now the only way to find that person is to find out the truth. Li Jiao said slowly. We will decide this matter after junior sister is buried. Zhao Tingyi's strength was quite strong, but that man was able to behead her, which showed that he was very powerful. At least it should be an S-level ability or above. Now the 6 young flags used to seal the space have been lost, so even if we find the mutant, we can't control him. This is the biggest problem at the moment. The only solution is to find other magic weapons to block the space. Night. After Hua Tailang confirmed that there was no one behind him, he knocked on Lin Feng's door. He had no other intention. He just wanted to see what details Lin Feng was going to tell him. Lin Feng gave Hua Tailang a warm hug. Hua Tailang was indeed nice to Lin Feng in the past. At first, Lin Feng invested in several websites including Lufei, Dushu, and Zhongdian, but was rejected by all of them. Finally, Tomato was found. Hua Tailang was also a newbie and had just joined Tomato. I read Lin Feng's submission carefully several times. Driving a lousy car on a broken road. It's not even as fast as a bicycle. It happens all the time. At the command of the god of war, 30,000 helicopters surrounded the airport. Then with a wave of his arms, 30,000 stunning beauties in bikinis walked down from the plane. Surround the god of war. What the hell is this writing about? However, he did not reject the manuscript directly, but instead increased Lin Feng's prestige. The two communicated for a while. Finally, he told Lin Feng that his writing skills were only good enough to get an attendance award if he wrote every day. If you want to succeed, you have to work hard for a few years at least. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng was lucky enough to meet a rich man. Thanks to the gifts from wealthy people, I was able to hold on. He even thought Lin Feng would give up halfway. Tailang, please lie down on the bed. It might be a little painful later, Lin Feng said directly. Fuck, what do you mean? Hua Tailang was anxious. How can it be so direct? Is this the way to listen to the details? No process? But Lin Feng is very tall and big, and I may not be able to beat him. Haha, I've got a surprise for you. Lie down quickly, Lin Feng said mysteriously. He really wanted to give Hua Tailang a surprise as a reward for his help over the years. Lin Feng took out a row of golden needles. This is the item you get when you unlock medical proficiency. 5 elements golden needle. What are you doing? Hua Tailang became nervous again. It's an acupuncture. Don't move. Lie down quickly. There's a surprise. Lin Feng said. It was also his first time to give an acupuncture to a man, so he didn't know how severe the injection should be. You're going to use this thing to prick me? Hua Tailang said, looking at the needle that was still emitting silver light. What else can I use? My ancestral medical skills are specialized in treating baldness and kidney deficiency. Lin Feng said. He knew that Hua Tailang was still a little worried, so he told him directly without teasing him. Can this thing cure baldness and kidney deficiency? Haha, the old Chinese doctor won't lie to you. Lin Feng smiled kindly and looked sincere. Okay, I don't believe you can stab me to death, said Hua Tailang. They had known each other for many years. He could be sure of that. Just lie down. The mastery of medical skills has been put into practice. The most convenient thing about this thing is that all the acupuncture point systems to be pierced are marked. Lin Feng took the golden needle and pierced the positions marked by the system one by one. From the waist to the acupuncture points on the top of the head, he pierced them one by one according to the positions marked by the system. Hua Tailing only felt a little sore all over, and there was a stream of air constantly flowing in his waist. After giving 109 injections, Lin Feng finally stopped. He saw special light patterns gathering at the location of the golden needle. System, is this all right? Don't worry, it's a system product, so there won't be any problems. It will heal naturally when the time comes, but the hair still needs to wait and grow slowly. Hua Tailing only felt that the airflow around his waist was getting stronger and stronger. The weak part became stronger and stronger. Could it be that what Xiaoche said was true? He was a little excited for a moment. 2 hours later. Tailang, it's enough now, Lin Feng said as he took off the golden needle from his body. Hua Tailang was sweating all over, but he felt the strength in his waist returning. My hair? He touched his still bald head. It will grow out within a month, don't worry, said Lin Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Excellent medical skills, rewarded with 2 mysterious draws. It's been so long, and it finally comes out again. Lin Feng was a little excited. This hidden mission is really hard to trigger. Yuche, if my hair could really grow, I won't say anything more. You can drive my car as you like from now on. Hua Tailang touched his still shiny forehead and said, Can you open a broken road? As long as my hair grows, you can cut it on my face. Hua Tailang was very excited. You know, he used to be the school beauty killer, Hua Zhile. Chapter 60. The Slit Woman. After seeing off Hua Tailang, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. This meeting will last for a few more days. Lying in bed, there were constant system notification sounds. Get 50 hunting points and get 100 experience points. Gung Gue is really reliable, Lin Feng said inwardly. Needless to say, Jengar must be hungry and went looking for food. I don't know how Qianqian is doing. Something was strange today. He kept feeling like something was rubbing against his face repeatedly. It felt a bit like the feeling of a wheel. Could it be because I ran over those handsome guys yesterday, and they are holding a grudge against me? It seems like I'll have to use a steamroller next time to crush those handsome guys to death. Next to the cemetery, Yi Chuyin was wearing a simple suspender and a pair of shorts. With his long legs on the sofa, his head resting on the cushion, he was bored and looking through his phone. Haha, I knew this wouldn't work out. How could a brother and sister be together? She finally finished watching the finale of Fairy 3, and it was just as she expected. He glanced at the monks who were still busy, and it was almost time to finish their work. The formation will be set up in these 2 days. If the big snake doesn't appear, she can leave. Now I am bored and even a little lonely. I want to take another look at the details that Lin Feng posted a few days ago. However, I didn't bring enough spare clothes, so it's a bit inconvenient. Hey, I can just go to the bathroom and check? She patted her forehead. Jiangnan Lin Feng family. Gu Qianqian was wearing thin pajamas, lying on the bed holding her doll and looking at her cell phone. His hands kept rubbing the doll's face, occasionally pressing and rubbing it. She even had the illusion that the doll was very fleshy. It feels like being alone. What's even more strange is that if you rub it for a long time, it will actually become straight. She was also startled and quickly put the pants on the doll. See the end of Xian 3. How could they not be together? I don't believe it. Gu Qianqian looked at the ending. A look of disbelief. There were tears in her eyes. Why was the ending so tragic? She is a person who likes to use her brain, unlike Yi Chuyin, who just thinks and then forgets. She pulled out her phone and searched online. After a long time, sure enough, how could they not be together? Gu Qianqian found the authentic ending of Xian 3. She nodded with satisfaction, and the depression in her heart disappeared instantly. What could she be thinking? She just didn't like tragedy. On a high building, the man in the bamboo hat appeared above, staring quietly at the city below. The space behind him suddenly began to twist into a vortex. Another masked man walked out of the distorted space. The person you were looking for has been found, said the masked man. This is her information. Her physique matches yours and should be able to perfectly carry your pupil power. Okay, I don't have much time left. I'll leave the rest to you. The man in the bamboo hat coughed and said that he had too many old injuries and overused his eyes. The life limit has already been reached. No way, after all, we have been partners for many years. As for the rest, don't worry. I will make sure you are absolutely safe before she fully masters your pupil power. The masked man said. Then I'll leave everything to you, Runtu. The man in the bamboo hat looked at the photo in his hand, which was of a woman with long blue hair. The eyes are quite big. She looks pretty and cute. There is a detailed home address on the back of the photo. Regarding the eyes, the protagonist's eyes will have the strongest power in the future, and the two kinds of pupil power are incompatible. After all, this is the Death God system, and the standard configuration is the Nether Eye. Lottery. Start. Burning fruit, flashing fruit, ice fruit, vibration fruit. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the passive skill Severance. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained skill Prediction. RIP. When using a weapon to attack, there is a very low chance of ignoring any defense and causing a RIP penetration effect. Precognition. Active skill. When used, there is a lower probability of seeing the upcoming time screen. Not bad. 2 more skills are acquired. Lin Feng didn't expect that he could win such a good skill in the lottery for helping Hua Tailang cure his illness. Which weapon state should be paired with Rupture? He looked through Huanyue's arsenal again. Although there are many variations, the types of cooperation vary depending on the state. The skill he often uses now is Crescent Moon Sky Strike, and he is still a long way off in other aspects. After I finished my search, I thought about how I hadn't gone out to catch ghosts for a few days. If you don't work harder, you'll be worse than even Jengar. In just 2 hours, the system showed that Jengar had hunted down 5 B-level ghosts and also got a bottle of powerful potion. Because Gung swallowed everything into his stomach for digestion, the dropped items were placed in Lin Feng's storage ring by default. Void. The system has just released another task. This time it was different. There were species requirements. It was no longer the same as before where you could just hunt and win the prize. This time the mission is hunt a slit-mouthed woman. Reward 2 lucky draws. 2,000 hunting points. Lin Feng looked at a huge yellow halo not far away. The aperture range is where the slit woman is, but the range is a bit large. It's several kilometers in radius, and there are other ghosts inside. However, the mission is completed only after killing the slit-mouthed woman. The moonlight was sparse, and Lin Feng was swaying in the sky wearing a bamboo dragonfly. Look for a ghost that might be the slit-mouthed woman. System, have you increased the difficulty? Is this difficult? Didn't you see the next system task, which is to forcefully eat the slit-mouthed woman at the beginning? The system's words stunned Lin Feng. Bite it hard? Such a strong taste. Lin Feng was surprised if the system gave him such a task. He would rather die than agree, even if we helped to strengthen his weapon to +10. Speaking of +10, the weapon effect is pretty nice. Anyone who has used Guangwu will know its special effects. Lin Feng thought to himself. Did he eat it? It was gnawed, but the result was a bit tortuous, the system said slowly. What's wrong? He has poor eyesight, so he found a she-male with a slit mouth. Talking about this, he also sighed. Within a certain permission range, the system only provides partial prompts. There is no such thing as gender cues. The host was also unlucky as he happened to encounter a male rift-mouthed monster with long hair. He thought that just a bite would activate the system, but something went wrong after he finished eating it. This host is really unlucky. What was the final result? What happened to the host? His constipation was cured, and the system took pity on him and helped him activate the system. This host is so miserable. Shouldn't he kill this gaping monster immediately after activating it? The system was silent. It was hard to say. After all, the couple's affairs should not be discussed too much. If Lin Feng hadn't happened to talk about it today, he would never have said it. Who knew that it would bring out feelings? The author has something to say. Thank you for your support. To be honest, I am very cautious every time I give something out. It has to be reasonable and not show that the protagonist is a saint. Because I used to hate reading novels where people would give away treasures without thinking. Before, I had to lay the groundwork for giving a tranquilizing pendant as a special item for women. So, the protagonist's eye power will be the only most powerful thing in the future. Forgive me, my stupid sister. Chapter 61 Purple Ginseng. When Lin Feng was flying in the sky, he always felt something strange about his body. The body becomes hot for no apparent reason. If I hadn't changed into Hawk's shorts, he definitely can't hold it back today. He didn't think about anything else, so why was he so hot? Could it be because of what the system said just now about the host and the man with the slit mouth? Suddenly my heart shuddered. Fortunately, it soon calmed down. He checked himself with his medical proficiency and found nothing abnormal. Everything was natural. Even his medical proficiency showed his extraordinary durability. It is comparable to the best non-fu battery. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Lin Feng looked around but didn't see the so-called woman with the slit mouth. I simply landed directly on the ground and prepared to explore further. After all, the task given this time is difficult and not so easy to encounter. Ghosts are seen wandering the streets from time to time. These are all normal ghosts, with no special markings. After a person dies, there are always some lingering thoughts, some of which will walk along the path of the past. Some will go back home to take a look. When the remaining wishes are fulfilled, the soul will be released into the underworld and reincarnated. Isn't that Zanganiu? He saw several ghosts following Nyoto, with thick, dark shadows on their bodies, and it was obvious that they had done a lot of bad things. If you ignore it, it will become a disaster sooner or later. He also saw those two familiar figures, the couple who scammed people on the train. I didn't expect to be taken away so soon. The ghosts were all wearing chains, and the bullhead was holding a cell phone and talking on the speakerphone. Old Ma, why is this matter never ending? I've been working overtime until this hour after the meeting. Why are there still so many people to be taken in? Brother Nyo, the number of evil spirits in the place where you are staying has increased dramatically since yesterday. I am also wondering. The horse-faced man stared at the computer-like magical instrument and said, with this endless overtime, won't I have to stop updating today? Nyo too said, no, I am a principled person. I promised those handsome guys that I would update 10 chapters today. Thinking of this, he called Hua Tailang. Brother Nyo, what's the matter? Hua Tailang was video chatting with his wife, showing off his extraordinary qualities. I received a call from Nyoto. Tailang, Brother Nyo has something to trouble you with. Brother Nyo, what do you say? I have to work overtime to catch ghosts tonight, so I can't update the book. Brother Nyo, what do you mean? You want me to write for you again? Be honest, or you'll be thrown into the oil pan first, and then into the iron tree hell. Nyoto suddenly spoke sternly to the couple next to them who were committing fraud. She was crying so much that it affected his ability to make the phone call. Okay, Brother Nyo, I'll write it right away. You go to work first. Hua Tailang hung up the phone nervously. This old cow was so damn scary. He always throws people into the frying pan for no reason. If other people just say something, it would be fine. The problem is that this bullhead is serious. Ding, Hua Tailang received a message. 10 more chapters, before 12 o'clock tomorrow. A work photo is also included. The photo showed a selfie of Nyoto leading the group of ghosts, proving that he was not lying. The ghost in the photo looked pale and miserable, which scared Hanataro so much that he lost all desire to sleep. I hurriedly started typing. This guy is so fucking wicked. Use this kind of photo to scare him. I had said before that I wanted to take him to visit the underworld, from the 1st floor to the 18th floor. The bull-headed man glanced at Lin Feng, who was wearing the mask, then turned and left. He is different from Lao He. He won't look for trouble even though his work is not finished yet. Their duty is to extradite people, and they generally don't care about matters concerning living people. It would be better for them to have more monks and people with special abilities, because the ghosts killed by monks and people with special powers will be sent directly to the prison of the underworld by an unknown force. Except a more severe trial in hell. Otherwise, with so many ghosts in this world, it would be impossible for a few of them to handle them even if they acted like 007 every day. We still need to recruit talents. Is the work in the underworld so busy? The bullhead's voice just now was quite loud, and Lin Feng's ears were also quite useful. After Nyoto left, he continued to sneak in the dark. Where is this slit-mouthed woman hiding? Lin Feng searched for a long time, but still couldn't find any trace of the woman with the slit mouth. Occasionally, he would come across a few B-level ghosts, which he would take as experience and directly collect. The fight was quite easy, and now he had no pressure in dealing with B-level ghosts. Tianshan Purple Ginseng. Lin Feng had just defeated a B-level drowned ghost when a 2,000-year-old purple ginseng unexpectedly dropped. Lin Feng had no habit of wasting things, and was about to pick it up. Stop! Suddenly someone in the distance shouted to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked back. The two men and women are cultivators in the Qi refining stage, B, and the middle foundation establishment stage, A, respectively. The woman's cultivation level is higher, probably at the middle stage of foundation building. Who are you? Asked one of the purple-haired women. Lin Feng wore a mask on his face, a black robe, and held a moon-cutting sword in his hand. Wandering around the streets, he certainly doesn't look like a good person in the eyes of others. But none of this matters. The spiritual ginseng in front of Lin Feng, which was still emitting purple light, attracted their attention. As cultivators, They are particularly sensitive to this kind of magical medicine from heaven and earth. It looks like a good thing at first glance. Just passing by, Lin Feng responded politely. Then he put the purple ginseng into the space ring. Hongyu, I can't detect the level here, said the man. Yutua, it's the same here. Nothing is displayed, the woman replied. This was also the first time they had encountered this. In the past, no matter how high the level was, it had never failed. They also found it a little strange. You should not be an ordinary person. I wonder if you have heard of the Supernatural Bureau? Hongyu asked tentatively. Based on her years of experience, this person must be somewhat special, especially the long sword in his hand, which exuded a terrifying aura. I've heard of it, and then what? He had indeed heard Jifeng talk about this before, but he didn't register. After all, he didn't need that little bit of salary. With his special abilities, he might be forced to take some mission to help others get treasures. It's a troublesome thing no matter how you look at it. Please show us the issued certificate. If you don't have it, please come back with us to register, Hongyu said. Sorry, I have something else to do and can't leave. Lin Feng is still anxious to find the woman with the slit. See if you can pull out any good stuff. After saying that, Lin Feng prepared to leave. Sir, are you really so unwilling to give us in the supernatural world any face? Suddenly, another woman came riding a sword and stopped directly in front of Lin Feng. This person is Hongyu's senior sister, Hongyu, a cultivator at the peak of the foundation building stage. I just received a message from Hongyu. I learned that this person had the best spiritual ginseng in his hands. She was just in need of a spiritual ginseng to make medicine, but she didn't expect that this person had it. God really helps her. Chapter 62, Thousand Cherry Blossoms. Jingyan. Hongyu also couldn't tell Lin Feng's level of strength. However, if a cultivator goes down the mountain, he will generally be warned by the sect before leaving. Abide by worldly rules. Their information will also be sent to the National Security Department in advance and then distributed to other departments. The person in front of her seemed to understand nothing about this, and she concluded that he must be a person with special abilities who suddenly awakened. Only this kind of newcomers would be so reverent. Lin Feng's way of cultivation is different from that of ordinary people. It is neither cultivating immortals nor awakening supernatural powers. Improvement depends entirely on catching ghosts and upgrading. Therefore, the detection glasses cannot detect the true strength. Sorry, I have something urgent to do. Let's talk another day. Lin Feng was indeed very anxious. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I have to find the woman with the slit as soon as possible and go back to write. Tomato just reminded me from the back end. Abai, brother gave him a great God certification today, and he must go back early to write some details for brother. My brother specifically requested a chapter that would be so green that it would make people panic and would have details that would overwhelm everyone else. This kind of thing cannot be delayed. He has no one who can write for him. I heard that you have a spiritual ginseng. Can I take a look at it? Hongyu had only heard Hongyu say it and had never seen the real thing, so she wanted to confirm it. No, Lin Feng refused. If he wanted to watch it, he could watch it. Doesn't he care about his face? Oh, it seems that you really don't give me face. Hongyu's face darkened. As a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, being rejected repeatedly in front of fellow junior sisters and brothers made her feel a little embarrassed. You came all the way here just for that spiritual ginseng, right? Don't always mention the face of the Supernatural Bureau. Lin Feng has already seen it. It's just that he is somewhat disgusted by these ways of using titles to pressure others. Young man, whether you believe it or not, you have to come to me today, Hongyu said coldly. As long as Lin Feng is brought back to the Supernatural Bureau, all information will be recorded in detail. Naturally, she would know what good things Lin Feng had. Are you cultivators so unreasonable? Lin Feng was also a little angry. Reason? Young man, if you have S-level strength, come and talk to me about reason. Hongyu said that she was already used to this attitude. In this world, strength is still respected. If Yi Chuin was here, she wouldn't dare to say a word. After all, it is not easy to produce an S-level psychic. She has been doing this for so many years. I've only just encountered one S-level newcomer. However, although that person awakened an S-level supernatural power, it was a melee skill and he had no long-range combat capability. Her combat experience was basically zero. She flew her sword in the sky, relying solely on magic and kite flying to capture the beast directly. For them, as long as they mastered the skill of flying swords, it would be easy to escape even if they were defeated. Unless you encounter those difficult supernatural powers. Over the years, in battles to kill ghosts, the death rate among those with special abilities is the highest. Once surrounded by ghosts, it is difficult to escape without special means. You're right, I really shouldn't reason with you. Lin Feng suddenly realized. I have been writing novels for so many years, how could I have forgotten that I met someone who wanted to steal the treasure? What's the use of reasoning? Young man, since you know you shouldn't reason with me, then take off your mask and put down the knife in your hand. Come with us. Lin Feng's strange skull mask made her feel very uncomfortable. As soon as the words fell, the three of them began to fly into the air on their swords. Lock on in the air, in case Lin Feng makes any strange move. Even if you can't get it, you can make sure you can leave as soon as possible. Ding. Defeat the three people in front of you, and you will be rewarded with a mysterious lottery. System, are you going to raise the bet? Why? Are we going to give you an idiotic choice between two options like the sign in next door? Lin Feng had also heard of the choose one of two option. I heard that the selection method was very brutal. One is, immediately kneel down and kowtow to surrender, hand over all magic weapons, and get the title of coward. The second option is to choose to fight the enemy, be rewarded with a great holy body, and obtain peerless skills. You make sense. Give me a choice between the two. I don't want to struggle anymore. Roll. God chooses one of the two. This is a principled system. How could it possibly issue such an idiotic task? If you really think that those handsome guys read books without using their brains, you will be criticized to death. Is this called choice? With the system's rewards, Lin Feng couldn't help it anymore. Precognition. Precognition? I activated it many times. No effect. I'm afraid it's a fake skill. Young man, I'll give you 3 seconds to put down your weapon. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. The three men were already in position with swords in hand. As long as Lin Feng makes any rash move, he will take action immediately. Even if he is investigated afterwards, Lin Feng will be accused of being a traitor. The Zanyu in Lin Feng's hand began to change shape, and the blade changed from black to white. The length has also been slightly reduced. The tip of the knife is facing the ground. Thousand Cherry Blossoms Kageyama. In the world of Death God, it makes sense to use this skill. Hong Yu and the others watched as Lin Feng let go and threw the blade to the ground. I thought he had really given up resisting. The moment the blade hit the ground, it seemed to sink into the ground. Then thousands of sword blades rose up at his feet, each several feet high. Then the sword blade began to break apart on its own, breaking into countless tiny pieces. Under the moonlight, it looks like a sea of white cherry blossoms. Previously, readers reported that the weapon descriptions lacked details. Dancing around the forest wind. Senior sister, there is something strange, Hong Yu said. The thin fragments below were flying everywhere, and they used their spiritual sense to sense them. The number of fragments is incalculable. However, it just flew gently around Lin Feng and did not take any further action. Capture him. I'll take a look at the strangeness of the sword later. Hong Yu didn't care. She chanted the Xian Jing curse with her left hand. It was formed by tiny icy spikes condensing. Go. She waved her hand confidently, and several icy spikes shot towards Lin Feng. The other two also used different spells to attack downwards. How so? They saw. Once those icy thorns get within a certain range of Lin Feng, they will be blocked by the cherry blossom fragments. Then it is directly crushed into powder. Lin Feng just stood there quietly looking at the three people in the sky. 5 Thunder Divine Curse. Hong Yu pinched her finger and pointed again, and a bolt of lightning struck Lin Feng violently. The cherry blossoms are everywhere, forming an impenetrable wall of flowers. Directly intercept the thunder outside. Crackle. Several more bolts of lightning came down, and Hong Yu and the others also performed their moves in the air. Thunder roared all over the sky. After a series of violent thunders, the number of blades began to gradually decrease. It is true, the blade is not invincible, Lin Feng thought to himself. Just now, he just wanted to test the blade's ability to withstand blows. That's natural. When it comes to blocking damage, the blade has a limit to how much it can withstand. As your Huanyue level increases, the number of blades and the damage it can withstand will also increase. L. The system explained. Invincible? That doesn't exist. Chapter 63 Black Flash. Cherry Blossoms, Mass Burial. After testing the blade's ability to withstand blows, Lin Feng had an idea. The remaining cherry blossoms were then wrapped around the three people. Junior sister, be careful. Hong Yu didn't expect Lin Feng to take the initiative to attack. Water Spirit Shield. A water blue protective shield condensed on the three people. Completely protect your body in it. Senior sister, his blade can't last too long. The attack just now has reduced its power by 1/3. This person doesn't know what's good for him, just kill him, Hongyu said. She was also somewhat envious of what was in Lin Feng's pocket, since he was now trying to resist. It's just a good excuse. Even if he's killed, he deserves it. The three of them were protected by shields, and the blade rubbed repeatedly on the smooth water shield. Seeing that Lin Feng no longer had any blade protection around him, Hongyu thought that this was his chance. She has concluded that Lin Feng's special ability is to control this long sword. As far as she knows, there are no dual system mutants. 9. Thunder Curse. Another set of thunder magic was about to be performed. Thunder strikes the moment. Lin Feng's figure disappeared on the spot. How is that possible? Hongyu was a little surprised. She was shocked by the method of disappearing out of thin air. Scratch. A crack appeared on her body, and soon another one appeared. Blood kept dripping down her body. Although the shield was not broken, it already had dozens of scars. How so? In addition to the shield, she also wore protective inner armor. How could the body be injured if the inner armor was not broken? Host, you were quite resourceful. You actually thought of using this move to activate the severing effect. The probability of triggering rupture is indeed low, because it ignores any defense trigger. If it is in the state of Zhanyu, I don't know how many times it will take to trigger it once. It is triggered in the form of a blade. Although the range of each cut is small, it cannot withstand large numbers. The blade attacks too fast and cannot be defended against at all. Stop. Hongyu was a little frightened. She knew that Lin Feng should be nearby, otherwise he would not be able to control these blades from a distance. If you don't stop now, I will not let you go no matter where you escape to in this country of Nanmo, Hongyu said angrily. During this time, she kept trying to disperse the blade, although it was reduced by half. But his face was already covered with blood stains, and blood was constantly flowing down. Although the injury is not fatal, if it continues like this, the body will probably be cut into pieces. The water spirit shield on the weakest man was broken. The blade directly cut his flesh into tiny pieces of powder, which finally turned into a ball of blood mist. It's that simple. The blade lost its target and moved towards Hongyu again. Escape? A thought flashed through Hongyu's mind. Now she couldn't sense Lin Feng's location at all. If this continued, once the shield is broken, her fate may not be better than that of the man just now. Junior sister, let's go. As she said this, she was about to fly away on her sword. She had already confirmed that this person should be of a very high level. That method of disappearing instantly is very similar to that of the space system. In order to capture this person, one must either use a powerful formation to control him, or use stronger spatial abilities to temporarily block this space. Bang! At this time, Hongyu's water spirit shield was also shattered by the blade, but fortunately she had a protective magic weapon on her body, so she could barely block it. Suddenly a hidden weapon came straight towards her and got very close to her. Ghost Wave 47 blue flames. Lin Feng instantly appeared in front of him. A palm slapped his chest. A ball of purple flame instantly enveloped the red rain. There was another shrill cry, and Hongyu completely disappeared in the purple flames. Lin Feng made up his mind that the three must not be kept, otherwise if he let the younger ones go, the older ones would come again. It never ends. Hongyu flew rapidly towards the south, and Lin Feng followed closely behind. She guessed correctly. Once the blade exceeded a certain distance from the caster, it would not be able to continue. How can you use a flying magic weapon? She was a little dumbfounded. Just now Lin Feng set fire, controlled the sword, and jumped through space. How can one person have so many superpowers? She had already begun to doubt her life, and this completely overturned her cognition. When Lin Feng was chasing someone, he accidentally glanced down. I saw a woman with her face wrapped tightly. He was carrying a small shoulder bag and holding a pair of small scissors in his hands. Coming out of a room. Could it be her? Lin Feng had a guess in his mind. He didn't expect that he had just gone out. No wonder he didn't see it after looking around for it before. Sakura explosion. Lin Feng shouted, and the blade fragments continued to explode around Hongyu. This power is much stronger than before, but after the Sakura explosion, the blade will disappear. Soon, the water spirit shield was blown into nothingness. Only a few hundred blades were left. Hongyu's personal magic weapon was still emitting a faint green light, and the water spirit shield was maintained entirely by her spiritual power. After Lin Feng's continuous friction and attack, plus the final explosion, finally, she ran out of spiritual power. None of this is the most important thing. The most important thing is, pieces of flesh kept falling off Hongyu's face. The penetrating and cutting effect just now was so good that the whole person looked a little scary, even more exaggerated than the slit-mouthed woman. Zhan Yu. The remaining fragments disappeared and turned into Zangetsu again. Those consumed blades need Lin Feng to catch ghosts to recharge them. The skills and moves are gorgeous, but it is difficult to charge them, which is the shortcoming of Senbonzakura. Endless and without consumption, it is impossible to imagine. The system still needs to be balanced. Who the hell are you? Hong Yu knew there was no hope. This person was hiding too deeply. With such strength, why would I ever think of attacking him? Black flash. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng pierced his head with his sword. No risk at all. Congratulations to the host, you have exceeded the mission target and will be rewarded with 2 mysterious draws. I admire your decisiveness. It's much better than the few people I met before, said the system. You increase the reward as soon as you say so. Do you have some tricks up your sleeve? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Get lost, am I that kind of system? But he was also a little shocked. Lin Feng's guess was really accurate. However, those were not withheld from Lin Feng, but were left behind by the previous host. One of his previous hosts had obsessive-compulsive disorder. I have to accumulate enough to draw 100 times, saying that it is easier to produce quality products that way. In the end, the person passed away before the final product was released. These lottery opportunities have already been issued through the backend, so there is naturally no reason to take them back. So he still has a lot of lottery opportunities left. Among so many hosts, only Lin Feng was more to his liking. Especially the Green God of War he wrote. It's really good. It's getting better and better. Chapter 64 The Mysterious Woman. After killing Hongyu, Lin Feng cleaned up the battlefield. There were still a lot of things in Hongyu's storage bag, so he put them all away. He hurried to look for the woman who had just appeared. Because there was no system prompt, he couldn't tell for sure whether it was the slit-mouth woman. The system prompt message is also very simple. There is a huge crack at the corner of the mouth. Without any other photos to clue him up, how could he know what the slit-mouthed woman looked like? After searching along the same path for a while, I found that the woman was nowhere to be found again. Very weird. Thinking about the task assigned by the system, could it be because of my current outfit? There is no one in private, and there is no risk. Then, de-emphasis solution? Lin Feng changed into ordinary clothes and walked in the darkness. It's just that I just fought for a long time and my body is a little tired. After walking for another half an hour, I didn't see a woman with a slit mouth, let alone a ghost. To his disappointment, Jengar seemed to have gone home from get-off work. He hadn't received any extra experience reminders in a long time. It's almost 5 a.m. now. If we delay any longer, it will be dawn soon. How about we go back first, then come back to look for this slit-mouthed woman tomorrow night? There was another reminder in the background just now. A few grumpy old guys had already put talismans and razor blades in his face. Ask him to update quickly, because the chapter is interrupted when it is reaching its climax. The comments section is urging people to do more. He quickly comforted her and said that he was typing. He is a writer of war novels with faith, and he will not hesitate to take a part-time job just because he has one. I gave up my faith and continued to update my blog 4 times a day, without fail. Just when he made up his mind to go back, suddenly I heard footsteps behind me. He turned around suddenly and saw the woman with her face covered. But I don't know where the small scissors went. Still no hint? Lin Feng looked at the woman with her face covered for a long time. There is no special prompt from the system. His eyes didn't detect any ghostly deformation, which confused him. The woman's head was originally buried, but she slowly raised it up. These eyes are clear and bright. The eyes are somewhat similar to those of the female ghost from the Republic of China. But after Lin Feng activated the system, he never saw the female ghost again. Maybe he went to develop business somewhere else. As for the absorption technology, there is nothing to say. It's a pity that it's a one-time thing, and he is the only special one who has retained the memory of his original body. Occasionally when I feel lonely, I would wonder where this female ghost learned this technique. A few strands of hair covered the woman's eyes, making her look particularly charming. The woman quickly walked to Lin Feng's side and walked forward. It seemed that he had no intention of paying any attention to Lin Feng. It shouldn't be her. Although Lin Feng wanted to drive, he had no evidence. You can't just forcibly take off someone's face towel just because you have some guesses. If not, wouldn't it be the same as the yellow-haired guy who wanted to tease Qian? This was not in line with his spiritual habits, and he was not that overbearing. Let's go, Lin Feng said secretly. The guy in the comments section has become furious. Brother Chixing said that if you don't update the details soon, he will cut the book and commit suicide. This is a bit scary. He is not a bullhead and he doesn't know how to revive. If my brother is really upset about the update issue, how can he live with it? Anyway, we have to go back as soon as possible. Handsome boy, do you want to have a health check? That's very direct. The woman suddenly turned around and said something. Those hazy eyes have a special magic that makes people unable to refuse. Health care? Is it serious? Lin Feng was very concerned about this matter and completely forgot that his brother couldn't see the details and was about to commit suicide by cutting the book. After all, he was tired from fighting just now, and he really wanted to relax. Slit-mouthed woman, it's not too late to find her tomorrow. We have everything, just follow me. As she spoke, the woman walked forward again and soon turned and entered a house. System, this isn't your doing, is it? Are you trying to test my character? Lin Feng was puzzled. Seeing that there was no one else around, the system had not responded. His heart sank, and he followed her into the room. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to see if it is a serious healthcare product. Anyway, I have the hook shorts and no one can take them away. If you want a serious health massage, you can still consider doing it. After all, I'm a little tired. He had a pair of Hauka shorts, so he felt very calm. There was a dim light on in the room, and the furnishings were very simple. The woman still had her face covered with a veil and was sitting on a small stool. There is also a small bed next to the bench. If I'm not mistaken, it should be used for massage. Then give me a foot massage first. Lin Feng is also a skilled and courageous person. Even if a real ghost comes for massage, it's not a big deal. The instant body mark has been made long ago, just in case there is any problem. I can leave at any time, and it would be even better if it really is the woman with the slit mouth. Finished the work. He now seriously suspected that the system had temporarily turned off his eye recognition function. This woman is indeed a little weird. Maybe it's because I rely too much on the system's judgment? A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and he remembered what the system said to him in the second chapter. When you're a novice, turn on the auxiliary function and all ghosts you encounter will give you all the information. Could it be that his novice protection period is about to expire, and the system wants to help him practice? To avoid a sudden death in the future? His current strength improvement does seem to be quite fast. With the help of the special passive skill, it is no problem to even get A+ in a one-on-one fight. It seems that he is not a novice at all. The woman looked at Lin Feng a few times and made sure that what Lin Feng said was serious. Haha, handsome boy, you are really interesting. The woman smiled. This is the first time I have met such an honest person in such a long time. It will surely be fun to eat then. Are you going to do it or not? If not, I'm leaving, Lin Feng said again. Of course I did. The woman took out the tools skillfully. Pa pa pa. It was the sound of a woman patting Lin Feng's feet to massage them. Meat tastes better when it is patted soft. In the past, when she ate meat, she always liked to beat the whole body into pieces before eating. When I was photographing Lin Feng, it felt like I was photographing iron. Fortunately, she was strong enough to do it. Lin Feng was not idle either. He took out his mobile phone and started typing. He moved his hands very quickly, tapping the screen with both hands. Min Luo, how could you do this? The god of war was heartbroken. Like a knife cut. He met another difficult woman, who was also a peerless beauty. But I didn't expect that she was so cruel and vicious that she would poison me like this. Brother Liu, why can't you accept me? Why am I inferior to them? The woman was also cruel. The blade in his hand was swung at the god of war, and the clothes fell off bit by bit. Stop it, Ming Luo. I can't let you Han. Ingyu, Zilin, Lanlan, Shaoli, and a Shui down. The god of war said the names of 8 women in one breath. The god of war saw that the woman was unmoved and continued to move her hands. It seemed that she was trying to force her way through his bottom line. Even if you get me, you can't get my heart. The god of war shouted angrily. Why do I need your heart? I want you right now. After a long time, a strange green light appeared on the god of war again. This time it was blessed by the green light of 8 women. He broke through again.